Whoa, Kevin, we are live. Sunday morning quarantine stream in the DFPN network. What's up, my friend?
Oh, not much, man. Just living the dream here. It's good to be live. I haven't been on a live podcast in a long time. I accidentally live podcast the Split Takes show every time I set it up, and Russ yells at me. But I haven't been live in a while. This is great. I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, you're doing so much now, right? I mean, you haven't potted with me since Christmas. The last
Right.
time you did a podcast was Festivus episode, and that's on me. You've been podcasting plenty, but you've got Split Takes now with Russ, and when I see you guys talk about it, I get a little jealous. But then I realize I really didn't enjoy podcasting with you, and I remember I'm good, I'm fine.
Yeah, no, you're okay. Absolutely.
So, Kevin, the reason we wanted to do this, we've done the SFB Podathon the last 2 years in July, first weekend in July. It'll be July 6th this year, so check in. But so many people are stuck in their homes. We won't beat too much on COVID-19 and coronavirus today, but I do want to speak to people about their quarantine and what they're doing during their quarantine. For me, I'm working. I'm not saying that in any sense to rub it in. My life really hasn't changed that much because I get up, I go to work every day, normal time, and I come home and I come home to my apartment. It's empty. It's empty anyway. No, I'm okay. So how is it for you? Are you working? Are you go to an office every day anymore? Or are you home?
Yeah, so I actually I switched jobs back in October, and I work from home anyway because my company that I work for now is based out of Cincinnati. I'm obviously in Massachusetts, so I've been working from home, for the last 6 months anyway. And for me, the biggest change is I'm supposed to travel to Cincinnati once a month to be in the office there and actually be a presence there. And I clearly can't do that right now. So for the March and April and however long this drags out, I won't be traveling as much, which is actually great. So that's the biggest change. The other big change for me is obviously, like most people, I have a 4-year-old daughter, and schools are closed. So our daycare is closed. So we're working through trying to figure out that kind of stuff. I mean, that's the biggest thing for me is what do we do with the 4-year-old? It's not so much the education part for her because she's not, there's not a whole lot. I mean, we're teaching her, obviously. We're not monsters, but it's not like we have an education plan that we need to follow. But just finding someone to, watch, because both me and my wife work. We work full-time jobs. We both work out of the house. So we're expected to be no change for us from a job perspective.
Some life, these two guys working out of the house. And by the way, I thought I was getting Dr. Jackie Cotillo from Fox News today. Not Kevin Cotillo. It's Kevin's wife, Jackie, who appeared locally on their Fox station as a medical expert, which she is. She's much better at a job than Kevin.
Very much, way much better. She's way smarter, way more talented.
She would never say things like way much better. Put it that way.
Yeah, she wouldn't. Yeah. There's no question that if anyone was ever curious as to how much up I married, it's a lot. The answer is a lot. She's way better than I am in every aspect of life.
She's smart. She's pretty. She produces good children. So, Kevin, a lot of people are checking in. Kevin Williamson is excited about SFBX. Kevin, you got quite a bit of ways to go for that. FF Trader Joe, who is our social media guru over at the DFPN at work, is checking in. Kyle Lebrecht, who is one of the 4 founders of the DFPN at work, is also checking in. And our friend Scott Fish, who will be on with us later, will be on with me later. Kevin may check in and out during the day because he does have that 4-year-old kid at home to worry about. And then everybody's saying hello to Scott now. That's nice.
Yeah, of course. That's
you're not used to getting in the SFBX ass kisses. Let it go.
He's far more important than us. We can all agree on that. I mean,
I felt that in my entire life. So, Kevin, amidst all this craziness with Corona and COVID-19 and all that stuff, for a brief period of time last week, the NFL took over again. It proves just how dominant the NFL is in this country. And I posted a tweet that day, the first day that free agency opened, and I said NFL news versus coronavirus news. And it was a UFC gif of just 2 guys beating the hell out of each other because the news was coming so quick on both sides, and NFL was trying to bounce back. But we're going to have Mark Schofield on at 10 o'clock. Mark, as we've all come to know, is a New Englander, and we've had Mark on plenty of times, and he is a obviously a Patriots fan. He does it. Is it Locked On Patriots, Kevin? Is that the?
He did do Locked On Patriots. I think he has since stopped doing Locked On Patriots.
Well, he's the guy who covered the Patriots for many years and stuff like that. So we're going to definitely get into some New England stuff with him. But I'd be remiss if I didn't discuss it with you directly. And people have come to know you're a Patriot season ticket holder and a huge fan. You've been a fan long before the dynasty started, and I know you'll be a fantasy. I'm sorry, you'll continue to be a fan now that it's over, and it is over.
Wow.
Let me get your opinion on that. Well, as a New England Patriots fan and a guy who's watched this dynasty for 20 years, where do you see the team this coming year with Tom Brady leaving, headed to Tampa, and some other players slowly leaving the team?
Yeah, it's tough to watch knowing that our quarterback is gone. I mean, I haven't seen the Terrell Owens crying gif. That was it Terrell Owens or Randy Moss? I was getting confused. It's Terrell Owens, right? That's my quarterback, right? Yeah. So I haven't seen that yet, but it'll come eventually. I think it's interesting that it occurred while this is all going on and people are struggling to manage both sets of news. But for me, it's time. I think we probably could have squeezed out maybe one more year, but at the same time, last year was not a great year for the Patriots. I mean, obviously they, had an okay season, made the playoffs, but they just weren't a solid team. I didn't expect that team to go anywhere. I did at one point in the season when they were 8-0 and looked great. And then the defense kind of fell apart and you started realizing that it was more about the competition than anything else. I think it was time. It's time for a reset. I think everyone needs, within the organization needs a little refresher. And sometimes change kind of drives you to perform better. And I think both Brady and Belichick need that, it seems like. So Brady's going to go down to a new situation. I'll still follow the guy. I'll still root for the guy. I have no ill will, obviously. I think, how could you after what he's done for us? But more so, I'm a fan of the Patriots, so I'm going to keep rooting for the Patriots. I think Belichick's good enough to figure out how to be competitive, which is actually frustrating for me because I'd prefer he didn't. I'd prefer he just call it a day, tank for Trevor, whatever it is.
Tank for Trevor, of course.
Let's go get ourselves a stud quarterback. But what they'll probably do is go find a decent enough quarterback. Maybe it's Stidham, maybe it's some guy they're going to draft this year in the 3rd round, but they're going to go find a guy like that and see if they can coach him up. And they'll probably continue to take shots on guys like that while having a relatively competitive season every year.
Our friend George Reed from the old Falafel Days, Break from the Grind podcast, writes, F the Patriots. Yes, as a Dolphins fan, I'm jealous of their sustained success. Kevin, you mentioned still being a fan and or still you're not going to hate on the guy. If I hear one New England that go, hey, fuck Tom, you're a friggin' moron, all right? I mean, that guy gave you something that we will never see again in the
Absolutely.
NFL. Sustainability, the longevity at that position and to play it that well, you will never see that in your lifetime again in the NFL.
No. And not only that, it's the reverse of that too. It's the people that say they're not Patriot fans anymore. They're going to root for the Bucks. Now that's crazy too. Like you can do both. It's okay. It's okay.
They're not even in the same conference. You see that a lot. When, people love a player and then they leave and they decide to root for the player and the team still, and it becomes difficult. Listen, in my opinion, the Patriots have a better chance to get back to the Super Bowl this year than the Buccaneers do. I don't think either one will be there. Right? I doubt either one will be there. But I'm not sold that the Bucs are going to be just an instant threat in that division. I mean, they play in a division with the Saints that are a really good team and also bringing back an older quarterback that looking to make the run. And they've made a bunch of offseason moves too to solidify that team somewhat. Carolina, I don't worry about in that division. Me, I'm a longtime Cam fan. I'm kind of upset and insulted that Cam is getting beat on the way he is. The guy's only 30 years old and people hate him. And I'm not sure why people hate him. Is it attitude? Is it personality? Is it because he didn't show up in that Super Bowl in a big way when there was a fumble? And the guy has been a stud football player, and maybe he's been a better fantasy football player, and that's why my eyes are clouded and I can't see through it. But what's your feelings on Cam? Do you think he's done?
I don't think so. I like Cam a lot, and I was sadly buying him up until the point where he got released and didn't have a job. I mean, it's sad that he doesn't have a place to go because I think he's still a starting quarterback in this league. I think that he can be any, and from a fantasy perspective, he's obviously a guy that's always going to put up decent numbers for you. I think that he's a better quarterback than people give him credit for. You know, people say that he's just a fantasy. I don't think so. I think the guy can run an offense. He's played on really good teams. He's played well. He can throw the ball still. He's going to slow down from a running perspective. He's not going to be able to do the things that he's always done for a long time. So he's not a guy that's going to play until he's, 38, 39, 40 like some of these other guys. He's just not. But what'd you say? He's 30?
He'll be 31 when the season begins. He turned 31 in May, I believe.
It's hard for me to imagine that a guy like that can't have a couple of good, more good seasons, and a team that's maybe close wouldn't want to take a chance on him. I mean, to be honest with you, if I'm a team like Indy, I would far rather have Cam Newton than Phillip Rivers. I mean, I just absolutely, there's no question in my mind.
You think that they made the decision to go with Rivers? Rivers is the familiarity with Frank Reich, which is why we know he went with him. So I would say even if Cam got released a little bit sooner, they probably still would have went with Rivers because he knows the offense.
Yeah, and I get that, but there's something to that. But I mean, to me, at a certain point, talent trumps knowing an offense. I mean, I think a little bit anyway.
Sure. Rivers has looked done for a couple of years. At least the last 2 seasons, in my opinion. I mean, I know the fantasy stats have somewhat been there, but from an NFL standpoint, he hasn't really. He might have been hurting that team the last few years because they have had a good team around him. So, and I know we're bouncing around a little bit. I do want to get back to some stuff with the Patriots, but do you think there's any chance that the Chargers go into the season with Tyrod Taylor as their starting quarterback?
Starting, if NFL camps ever actually happen, I think that there's a chance that they go into NFL camp with him being their starting quarterback. Now they're going to draft someone. I think it's pretty clear. If they don't sign Cam Newton or potentially Jameis Winston, right? Those are the only 2 guys that I think are starting level that are still out there, really. If they don't sign one of those 2 guys, then I can't see them not drafting someone. So if they draft someone, it's really at that point, it's a competition because I don't think Tyrod's their guy either. I do have a lot of
solution for sure.
I do have a lot of Easton Stick shares. So, if Easton Stick could really turn it up, that'd be great.
It's very sad that we both own him anywhere, but we do both own him in places. I own Tyrod Taylor. I was excited in the Bar Tab League, which I'm playing with John Bosch and a couple of these other guys that are I think Zach might be in that league. I have Tyrod Taylor as only my second quarterback in a super flex, and the other quarterback is Jimmy Garoppolo. It's not true. I do have Joe Flacco on the IR, but he's going to probably be the backup quarterback with the New York Jets this year. That's the rumor I'm hearing.
Oh, that's brutal.
Well, listen, I think that he's a perfect backup quarterback at this stage of his career, right?
I don't even think
he's a professional quarterback. I didn't say he was good. I said he was a professional quarterback. So that's just the rumor I was hearing last week. Let's go back to your Patriots. We'll do a little bit more Patriot Brady talk. Do you think the Patriots, you want to tank for Trevor? I don't know if that is in Bill Belichick's makeup to do that.
It's not.
He plays to win. Do you think we see an even greater emphasis on the run game now? We've seen it switch to the run game somewhat in the last few years. Do you think now with Brady there, you don't need to feed that ego, so to speak? And we know that they'll probably sign another running back and draft another running back on top of the 17 that are already there this year. What style of offense do you think we'll see in New England this year?
I mean, it's no small secret that they drafted Sony Michel in the first round and then drafted Damian Harris in the 3rd round. They have 2 solid running backs there already that are young. They have James White still, who will never go away. They still have Burkhead, I think, is even technically on the roster.
Yeah, for one more season.
So I don't know that they'll, maybe they take a late round flyer or try to get a fullback type, but depending on what's going on with Devlin. But yeah, I think they're going to run. And not only that, but they franchise tagged a guard who, while I do believe is one of the top guards in the league, is a little surprising when you don't have a quarterback to throw the ball. But that's because they're going to run. They're going to run the football a lot. And I think that all those people that bought low on Sony Michel are actually going to be quite happy because the reason this is the reason that Bill Belichick is one of the best in the business, is because he's always planning for the future. And for him, he looked at it and said, I need to start getting better with the run game. Now, that also helped Tom Brady, but he also knew that Tom Brady wasn't going to be there forever, and there was going to be a transition period. And there's no better way to transition between quarterbacks than having a good run game to do it.
Hey, if you guys are just joining us now, we're getting a few more viewers. We're going to be doing this for the next 12 hours. Kevin will be here with me for these first two. And no, you're not going to have to look at just these two ugly faces all day. We have a loaded lineup with Mark Schofield, Elliot Christ, Bob Harris, Mike Wright, the gentleman over at the FF Face-Off, some of the gentlemen from the Dynasty Nerds, the Aussie guys, JJ Zachariason, Scott Fish, Ryan McDowell, and rumor has it Frank is going to make it for a little Bull Rush reunion here on our show today. Mike Beers will be here today, Jeff Mans and Adam Levitan. So it's going to get better as the day goes on. We're just here trying to help pass the time, trying to entertain you guys while people are all locked up in their homes, literally with no choice but to stay in their homes. At the bottom of the screen, you'll see the ticker going by with a couple of Twitter handles, and it says, please donate at fantasycares.net. And Scott had reached out to me. He hadn't had it set up yet for this year. So if you go there and you're not able to donate, come back at another time to do it. And listen, I realize that we are in the biggest unemployment crisis in the history of this country right now. And I'm not asking anybody to dig into their pockets who can't. I'm saying some of us, like myself, I'm still working every day. I've been very fortunate. I got overtime this past week. That's going to be cut out going forward, but I was able to still get a little bit of overtime. My life personally hasn't changed much from that standpoint, but I see my family. My sister lost her job this week, and it wasn't just a layoff. They told her if she wants to come back, she'll have to reapply as a new employee. I have one brother who's sitting home. He's a court reporter, and obviously the courts are closed, so he's not working. So I see it throughout my family. My ex-wife, we're still married, but I'm separated. She's sitting at home. She's not working. My kid's home from school. So it has affected my life somewhat. For me personally, I work every day. But so if you can donate anything, and even if you can't do it here, go find some COVID-19 related charity and help somebody out. So, it's such a trying time. And in times like this, it brings out the best in people. We've seen the worst in people with the hoarders and people fighting in stores over ridiculous things like toilet paper. And that's been beaten to death ad nauseum. But yeah, so we'll get back to talking some football and having some fun. Kevin, I wasn't happy that Tom Brady landed in Tampa from a fantasy standpoint. As much as I would never own Jameis Winston anywhere because of the interceptions, the guy threw for over 5,000 yards and 30-plus touchdowns last year, and he made multiple targets in that offense viable. And I don't know that Tom Brady has the arm strength to do that downfield. Now, that's been a debate as well, and Kyle said it's going to be intriguing to see what Tom can do in Tampa Bay with those weapons. Now, we saw both Evans and Godwin when healthy. They were top 5 wide receivers in fantasy last year. We've been waiting on the O.J. Howard breakout. So do we see O.J. Howard now? Is it just as simple as saying, oh, it's a tight end and it's Tom Brady? It's simple. I think most likely Cameron Brate is the one who still does better in that offense over O.J. Howard. But the running backs, and just give me an overall feeling on what we're going to see out of the weapons in Tampa Bay with Tommy coming to town.
Yeah, I think you're going to see it, but definitely benefits Godwin more than it benefits Evans. I don't think that Brady's not necessarily at this point in his career a chuck it up and let him go get it kind of guy. I mean, while he's accurate and he's he can do it, it's not something he's going to do regularly. So I think that Godwin, who's going to run more of those intermediate routes that Tom thrives on, is going to be better suited to play with Tom, which is great because, Godwin's an up and coming guy, obviously big breakout, and a lot of people high on him, which is, I don't think he will be impacted too much. Evans takes a little bit of a step back for me. He's still going to get red zone looks because I think from a red zone perspective, you need a guy that can just go up and get it sometime from time to time in a shortened field. And that's where Tom can do. He did that with Gronk for many, many years, be able to put the ball where he needs to put it so that the bigger guy can go get it. And Evans is that bigger guy in the end zone. So I think you're going to see value from him. The tight ends are odd for me because I don't know, because we've never seen Arians use a tight end. So I mean, while I do think Brady's going to bring in some of his offense, I mean, Arians is also a guy that's been around a long time. Who's going to be a little stubborn with changing his offense. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. I'm not sold that the tight ends are going to be used the way they were in New England. So I think you're still going to see, Godwin and Evans, and then maybe the tight ends. I think Howard's the better guy, in my opinion. I think that he's just a more talented guy. He can run the seam routes better. He's got more athletic ability. He's just going to be, if they are going to use a tight end, it's going to be him. So I think that's the guy that I would target, and you can get him pretty cheap right now. So, and I would say go get it, because for the cost that you can get him for right now, it's not going to harm you. But I still think Godwin's the biggest beneficiary of Tom Brady going over there.
Yeah, probably a little too late to get Godwin anywhere if you don't want to sell every single thing that you own to get him, because the breakout obviously happened last year. But no, it is a good time to buy O.J. Howard, because we remember that draft class of tight ends when they came out. Him and Evan Ingram and what the heck's his name over in Cleveland, who's now been bumped by your boy Hooper.
Njoku.
Yeah, David Njoku. They haven't lived up to what we thought they would be. I mean, they were three guys coming out that were just considered guaranteed first rounders and we're going to be here forever. Evan Ingram, in my opinion, has shown the most. He just can't stay healthy. But when he's been healthy, he's been fantastic. I really expected a lot of him last year, and we saw it early, but it faded. So it's going to be interesting to see in year 3 with those guys what continues to happen. Let's before we move out of New England, George asked, what are your feelings and thoughts on N'Keal Harry? And we discussed that we think they're going to go more run heavy this year. So what does that mean for Harry? Can he be a viable, let's say a viable wide receiver 2 this upcoming year in fantasy? He's not a 1, that's for sure. But is he a 2 or is he a 3?
He's probably a 3 this year, although I do think it is a better situation for him to be in now. It's no secret that Tom Brady does not work well with the young guys when it comes to wide receivers. He likes veterans. He doesn't look in younger guys' ways. I mean, we saw maybe a little bit with Jacoby Myers, and we've seen guys in the past where he's had a little bit of a rapport with, but even that never really. The young guys just don't get the looks in it from Tom Brady. He doesn't like to put in the work with them in the offseason, and for whatever reason, he just doesn't trust them. So from that perspective, I think that whoever they go with at quarterback, whether if it's somehow Brian Hoyer or if it's Jarrett Stidham, they're not going to have those preconceived notions, and they're not going to have that cachet to be able to pick and choose their receivers, right? So they're going to build a rapport with this guy because he was a first round pick, and he is a guy that they're going to need to lean on, especially as Julian Edelman, phases out of his career. So I like Harry. I think he's a great buy right now because even after this season, I think he'll be a better buy because I don't think he's going to explode this year. I think he'll be better. But I think year 3 is where you're going to start to see him really take over.
All right, let's move out of New England. Everybody, get out.
Well, I mean, most of your New Yorkers are actually coming here, Sal. So
that's mostly what, Rhode Island? Rhode Island. Yeah. I'm in the same place. I didn't go anywhere. I drive into Queens every day. I avoid eye contact. Like that is a way to transfer coronavirus.
You're not even looking at people.
Yeah, I'm wearing gloves. I'm all masked up. It's crazy. It's insane. The current state of what we're living in. Kevin, looking around at the rest of the offseason moves, free agency moves on the fantasy end of it, what is your favorite? Do you have one that stands out to you? Are you happy this guy landed somewhere in particular, or you're bummed out because you have a lot of stock of a guy who landed in another place? And free agency or even the trades, because we saw a lot of trades with guys being moved like Steph Diggs and Hayden Hurst and DeAndre Hopkins.
2 of my aging veteran running backs that actually I have a decent number of shares of they're on my roster a lot is Melvin Gordon and David Johnson. And I actually think that the landing spots for both of those guys worked out really well. Now, we don't know if David Johnson has anything left in the tank. It's really hard to tell from what happened last year, whether or not that's the new David Johnson or if that was just, he didn't fit the new offense that they installed and they liked their guy better, which was sadly Kenyon Drake and all of that, or if he was actually washed. So David Johnson will be one that's interesting, but I don't think you could find a better spot than Houston for him to land. It's a good offense, good. They will run the ball. They'll give him looks, and hopefully with the amount they're going to pay him and the fact that they traded DeAndre Hopkins to get him, they're going to lean on him a little bit. So I like the David Johnson landing spot. Melvin Gordon, I know a lot of people were high on Phillip Lindsay, and I like Lindsay. I think he'll still have a role. But I think that's a great landing spot for Gordon because I think they really will look at him as potentially a 3-down back and use him a lot. So if they can improve their offensive line, I think probably I'm a big Drew Lock fan. I actually liked what he did last year. I think that he can be good this year. So that's an offense that I think is going to emerge this year. So those two aging veterans, I think they landed in good spots.
Not happy to hear anything good about the Broncos ever. Yeah, I have Gordon. I traded for Gordon in a couple of places towards the middle end of last season when I was trying to make runs in a couple of places, and he was available. He's come out and said how much he regrets the holdout. He ended up with 2 years, $16 million, which to you and me, $8 million a year is great. But what he was looking for in the holdout last year, which blew up completely in his face because Austin Eckler stepped up and did what he needed to do, and that puts Eckler this year front and center as a legitimate fantasy threat. I mean, he was a legitimate fantasy threat last year. The problem was once Gordon came back, you weren't as comfortable putting him in there as your running back one. But the guy was a running back one in PPR leagues last year, and you expect that to continue. You see any reason why Eckler, of course, it's going to depend on who the quarterback is there. And that's not 100% settled. We spoke about that a little bit earlier. But there's no reason to think whoever comes in won't happily dump the ball off to a guy who's basically CMC light.
Yeah, I think that with Eckler, I'm hesitant because I don't think that he's got a very, very high floor, but his ceiling is low as well. I don't think that he's going to duplicate what he did this past year again. I think we probably saw his best year. He cashed out, which is great for him. And I think that we'll see, good seasons. Like I said, he's a good running back, but I just think that we've seen his ceiling and, but he's a player with a high floor. So I think you're going to get a running back 2. I don't think you're getting a running back 1. I don't think you're getting a running back 3. I think you're getting a running back 2, and that there's definitely value there.
All right. You heard Kevin. Sell Austin Eckler now. He's
if you can sell him high, if you can get RB1 prices, absolutely.
We spoke about Cam Newton earlier, and that brings me back to the Panthers and Teddy Bridgewater. Listen, I have Teddy Bridgewater. I've been holding him for 2 seasons in the Falafel Asshole Ninja Dynasty League that you are the commissioner of, and I've been holding on to him. Cam Newton's still a better quarterback than Teddy Bridgewater, but I understand why they let him go, why they let Cam go in Carolina. It's new ownership, new everything, right? And they want to start fresh. But I don't know. Teddy Bridgewater, is he the guy? Is Teddy – I understand he was 5-0 with the Saints last year, but they played – really good defense, and they had some outstanding weapons. Now, Carolina, I understand, has Christian McCaffrey. They went out and signed Robbie Anderson. They have the other young wide receivers that are there. They're all weapons there, but is Teddy Bridgewater the guy to lead that parade?
No, he's not. And I like Teddy Bridgewater. I have a bunch of Teddy Bridgewater too. I'm glad that he got a starting job. I think Carolina is a good spot for a quarterback. I just don't know if it's him. Look, DJ Moore, he is going to pepper DJ Moore. There's no question about that. I'm very high on DJ Moore this year. I don't think anyone had a worse offseason than Curtis Samuel, because particularly with Teddy Bridgewater, I was nervous about that when he signed there. And then on top of that, they bring in Robbie Anderson, who's a speedster who will take away some of what Curtis Samuel does as well. So I think Curtis Samuel had a terrible offseason, and that's sad for me because I have him in a lot of teams as well. But no, I don't think Bridgewater is the guy that's going to put up the points that we need. McCaffrey's still going to get his, and like I said, I'm high on DJ Moore. I don't think that Bridgewater can be the guy to sustain much else. So all those people hoping for an Ian Thomas breakout this year, I wouldn't expect much. Robbie Anderson, if you were high on Robbie Anderson and we're hoping he gets to a place where he was going to be used a lot, I don't think that's the place. So I'm not loving those guys.
Yeah, I mean, the Jets, so obviously I'm here in New York, not a Jets fan, but I'm here in New York, so I listen to New York sports radio. And there was a back and forth about how the Jets offered more money, I believe, and more years to Robbie Anderson, and he left and I guess bet on himself. But then he argued that that's not true. They just didn't offer them that. But I heard 4 years actually here with New York. But as no sooner does he sign, the ink is not dry, and within minutes, Brashad Perriman signs with the Jets. And listen, very similar boom or bust players, in my opinion. So the Jets get 1 year, $8 million for Perriman, and then Anderson goes 2 for $20. But I think Anderson can opt out after the first year. Like, he's kind of betting on himself type of thing. So Brashad Perriman is a guy who we saw in Baltimore never live up to what we thought he would be coming out of the draft. Went to Tampa and kind of just took a back seat. Every once in a while, you'd see him pop up. But then we had the injuries down the stretch with both Evans and Godwin, and he got a chance to shine, and he shined. He really did. But that was with Jameis basically just, throwing the ball downfield. Some were going to get intercepted, some weren't. That's not Sam Darnold. I don't think Sam Darnold's that type of – Sam Darnold's probably more accurate, right? But I don't know that he's going to throw those bombs down the field like Winston was throwing. Is Perriman a guy you're buying right now? Is he a guy who – or maybe based off of last year's close, is he too expensive to buy right now? People trying to get too much for him.
I honestly couldn't tell you I know the price out there in the market of Perriman because I haven't tried to buy him anywhere. I have no interest in Perriman, really. I think that there's a good chance that the Jets are bringing in someone in the draft, maybe one or two guys. I mean, they're gonna draft a wide receiver probably relatively high, and I just don't know that either of these, any of these guys are more than a 1 year proposition for the Jets at this point. Like, Crowder might have a decent season. Maybe Perriman has a decent season. Hell, maybe Josh Doxson finally pays off for someone 7 years later. I doubt it, but it's possible for a season. But then you're going to see them continue to retool this passing offense around whatever it is that they can get out of Darnold. I guess the question I would ask you, as a guy that listens to the sports talk radio there and is frequently surrounded by terrible Jet fans, is Darnold the guy? I mean, how long of a leash do you think they have with Darnold? I mean, does he go more than 1 more year before they start looking somewhere else again?
For the record, I helped father a terrible Jet fan. My son is a terrible Jet fan. I can't blame him because his father's a terrible, Las Vegas Raiders fan. How long is it going to take me to get used to saying Las Vegas Raiders? So he has a history of rooting for teams that really just disappoint. But I think he's going to get this year and have to show market improvement. I think this is a make or break year for him because, again, this is not the guy who drafted him, as we know, who's in there right now. Who knows if the coach is back after this year? The Jets are just – it's such it's so bad the way that organization is run. And you have this going on with the Jets. We're bringing a coach, we're bringing a GM that didn't hire that coach. So now we got to fire the coach and then the GM. And then that GM hires his guy and then they fire the GM. But they want to hold on to the coach because he just got there. But it's the other GM's coach. It's been that way for years in New York. Nobody is on the same page with each other. Nobody is cooperating with each other. So I would say really big year in New York with what's going on in New England and the division being more up for grabs than it's ever been. I think the team that's probably stepped to the forefront in the division with some of the moves they made is Buffalo. What's sad is Miami, when they were tanking at the beginning of the year last year, they finished so strong. They actually weren't a bad team. I think Miami's gone out and made some moves also, but I'm not sure they know what their identity is. So I think there's a lot to be decided in the AFC East this year with a lot of teams. We'll see what happens in the draft, the upcoming draft. But, yeah, I agree. I think this is the year for him to show it's year 3. And NFL quarterbacks, when you and I were younger, and you're not that young anymore, pal. I know you had a recent birthday. You're sniffing 40. When we were younger, quarterbacks would get the chance to sit. And it's not like that. You got 2-3 years to prove you're a quarterback in the NFL, and this is it for Darnold. Don't stop making out of parties. Stop getting childhood infections and play 16 games, and let's prove that you're an NFL quarterback. I do agree with you. And the word I hear around here is that they're going to most likely go with a wide receiver. Well, I tell you, I am so not prepared for the NFL draft this year. I've done very little preparation for that. And then with everything that's gone on with sports essentially being shut down, I haven't looked at it much. But I know the names. I know the guys at the top there. I'm more of a hoping the Raiders get a CD Lamb before the Jets could get a guy like that. But who's your favorite wide receiver coming out of the draft this year?
Yeah, I think it's probably I think Lamb offers you the most upside, right? I think he's the guy that could be that big time stud wide receiver one that you're looking for. So I think he's probably the guy I would take one if I had the chance. From a receiver perspective, obviously I wouldn't take him one overall. But I do think that he's the guy. I like Jeudy a lot. I like Jerry Jeudy a lot. I think that he's going to be a solid, very solid wide receiver. And he's the guy that I think is better suited to give you a baseline. But for me, if I'm taking a guy that high, I want the potential to be that wide receiver one. And I think that's Lamb, in my opinion.
We have a couple of people checking in with the Jet talk, and Zach Reed, Tacit Assassin 13, who we know is from the Dynasty Dummies and part of the DFPN family. He should have just came on with us because he's been contributing as much content in his first hour as anybody else, and he wrote the offensive genius that is Adam Gase. Let's fucking go. He also agrees that the Bills have quietly stepped into a position of power in the AFC East. FF Spaceman is checking in, and he says, Adam Gase's coaching pitch, I create buy low opportunities in Dynasty. This is true. If you take a look around at the guys who flourished last year after they got out from under him in Miami and outside of Miami, Devontae Parker, what the hell's his name, who got the running back that's in Arizona now?
Kenyon Drake.
Who got paid in a transition tag role, and just guys everywhere who Gesicki finally looked like he was going to be a tight end to be a value in this league. It is amazing how many guys started to play better, and then he grinded Le'Veon Bell to a halt. So it's where players go to die is correct. Zach also checking in saying that Gase is resting on the I coached Peyton Manning laurels, and that's probably to blame on Peyton Manning because he's the one going around telling everybody that. He's the one who vouched for him everywhere he goes. So if he would just shut his mouth, maybe people would forget that. George, excellent point. Ryan Tannehill went to Tennessee, waited his time, and while Tannehill didn't light it up, like he's never going to be a QB1 in the NFL standpoint, he did what he needed to do to help his team win. I got a couple of good weeks out of him in fantasy last year. I don't know, in a Superflex, he's my QB2 all day, and I love it. I don't know that I'm riding him as my QB1. We did mention Kenyon Drake, George. But yeah, all those things that we're talking about, you might want to stay away from the Jets again this year, regardless of who they draft. Michael Hoff, who's going to be on with us later from the FF Faceoff, writes, I wouldn't trust Adam Gase with a book of matches. So, yeah, I don't understand how anybody just the guy's face annoys me.
Yeah, the face and the eyes and all of that alone. But to go back a minute to Tannehill, because are people really saying that was that's a Gase issue? I mean, Tannehill is what he is, right? And even Gase had decent seasons with him in Miami. The team itself sucked, but Tannehill wasn't terrible. So I mean,
Tannehill, I felt like if he had a little bit of time and some weapons around him, nothing special but serviceable.
But that's what I mean. But that's what you're getting out of him in Tennessee. So I don't blame Tannehill on Gase. That's my point. Bigger point there, right?
He was injured towards the end of his run in Miami. He wasn't even playing last year.
Do we think that the explosion we saw out of a guy like AJ Brown will go advance more or kind of stay the same now that they've brought Tannehill back? I mean, do we see any advancement in that offense at all? Or is it status quo? What you got last year is what you're going to get this year.
I think likely for a guy like Derrick Henry, he has to step back. I don't know if he could be better than he was last year. And you know me, I've been a long time. I hung on to Henry everywhere, and it paid off for me last year. But he's probably the biggest sell high candidate on that team right now because I can't imagine it happening again. But man, I said it towards the end of last year a lot. The one player I'm so sad I didn't get any stock in last year was AJ Brown. I have zero. I'm still in 9 dynasty leagues. I did cut a few this offseason, and I do not have him in one of the 9. And I think the sky's the limit for AJ Brown because he's just a physical freak and an athletic monster. I think that he will get better. I don't think it matters who his quarterback is. I think when the ball gets into that guy's hand, he does things that other players can't do. And that's what watching him play makes me so jealous that I'll never get him. Before buying him now, he'll just be too damn expensive. I'd have to really pay up for him. So I think A.J. Brown, while he may not make a humongous leap from where he was last year, he was really good last year. And I think he'll improve on those numbers a little bit. Nothing, he's not going to move up to top 3 in the league, you know what I mean? But he's on his way to be a wide receiver 1 on a yearly basis, in my opinion. I just think the guy is physically different than a lot of other people in this league.
So Corey Davis is nothing, right? I mean, are we at nothing?
God.
Is there any chance for him?
Zach is telling me that Tannehill has many 4,000-yard seasons as Derek Carr. I want Cam Newton in Las Vegas. Do you understand? I want Cam Newton. I know I'm not going to get him, but if I had my druthers, I would have Cam Newton in a silver and black jersey next year. No, I think it's time. I think the only way Corey Davis ever becomes anything in the NFL, and that probably still won't happen, is if he leaves Tennessee. He's got to leave. It's time. It's not working for him there. There are young players that are now stepping in to basically overshadow him. Tajay Sharp left town, so maybe there's some more opportunities there.
There you go.
But no, that's it. I can't convince myself any longer about Corey Davis, let alone anybody else. It's time to move on from him. Sell him as low as possible because just get him off your roster. It's not worth it.
So let's go back then to the Las Vegas Raiders scenario. You said you want Cam Newton. Is there any intrigue for you in Mariota being a type of guy that could play really well within Gruden's system?
Yeah, so you were the Mariota guy, right? I own him in a couple of places, but you were high on Mariota, and you can't not like Marcus Mariota because he's a good person, right? So you want to see guys like that succeed. And to that point, Derek Carr's a good person too. He's a very religious guy, donates money to his Catholic charities and all that stuff like that. They're good people, so you want to see guys like that succeed. I think that Marcus Mariota could be a starting quarterback again in the NFL. I think that Derek Carr is going to have a short leash this year. I think there is a chance that Mariota could be playing, but I think Derek Carr is going to get every opportunity to lose that starting role. So we'll go into the season with Carr, and then we'll see what happens if he trips up. Mariota will get the shot. Listen, we're not winning any Super Bowls anytime over there. I was happy with the improvement that we made last year. And you remember back, I didn't want Gruden. When they were bringing Gruden back, I was one of the Raider fans who said I didn't want John Gruden back. I thought he was out of touch with today's NFL. And he's done a good job rebuilding a team. He really has. We have a really good young defensive nucleus that I don't know if people even are aware of yet, but that defense is getting better. There are good players. Max Crosby was legitimately a threat to win Defensive Player of the Year over Bosa. If you go back and look at the numbers, he doesn't have Bosa's name, but he had better numbers in a lot of spots and equal numbers in other spots. The kid Abrams, who we lost early in the year last year, he's a Jamal Adams type of player with the personality and the way he plays too. So I'm happy the direction we're going in Vegas. I think I said Oakland again before, but but I don't know that either one of the quarterbacks that are on the roster right now are the guys that take us where we have to go. I hear rumors about going for a wide receiver early in this draft, and we signed Aguilar. We have Terrell Williams, Renfro. I don't want to say it was a nice surprise because I own him in every single dynasty league. I was aware. I own him in all but the falafel assholes because you remember somebody bid him up to a price I couldn't afford the first day just to box me out. But I think we need a new quarterback after this year because we're going to play it out, and we need to get a big time receiver, a big play receiver. We can't rely on Waller to be our big guy. We need Waller, and we need somebody to complement Waller.
Really would have been nice if they could have signed a guy like Amari Cooper, huh?
We'll get back to that in a second. But our friend Jake, NFL Draft Talker, which is not his name anymore, he's Jake Anderson PGA on Twitter. He hasn't updated his Periscope, I guess, yet. But just tuning in, thought Sal was talking about me when he said I can't stand his face, and that was a reference to the Gase reference earlier. DJ Moore and AJ Brown are two players I'm still paying up for. That was a reference to us saying it was too expensive to get AJ Brown at this point. And also, Corey Davis is nothing. Kevin really cuts to the core of a person first thing this morning. So, yeah, that's kind of Kevin. He's not a good person. I've said this before. He pretends to be a good guy. He's not a good guy. But
no, I'm a terrible human being. There's no question about that.
Amari Cooper, speaking of Amari Cooper, listen, that's a deal again. Looking back on it, I feel like worked out for both teams, right? Worked out for the Cowboys and the Raiders. We got the first round pick. But 5 years, $100 million for Amari Cooper? $20 million a year for Amari Cooper, Kevin? When they have to pay Dak, when Dak is supposedly going to come out of this as the highest paid player in the NFL, which we have Anthony Servino on later, who's a Cowboy fan for the FF Faceoff. I got to talk to him about that. I mean, Dak Prescott's a good NFL quarterback. He doesn't belong. Hi, here's Russell Wilson making $35 million. You don't deserve more than that, Dak. I'm sorry. Just because it's 2020 and Russell got paid 2 years ago, it shouldn't work that way. It shouldn't work that every year we just keep going up, guys. It's gonna kill the sport.
I mean, that the highest paid quarterback will always be the guy that just signed his contract. I mean, it's just the way it works. It's always the way it works. It will be the way it works forever. It's just, if you have a franchise guy, you are going to pay the highest salary for him until someone else signs. It's just, it's only the guys like the Tannehills and the Bridgewaters and those guys that are taking somewhat of a discount in order to stay with their teams. If you draft a guy and he's your franchise, you're going to pay that price.
So talk to me about Cooper. Talk to me about what some of these other guys are getting paid in the NFL, and Cooper's getting $20 million a year.
I mean, look, I don't think that Cooper's necessarily worth $20 million a year, but that's the going rate for a wide receiver one, and he is a wide receiver one. He'll get you probably close, over 80 catches a year. He's going to have over 1,000 yards a year, and he's probably going to have close to 10 touchdowns every year. So that's what that's worth right now. And I think that he's, from a fantasy perspective, even an NFL perspective, he's probably top 15 in the NFL, probably a wide receiver one in fantasy. So, I mean, there's value there. Do I think it's worth $20 million? No, but the cap is also going to go up exponentially every year, assuming things don't necessarily change given the current situation that we're in the world. But the cap's going to continuously go up every year. And these guys are going to have more and more money. The NFL is going to spend more money on players. That's part of the new CBA, right? So they're going to, the sad part is, in my mind, with the CBA, the lower level guys are the ones that really wanted to push it because they wanted their raise. But we still know that the increase to the cap is really going to be more beneficial to those top end guys, which is crazy. So, yeah. And Cooper's going to be one of those guys, and guys like Cooper are going to be the ones that get paid.
Speaking of the CBA and the top end guys and the lower end guys, I mean, that was a razor sharp vote on the CBA. It was, 50 to 49, right. It was within a percentage point of one another. Obviously, we can't speculate what's going to go on in the NFL locker room and stuff like that, but I strongly believe there's going to be some divisiveness in these locker rooms. Those higher paid guys, selfishly, in my opinion, did not want to play that extra game. And you got guys in the NFL, the meat and potatoes guys, right? Who you don't know their names, and they're making the back end of the roster, and they're taking the beatings in practice, and they're doing the yeoman's work, who need that extra, $250,000 or whatever it is. How crazy is it that one extra game, $250, and you and I are over here like, I don't make that combined.
Right.
But it's just crazy with the salaries and all that stuff. But if you do that, if you get into that way of thinking, you make yourself nuts. But how do you feel once we get back to normal with sports and training camps do take place, whether it's later into the year or into the summer or not? Do you see some divisiveness amongst locker rooms?
Yeah, I think that you're going to see that stuff because there's, the one thing is, though, there is some time between when these guys are going to see each other. And I do like to believe that the vote was probably anonymous, right? I assume. I don't know for a fact, but I got to assume it was anonymous. So maybe those two things, the fact that there's time in between and the fact that there's an anonymity between, in the votes, means that guys are just like, all right, well, we're in this because we're in this, and we'll deal with it. So, the veteran guys that didn't want to play the extra game, they're only going to play an extra game for a few more years for the most part. So like guys like Drew Brees really only going to impact him for what, maybe one season. So well, at the end of the day, everyone's going to be making so much money, they're not going to care.
Yeah. Hopefully, like you said, when we come back from all this and sports pick back up, we'll be in a place where people will be looking at things differently. I mean, I don't know how much validity, but we're pulling out words like anonymity and validity that are probably tough to say at this time in the morning but I've had my coffee, so I can't say before I had my coffee.
Yeah, it's a Sunday morning. I mean, we're here for the people, Sal.
The sports landscape and the world in general, is it going to be so much different, Kevin? Do you think, and this is just a wide open question, you can't really speak for everybody, but your opinion, we haven't reached the peak of this thing from what they say, the coronavirus. Obviously I'm in New York. You're in the Northeast area as well, and this is the epicenter right here. It's going on big in California as well. The people out in California, you got pockets around the rest of the country. We're looking at possibly 2 to 3 more weeks of people sitting home, and obviously the economy is going to get worse, and people are going to lose jobs. More and more people are going to start to get laid off, and we're going to be fighting for things in stores. It's silly, but do you think that changes? Is there a chance that we change people on a whole? It's such a wide open question to ask, some guy sitting in his basement, recording a podcast with this idiot. But do you think in some way people become softer, and maybe in turn you get back to sports and people don't give as much of a crap about a few more dollars here and there?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen, and we don't know how bad this is going to get, how much, obviously we can see what it's impacting our country right now and the people, but we don't know the final term of it. But I do know that every other major, for lack of a better word, catastrophe that we've had in the United States, people almost always look to sports at the end of it. Particularly being a New England guy, and you being a New York guy, obviously this hits you even more. But 9/11, we know that when that football season kicked off, it was huge for the country. I mean, for everyone, really. It was something to look at when they were ready to play again. Yeah. It was something to look back at and to take your mind off of it for a change. And I know that there were guys on the Patriots who obviously went on a huge run that year. A guy like Joe Andruzzi, whose brothers were all first, responders and
firemen. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so that's just, obviously one example. The Boston Marathon bombing, the next year, or even when they, when people finished the race, came back and finished the race. I mean, that is such an impactful thing. It's so important. And it just drives people to do something that takes them away from thinking about the misery involved and get back to something we love. And everyone can identify with it because it brings people together. So I think that sports are a huge part of getting over something for a large number of the country. So yeah, I think that when games are ready to be played again, whether it's the NBA, the NHL, the Major League Baseball, or even football, people are going to be so excited about getting back to seeing stuff that all of that petty stuff is going to kind of go away a little bit, and people are just going to be glad to be there. You won't see things like people booing at people not standing for the national anthem or whatever it is, right? I just don't think people will have the time to worry about that. They'll be so focused on the fact that we'll be back doing something we love again.
I think it makes those people who have chosen to kneel for the national anthem kind of forget about what even they were kneeling for. And we stand back up, we unify as Americans. This is a worldwide thing, obviously. 150 plus countries where this is going on, but we can only talk about what goes on here. We'll have the Aussie guys on later. We could talk about what's gone on in that country this year with the wildfires and the coronavirus. But Zach puts up the George Bush throwing a strike at Yankee Stadium, gave a lot of people goosebumps because that was, that was world stage. But and I'm a Yankee fan, but in New York, it was that first game back. Mike Piazza hit a walk-off home run, and I hate the Mets, but that was people will never forget. Alan Hepworth checked in and said, "Such a solid point. Sports do a great job of unifying us all after tragedies." Yeah, I think the world is longing for that. It's been so weird to turn on ESPN and see what they're actually covering. But Scott Van Pelt, I think, has done a fantastic job. If you're missing sports and you think there's nothing on ESPN, and I don't work for ESPN, I'm here to promote them, I'll tell you, SVP has done a great job of making you feel like you're doing something nightly with sports, whether it's covering old games or speaking to people or whatever. But Kevin, what was the last live sport that you actually watched? Do you remember? I mean, you probably didn't realize, hey, I'm not going to be watching sports for a while.
Yeah.
So you didn't even take it in. But do you remember what was the last thing you sat down? It was on live and you watched it.
That's a good question. I would say it's probably, I think it might have been a Bruins game. There's also a chance that I watched the cornhole tournament, one of the cornhole tournaments on ESPN as well. It's possible that it could have been that, sadly. It was one of those two things, I think, if I'm thinking back correctly. So
George is checking in and asking, does wrestling count as a sport? And I think it does. It's a sports entertainment. And I'm going to see what Michael Hoff says because they're going to be on later, Mike and Anthony, and we're going to talk a little bit of wrestling and WrestleMania next week with those two guys, because I don't know if they still do their wrestling pod, but they have done it in the past. And Mike says, and he's a Mets fan, I know this, agreed Sal, that Mike Piazza home run still gives me goosebumps. Can't wait for those moments again. But we'll get into that question later. But sorry to cut you off, Kevin. I'm just trying to make
No, absolutely.
I feel like they're part of the.
What was the last thing you watched?
It was the UFC event from Brazil. There was no fans in the crowd at all, and UFC at that point, and I think at the behest of the president of this country, because him and Dana White are friends, to continue on as normal, and they were planning at that time to continue with the Brazil event, to continue with the following week in the UK, but then the UK just became another breeding ground of insanity, and they were going to move the following two, which were United States events, to their performance center, much like the WWE has done. But those got canceled also. And I think it was a matter of traveling, bringing people in from other places and stuff like that. As of right now, the UFC intends on going through with the April 18th pay-per-view, which was a big title fight with Tony Ferguson and Khabib Nurmagomedov. So hopefully that's something we have to look forward to. But yeah, the last live event I watched was the UFC. And then I've seen some marble racing, which has become very intriguing. Right. We all love the light blue, that light blue marble wearing that Charger powder blue. Made an amazing comeback at his last race. It was exhilarating.
So I know we got a guest coming up here soon. So I'll ask you one more thing related to the more so the quarantine. So have you done anything sports related or social distantly associated with people over the last couple weeks? I know you posted something on Facebook having some social distant beers with some of your good friends and relatives there. You guys were all in forming a triangle, but still hanging out. Have you been doing anything like that? Are you doing FaceTimes, anything like that? Have you what do you got going on for that type of stuff?
Yeah, as far as technologically, we downloaded the House Party app. You know what House Party is?
Yep, I have that as well.
I didn't know what it was, but a couple of my friends were on it. We downloaded it and we sat around, 8 of us on there, and talked and had a couple of drinks on there. But yeah, like you said, you saw that video I posted. I rent the upstairs floor from my best friend. So he lives on the main level. I live on the second level. And the house he owns is directly next door to his parents, the house that he grew up in. So his dad, obviously his parents are older and they need to be very careful and stay in the house. And Jimmy likes to have his Bud Lights, So we got out there. Brian and I separated by about 15 feet on the lawn, his father up on the porch, and we just, drank probably more beers than I should have that day. But where else am I going? It's not like I'm going to be driving anywhere. So yeah, I'm just trying to stay positive. Like I said earlier, I'm working every day. So Monday through Friday, I'm still getting up and going to work. And on Saturday and Sunday, I'm just trying to hang out, maybe support some of my my local food establishments who are doing curbside service and all that stuff. And yeah, I'm trying to remain positive. I know it's probably more difficult for some of the people who are home every single day, and it could get very daunting. But I ask those people to stay strong for yourself, for your families. It will get better. We will come out of this better on the other side, and we'll be more prepared for something like this in the future. This is just the way the world works. We have to go through something to learn from something, and we'll learn from this, and we'll be more prepared, and we'll get it under control. But it's still going to be a while.
It is. Yep.
All right.
No question about that.
We have our first guest of the day. I'm sure people are tired of seeing these three faces and are much happier now to see our friend Mark Schofield. What is up, Mark?
What's going on, gentlemen? How are we doing this fine quarantine Sunday morning? Oh, there we go. Now we're doing better. Everybody's doing
That's right.
better.
I had to play this for you. Obviously.
There you go. Obviously.
Yeah.
Just play this on a loop for my hour, and everybody will be
That's
happy.
it, the whole hour. We don't even need you to talk.
An hour
That's
of Africa.
We'll let it run in the background, but I'll lower it for you. Even though
that works. That works.
Yeah.
Kevin, make sure I got that up for you. Kevin likes to play that for you every time you come on. It's part of the brand. Hashtag brand.
It is the brand. Hashtag brand.
So
I mean, between this and Scrubs, this is really all we have to talk about, Mark. So
I mean, really, well, we could fold Peaky Blinders into the mix too, because for those of you that haven't watched Peaky Blinders, like take advantage of this time when you're like cooped up inside, fire up some Peaky Blinders, use the subtitles. Trust me, it's worth it. You'll enjoy it. It's a fun little ride. But yeah, I mean, Africa, Peaky Blinders, Scrubs gifts. Like, what else do we need?
There's nothing else in life that we can't get through without those
exactly.
things. So,
exactly.
We're good.
The little things that pull you through desperate times.
Exactly.
Mark, for anybody out there who doesn't know, Mark's been on both of the Podathons with us in the past, usually that we do in July, and we decided to do a little impromptu Podathon today. More along the lines to entertain and distract, obviously, with what's going on in the country. We do have a link up for fantasycares.net. If you do want to donate, we're going to get that out to some COVID-related charity through Scott's Foundation. But, Mark, remind people who you are, what you do, and what the hell you've been up to.
Yeah, I'll try to do that the best I can, and that might take a good chunk of the hour here. Easiest way to find me is on Twitter at Mark Schofield, but I write for places like Inside the Pylon, Pro Football Weekly, Matt Waldman's Rookie Scout and Portfolio, 3 different SB Nation websites, Big Blue View, Bleeding Green Nation, and Pat's Pulpit. At Pat's Pulpit, I have the SCO Show, which is a Patriots-related podcast that dives into quarterbacks as well. At Bleeding Green Nation, I have the QB SCO Show with the venerable Michael J. Kist, where it's part history. We open every show with a historical reference, and we talk about quarterbacks. And then lately, I recently in the past month or so, I joined Touchdown Wire with Doug Farrar, part of the USA Today Wire Network, and doing all sorts of stuff there. I'm working on a mock draft that's going to drop tomorrow, I believe. And then Doug and I are like working through our top 11 at each position in the upcoming draft. So I'll have my top 11 quarterbacks dropping, I think, Wednesday. Yeah. So I do a lot and I don't sleep a ton, which is ideal in a situation in a time like this when you're supposed to take care of yourself, when all I do is like stuff Reese's peanut butter cups down my throat, stay up way too late, and don't sleep a lot. So it's ideal. It's great. It's a good time.
But do you predominantly work from home?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's it. Like, I always work at home. Like, you're seeing my basement office. We moved like last summer into a new house, more space, basement office for me. So I've got like the whiteboard. I can diagram plays. Like, I can do all sorts of super nerdy football stuff. So for me, nothing's really changed except now the 2 hoopleheads are home, the son and the daughter, the 8-year-old and the 6-year-old. And my wife is working from home now too, most of the time. So that part's been interesting. Trying to keep the kids away from, like, say, Disney Plus for 9 hours of the day has been an absolute struggle. Although I will say my son has become more addicted to Madden than anything else. He was very excited last night. He started up Face of the Franchise, QB1, whatever we're calling it, from Madden 20. He got his little quarterback drafted in the first round by the Raiders, so he was super excited about that. But most of the time he just plays exhibition games and trolls me. Because my office is in one part of the basement, and in the other part of the basement we have like a little like kind of, rigged home theater set up with a big screen, and he'll just play against the Patriots and just win games like 66-0 and be like, "Hey dad, I just picked off Tom Brady again." Although I guess now I could be like, "I don't care, he's a Buccaneer, it doesn't bother me anymore."
There you go.
But like the change hasn't been much for me. It's been entertaining those two hoople heads as much as possible. Like I thought I was being brilliant. I created this like outdoor scavenger hunt for them like Thursday night with this list of like 20 things they had to go take their little like, kid style digital cameras and take pictures of outside. I thought, look, I'll buy myself like a good maybe 45 minutes to an hour of them just running around outside. We got a big yard. They can stay away from everybody and take these pictures. So I printed off these lists. I tell them what to do. I give them their cameras. They go outside. I sit down on the couch. I catch my breath. And 20 minutes later, they're back inside. Like, we're done. Can we get our surprise now? Can we go watch TV now? Just like, great. Well, I bought myself a whole 20 minutes. But
you're like, I don't even have the surprise ready. What?
No, like, and the surprise was literally like down in like the basement. We had like bought like extra stuff, big old package of Oreos. It's like, okay, well, here you go. Here's some Oreos. Now have some sugar and stay inside. This is like ultimate backfire in my face.
Mark, I've mentioned it already, and we're going to repeat things today, guys. We're going to be on for 12 hours, and not everybody is with us the whole 12 hours. So for me, I go to work every day still. I work in off-site engineering for a hospital here in New York. And off-site means I'm not at the main hospital. Thank God. I'm not at the main hospital every day for a few reasons. First and foremost, I don't want to have to see what's going on at these hospitals because it's just sad, the pictures that are coming out. And I also am in less danger of contracting what's going around because I'm in places where they're not even seeing patients anymore. So I'm being careful, but I get to go to work every day. So much like you, my life hasn't changed that much. But I had a point when I started saying that, Mark, but I'm reading these things that are coming up and I'm getting tweeted and texted and stuff from other people. But yeah, Kevin, I completely lost my train of thought.
I'll bet you were going to ask him about saying that you did a scavenger hunt around your own apartment, right? I'm sure you have a story about a scavenger hunt you set up for yourself, right? Because that's what I'm thinking, right? So somehow to entertain yourself during this quarantine, you're hiding things from yourself, right?
Well, it's not even I'm hiding it from myself. It's stuff I'm finding from past guests that have been at my home in random places. But this is a family show. I don't want to get into that.
It's funny you mentioned that though, Sal. Like I'm starting to get texts from like friends and things of stuff they're finding in their house that are related to like parties and things from a long time ago, like pictures and things. Like people are bored when they're starting to go through all their old crap, and that's what's happening.
Our friend Tacit Assassin Zach checked in and said he's glad Mark is on. Finally, get some tight end talk. I feel there's something kind of truth to what he's saying there. We know that you are a QB guy, and
good. I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk about this rookie tight end class. So good. I don't want to.
So we do know Mark's a QB guy, and he's also a New England guy. So let's talk some Jarrett Stidham.
You've reminded me. The thing I was going to say that we're going to repeat some stuff today. So we're going to talk about the Patriots and Tom Brady, and we've talked about that.
Who cares about Tom Brady? Let's talk about Jarrett Stidham.
That guy. Who cares about him?
We'll get to Jarrett Stidham. Brian Hoyer. I was at Bobby Hoying. That's
Bobby Hoying.
Oh, geez.
Wow.
When he came in for the Raiders against the Ravens in the AFC Championship and lost the dreams. Anyway, we're going to repeat some stuff today, and some of the things are going to be the Patriots. We just spoke to Kevin in the first hour because he's a Patriots season ticket holder. And I could probably just go use the bathroom to take a break now because you two guys will probably speak for the next 45 minutes about the Patriots. So you've mentioned Tom Brady leaving, going to the Bucs, and vacating the spot there. Off the top, it's a guess. We don't know if they bring somebody else in. We don't know if they draft somebody. What are your feelings? Who's going to get the first crack at the starting position this year for the New England Patriots?
It's Jarrett Stidham. And from talking to people in and around the organization, out at Indy, since the combine and everything went down, the organization is excited about Jarrett Stidham. And it's somewhat surprising given that, look, he was a 4th round pick. And when he came into rookie minicamp, like I've been told from people that were at rookie minicamp, but like he was throwing interceptions and walkthroughs. Like they were just like walking through play designs with him as the quarterback, and he was throwing picks. And people were looking around when that was happening on the sidelines, like, what just happened? Like, what did we draft here? Like, this is not going to work. But then he came into training camp. He was much more ready to run the offense. They loved what he did in preseason. And you hear some of the comments both from people in the building and then from people going on the record, like Devin McCourty this week, talking about how that Patriots defense was better because of Jarrett Stidham, because of the looks he was giving that defense during the week in practice on scout team. Like they were a better defense because of what he was able to do at the quarterback position against them. And so there is excitement about this kid. And I do think that their plan, be it as it is, was to give Jarrett Stidham this season to see what they have in him. Because let's face it, they're still up against the cap. Like you look at Miguel Benzon at Pat's Cap on Twitter, who is a must follow if you're a Patriots fan. Like they've got like $2 million of cap space right now. And so this idea that they could go out and sign Cam Newton, as much as I would love it personally, because I would love to see Cam Newton in New England. I still think he has football left in him, high-level football left in him. I don't think the numbers will work. This idea that they could trade for an Andy Dalton, unless they're shipping out Joe Thuney, like their left guard that they just put the franchise tag on, like I don't think that's going to work. And so this is going to be Jarrett Stidham's show, and this is going to be his year to sort of prove that he can play. And they braided Brian Hoyer more, and I know they said, look, he's going to compete for the starting job. He's going to be Josh McCown. Like he's going to be a guy that's going to be a part-time quarterback coach on the sideline in Stidham's ear. He knows this offense inside and out. And so they're going to take this season and see what they have. If they somehow get to like 9-7 or something like that, they'll be overjoyed. If they end up like 4-12, they're near the top of the draft. And you're going to let either Trevor Lawrence or Justin Fields find their way to New England in next year's draft. Like that could happen. But I do think that it's Stidham's show. And there is genuine reason, I think, to be excited about him. Not that the Patriots fans that I've seen on Twitter can sort of go all in on him. Like I think there's, cautious optimism to be had with Jarrett Stidham. I think when you saw what he could do at the Senior Bowl last year, when you saw what he could do in preseason and in training camp, like the arm is there, the athleticism is obviously, I think, an upgrade from Tom Brady. Nobody ever thought Tom Brady was athletic at all, let alone upper level athleticism. And I think the recognition and the mental side of the game is coming together for him. And so that's going to be the plan, I think. We're going to see what we got in Stidham.
Our friend Bobby Koch checking in, and he says, Mark, better than me in QB scouting easily. Well, it was not even a debate, Bobby. But
I don't think anyone even had a question about that. That was given.
Shout out to Bobby. I hope you're feeling better today, my man. I know he was not feeling great last night, and he was a little nervous. But we're thinking about you. You're in our thoughts, and hope you're doing well today. Glad to have you checking in. Kevin, take the floor. Get your New England questions in now. Have at it. Go ahead.
So what does Stidham do well enough that we can look towards this offense to be, if he is the guy and he does take a step and he actually can command this offense, right? What does he do well enough that we'll see an impact both from the NFL standpoint and more so from fantasy? Like, is it N'Keal Harry? Does he build a good rapport with Harry and we start to see Harry kind of take a little bit of a step forward? Or what does he do well that we should look for?
I think Kevin, I think the accuracy is a box that he checks. And I know people that sort of studied him when he was coming out. You look at what he was doing at Baylor. You look at what he was asked to do at Auburn. Like neither of those offenses like really put him in a position where you could look at him and say, this is an NFL quarterback. Like that Baylor system, he was throwing slants, hitches, and goes. At Auburn, that offense, it was a lot of option-based stuff. And when they really sort of put the football in his hands, like you could see flashes of them like ripping a Band-Aid post route or throwing a nice deep ball, but it was really hard to sort of figure it out. That's why that Senior Bowl was so huge for him. And I would tell you guys, I don't know if I told this story when I was on with you guys last year. Probably not, because I don't think we got into the Jarrett Stidham weeds when we were getting ready for the Scott Fish Bowl. But when I talked to him down at the Senior Bowl, I asked him, because he was playing for Kyle Shanahan in that 49ers offense, and I asked him, like, look, Jared, what was your favorite play? What was your favorite concept to run this week? And he just looked at me, laughed, and said everything. And read between the lines there, kids. Like, that's somebody that knew that the Baylor and the Auburn systems weren't right for him. But when was in that sort of Kyle Shanahan offense, like everything sort of made sense and clicked for him. And so I think, like, I just did a piece. It went up over on Pat's Pulpit this week. There was a play in his first training camp, his first preseason game against Detroit, where they were running go flat to the right, and the Lions ran some trap coverage called Cougar, where the outside corner executes a man turn. So he's running with his back to the quarterback. And so if you're a quarterback, you see on that go flat concept, the inside receiver's running that out route, you're going to throw to him because the corner's bailing, flat's open. But that coverage, that Cougar concept, while the corner executes that man turn, he's still looking over his inside shoulder to read the number 2 receiver. And if he sees him break to the flat, he's going to peel off the vertical and trap it. It's a way to sort of bait quarterbacks into throwing that flat route and throwing a pick. Stidham sees that, pulls it down, and scrambles for 2 yards. Now, watching the game live, you think this is a throwaway play. But when you break it down and you see what the Lions were trying to get him to do and that he reads it and doesn't throw the pick, like, that's advanced mental processing from a rookie quarterback that sometimes you see veterans throw that and make a mistake. And so I think he's ahead of where we might expect him to be from a mental perspective. You also have the athleticism that he brings to the table. Like, he's going to keep plays alive. He's going to extend drives with what he can do with his legs, more so than Tom Brady could have. And so you put that together, I think that's why the Patriots are excited about him. Now, from a fantasy perspective, I do think that there are a couple of players that benefit. I think Harry is one, because I think now, Harry and Tom Brady were never really on the same page. And Tom Brady never really let N'Keal Harry into the Tom Brady circle of trust. You go back to that Sunday nighter against the Houston Texans. Brady throws the pick 6 on the slant route that Harry didn't fight forward the ball on, and he got iced out from that moment on. Like, it was a struggle to get him back into the offense since that moment. Stidham's not going to have a circle of trust like that, number one. And number two, they have a relationship because they were thrown to each other, started in rookie minicamp. And so that aspect plays. I also think, as scary as this might sound to some Patriots fans who are hoping for a Denzel Mims or Laviska Shenault or, any sort of top flight receiver in this draft class, Jacoby Myers gets a boost. Because Stidham, for the same reason, has a relationship, has a rapport, throwing to Jacoby Myers. And so those two guys, I think, N'Keal Harry and Jacoby Myers are going to benefit. And I do think Sony Michel and Damian Harris are going to get a boost as well because they're going to look to the ground game more. I don't know if James White has as much of a role to play in a future Patriots offense because they might really be a 21 personnel team, run the ball a lot more, take a lot of stuff off of Jarrett Stidham's plate. They're worried about the health of James Devlin, so what do? They go out and they get Dan Vitale, another fullback type guy from the Green Bay Packers who can also contribute as a receiver. They're going to try to win 7. Dave Archibald, good friend and colleague of mine, dating back to our days over at ITP, said that, look, they're going to try to win 17-10 rock fights. Like, that's what they're going to try to do this year. They're going to load up on their defense again. They still have a great secondary. They'll add some pieces in the draft. They're going to run the ball, win some rock fights, and see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I don't think anyone expects Belichick to be happy about losses, I think if they lose those 17-14 rock fights all year, get a top flight draft pick, that's a good season for them because it keeps everyone engaged, and then they still have some good capital coming into the draft next year. Yeah.
I mean, I think that's how they're looking at it. It's sort of a, if he goes out and surprises everybody, lights the world on fire, Stidham, they'll be overjoyed. And if not, well, they had a year to sort of reset things, and they'll address the quarterback position in 2021 with potentially some really talented quarterbacks coming out, and Trevor Lawrence and Justin Fields.
Scott Fish checked in saying, man, this Stidham stuff is making me feel better about a trade I made this week. I still don't feel good about.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to put minds at ease. And if I can make Scott feel a little bit better about that, then I'll have accomplished something with my morning.
Well, hopefully something by entertaining people. Our friend George Reed checked in. He wants to know, is there not a limit on Patriot Chat today.
Let's talk some IDP stuff because I've got takes about the Patriots defense as well that I'm sure everybody's going to want to hear. So let's buckle up and talk a little bit about Joejuan Williams. No, I'm just kidding. We don't have to.
Patriots IDP. I'm gonna go ahead to the bedroom. You guys talk.
Yes, Sal. Just take a quick nap. We'll Kevin and I will run this for the next 40 or so.
That's it. We're good.
Kevin, do you have any other Patriot questions right now? Because we're getting requests to ask Mark about other quarterbacks. But
I think we got to get onto the rookie QB class because everyone wants to know that, and Mark's got better insight on that than I think anyone else that is on this podcast right now. So,
yeah. So basically, he says he wants the Stidham talk, but he'd also love to hear about some of the QBs in this rookie class and the second tier guys. Love Herbert, Hurts, Fromm, and Eason. So go ahead, Kevin.
Well, let me do this because I got a good transition question here, right? We can do both, right? We can talk Patriots and talk some of these rookies. If they were to target someone, we think they're going to give Stidham a year. So, and I agree with that, and you're probably right. But if they were to target someone,
you turn this back into Patriots.
Who would you want them to play? Who would you want Bill Belichick to be able to mold?
Yeah, it's a fascinating question. It's sort of. At what point in the draft are we talking? Are we talking third round or are we talking like sixth round?
Yeah, let's say third and above. You can pick anyone. Who's the best value for the money at that point?
Yeah, I mean, with all the other needs that they have, like at 23, I think you could look at a linebacker like Patrick Queen from LSU or even Xavier McKinney, the safety from Alabama. Like I think they might go defense with that pick at 23 or trade down. But if they start thinking about if Jordan Love is sitting there on the board at 23, what do I want the Patriots to do? And I think you'd have to look at the value in Jordan Love. And even though I'm not as high on Jordan Love as other people are, like he's not my QB3 in this class. Like, I don't think you can deny the arm talent. I don't think you can deny the athleticism. And I think teams are taking a look at Jordan Love. And part of the reason we're hearing, was the talk in Indianapolis that he's rising up boards and he might go top 10. People are looking at what he did. People are looking at what Josh Allen did and thinking, athletic guy, big arm. Yeah, he wasn't playing with the best competition or against the best competition, but we get him in our building. Now he's got good receivers. He's got NFL talent around him, so he's going to be fine. And so if Jordan Love is on the board at 23, like I'm okay with that, with the Patriots drafting him. I do think he needs some time. He said all the right things down at the Senior Bowl, out in Indianapolis, the 17 interceptions. Yeah, they were all teaching moments for him. They were learning lessons for him, and he's learned from them. You watch his 2018 tape, which a lot of people thought, hey, that's the year where he was great. He could have had 12, 13, 14 interceptions. Like, he still made mistakes. So he's going to need some time to learn. But if it's a situation where he can get a year and season a bit, like Indianapolis, I think would be an ideal situation for him, or even New England 23, I'm okay with that. Later in the draft, say you get into more of that third round range, I like Jalen Hurts. I've really sort of come around to Jalen Hurts. He was somebody that when I was studying on film, wasn't really that impressed with. I thought there were some things he does well, extending plays, keeping his eyes downfield. I think he throws the deep ball pretty well. We should not be surprised by his sudden sort of rise. Now people are saying second round, maybe first round. I don't know if I'd go that far, but the parts of the pre-draft process that he probably nailed. He goes out to Indianapolis. He walks into a hotel suite with a general manager and a coach and front office people. And I'm sure he crushed those pre-draft interviews. It makes complete sense that he would. Given his story at Alabama, given how he handled that situation, given how he went to Oklahoma and becomes an immediate leader on day one. Like, he's one of those guys that football guys are going to like, and you're going to want to have him in your organization. So he's checking that box. And one of the concerns that I did have with him was the mechanics, the windup, the long loopy delivery that he did have. He's starting to clean that up. It looked great down at the Senior Bowl, looked great at his combine throwing session. And so I do think that Jalen Hurts is somebody that, with the way offenses are trending, you want athleticism at that position. I think teams are going to like that. And I like the idea of Jalen Hurts, believe it or not, in a downfield passing game. I think he throws a deep ball well. People have asked me, what's your ideal scheme fit landing spot? I've said Tampa Bay. I'd love to see him in a Bruce Arians offense. I think that would be ideal. But since Tampa Bay, took that Tommy Boy guy, then I'd be okay with him in New England. Another guy I like in New England, and I know this is a polarizing prospect. I know this is a quarterback that doesn't move the needle for a lot of people, but I do think there are 4 situations that would be ideal for this kid, and that's Jake Fromm. And I know he doesn't excite people. I know that people look at him as like a game manager or a throwback type quarterback, somebody that you need a big running game for. People might look at the hand size and say it matters, and in some circumstances it might. But I think in an offense like New England's, an offense like Tennessee's, an offense like Chicago's, and an offense like Indianapolis's, like he'd be a good quarterback in those systems. I think some other systems like Bruce Arians, for example, or the Chargers, for example, he might not even be on their board. Like they might look at Jake Fromm and say, he can't run our offense, so forget it. But those are guys I like sort of in that day 2 range. As we get into day 3, there are 2 guys that I really love. This is almost regardless of team. Like I love them in New England, but I'd almost love them anywhere else. That's Anthony Gordon from Washington State, and it's Cole McDonald from Hawaii. We can start with McDonald. Like I was a kid. I was somebody that was on Cole McDonald's hill this summer. I was excited about him. I had high hopes, aspirations. I had planted the flag. And then he goes out in his season opener against Arizona, throws 4 touchdowns, 4 picks, and gets benched. And that sound you heard were people like me, like scrambling off the top of Cole McDonald's hill. But then I watched the rest of him, watched his bowl game as I was getting ready for the combine, and the progress he was showing from where he started the season to where he ended up was very impressive. And one of the moments that really stood out was in his bowl game, the Hawaii Bowl against BYU, that he leads a touchdown drive at the end of the game to win it. And there's a 3rd and 1 play where they've got like 50 seconds left. It's near midfield. He's got a crossing route working from his right over the middle, and it's wide open past the first down marker. And I'm thinking as I'm watching this, he's just going to throw the crosser, get the first down, college rules, stop the clock, regroup, huddle up, all that good stuff. Now, he throws a vertical route along the left sideline between the corner and the safety, one of those hole shots, drills it in there for a first down. And it was one of those moments where you're watching it, and I just like stood up and started laughing and like running around the office because it was hilarious. And I asked him about it at the combine, and he's like, look, we're a counter-based offense. Like, if you're going to give me that whole shot, I don't care if it's 3rd and 1, 4th and long, first quarter, 4th quarter, we're winning, we're losing, I'm going to throw it. And I just loved that response. And, I love talking to him about his sort of mental approach, about their offense, about how the run and shoot system, every route converts. Asked him his favorite route design. And he said, look, it's their streak read, where it's 4 verticals, but every route converts based on the coverage. And so he has to read the coverage and the receivers have to read the coverage. And it's all the sort of like process and stuff we talk about when quarterbacks make the leap from the college game to the pro game. Like, can you read a defense? Can you adjust to what the defense is showing you? Well, that's what he's doing. And yeah, he's made a ton of mistakes, but if you've got a pick in the 6th round and he's on the board, you'd be happy if your team drafted him. Same thing with Anthony Gordon. And another thing I love about Gordon, he makes a lot of off-platform throws, drops the arm angle. Derek Clausen from Roto World asked him about that. And he said, look, I was a baseball player. Like, I didn't start playing football until high school. I was a middle infielder. I was turning double plays. And so I'm used to just getting the ball out quickly. And so if I have to do it by dropping the arm angle or, throwing from an awkward platform, I'll be able to do that. So those 2 guys, Gordon and McDonald, I really like sort of on day 3.
If you guys hit on another 6th-round quarterback, Mark, I'm no longer.
I'm just saying, like, if they hit on a Gordon or somehow they go 4-12 and Justin Fields happens to fall into their lap, like, that's on you guys, okay? Don't hold it against us. Like, that's on the other 31 teams. Like, if you're a team that's not going to make the playoffs, say next December, and you get a chance to beat the Patriots, maybe don't. Maybe just lay down. Just don't let like Lawrence or Fields like somehow fall into their laps.
Miami, the Jets, and Buffalo should really just give the Patriots the division again and make sure that doesn't happen.
Just fall on the sword and take one for the NFL.
I root for none of those teams, but I don't want that to happen either. Shout out to my buddy Lou Forgione, guy I work with, who he's shouting out us for keeping everybody entertained during the quarantine time. Thanks for checking in, Lou. Mark, you do an amazing job with those rookies, and it's something I don't do a lot of. Rookie, I wait for guys like yourself, intelligent guys to do all the research.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. You should wait for somebody better.
No, it's perfect. It's fantastic. The thing with Jalen Hurts, I love that you brought him up, and his character is just exemplary, right? To be the freshman of the year in the SEC and to offensive player of the year in the SEC in 2016, literally have your job taken from you at halftime of the national championship game and handle it better than most professionals could. Then come back the next year and basically become a runner-up for the Heisman Trophy. That is a guy who I absolutely want in my organization. I think you nailed that perfectly. I don't have the expansive knowledge of the other guys, but that's the one guy who, me watching the college game, I get that from.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think what's impressive about Jalen Hurts is we know that general managers, that decision makers on NFL teams are risk-averse people, right? You're a general manager, you've got a mortgage, you've got kids in private schools, or you've got bills to pay. And you want to make decisions when it comes to draft time that aren't going to get you fired, okay? And so when you've got somebody like a Jalen Hurts staring you in the face, and then some other quarterback, quarterback XYZ, whoever you want to put into that mix, and your team doesn't need somebody to start right away, but might need somebody to play, like, say, in a season or two, like the guy that checks the character boxes, the guys that aren't going to get you in trouble, aren't going to like have their name splashed in the news for the wrong reasons. Like, those are safer picks that are enticing to people that are risk-averse decision makers. And I think Jalen Hurts fits that. And you're right, Sal. Like, any coach would tell you, like, you get a guy that's okay with getting benched, like, not that he's happy about it, but he's not going to go sulk in the corner. He's going to stay involved. He's going to stay engaged. He's going to find ways to help the team no matter what. Like, that's somebody that's not going to upset a locker room. And we've got recent examples of it going the other way. Look what happened in Baltimore when they drafted Lamar Jackson. How did Joe Flacco handle that? Not well. Not great, Bob. And like, it has an impact on the locker room, especially when the team looks around and they say, look, the better guy's playing. Like, why are people upset? Like, it causes friction. And so for Jalen Hurts to handle the Alabama situation the way he did, and then go to Oklahoma and not just be a leader. Like, I know it looked silly at the time, but when Oklahoma had that game where they won and it was a blowout, and they get a picture of Jalen Hurts still in his pads, like in the weight room, like throwing weights around and doing hand cleans, like while everybody else is in the locker room, like getting ready to enjoy their night. Like, it seems silly. It seems trite at the time, but that inspires people. That inspires players around them. And quarterback is a leadership position. I mean, it's not like these other positions like tight end or, offensive tackle where you turn on the tape. It's a whistle. It's a snap to whistle evaluation. Like, quarterback, it's like a locker room to whistle evaluation. Like, you've got to think about how this person is going to lead your franchise. Can this person walk into a huddle, look 10 veterans in the eye, and take command of that situation? It's why Justin Herbert is facing question marks about his leadership style, because he's a quiet kid. And people have talked about walking into that Oregon locker room before a game and everybody else is getting hype, and he's sort of in the corner by himself away from the team. People have wondered about his leadership style, and he's been made aware of that. He told us down in Mobile and again at the Senior Bowl that leadership is the one thing that he knows teams want to see from him. He's reading a book, Leadership for Introverts, because he's a shy, quieter kid. And it matters. It matters at the quarterback position. And so for a guy like Jalen Hurts with his sort of background, like, he is going to satisfy some teams and check that box for him.
It's been about 10 minutes since we talked about the Patriots, so I'm going to circle back for a minute here. But one of the reasons we always hear about the Patriots, the Bill Belichick disciples failing, is that they can't get buy-in in a locker room the way Belichick does. And one of those reasons is because Belichick and Brady worked so well together, because Brady was willing to do everything it took and to take the abuse and be that guy that's first in the locker room, last one out, do those things that you're talking about that, Jalen projects that he'll be doing at the pro level. And that's huge for a coach to be able to say, look, no one else can screw off. This is our quarterback. He's the guy. And look what he's doing.
And Kevin, there are all those great stories about, like, in film sessions and stuff, when Belichick would pick on Brady, he'd like throw hard questions at him. He'd rip him for mistakes, and players would look around and say, look, if that's how he's treating the greatest quarterback of all time, like, I can't screw up, because I'm like a 5th round pick and I'm a backup safety. Like, what's he going to do to me? And so that buy-in from guys like, Jalen Hurts or from a Tom Brady in a locker room is massive to an organization. And so that is part of the evaluation process. Like when you look at, again, when you sort of evaluate the quarterback position, and not saying that I do it the right way, but just how I do it and how I was taught, like character, competitive toughness, like those are things that matter. And I'll give a great example of that. A couple years ago when I was studying Dak Prescott, I ended up with Dak like quarterback 15 or 17 in that draft class. Like I woefully underrated Dak and, completely whiffed on him. And then when I went and revisited that 2 years later, I went back through all of my notes, everything I had done on Dak. And what I had missed was that competitive toughness angle. And I had it in my notes. Like his junior year, that game against Alabama, they were highly rated at the time. Like it was a top 10 matchup. They lost, but he was battling into the fourth quarter of that game. And I literally wrote in my notes, like plus, competitive toughness, highlighted it, but I didn't weigh it properly. And that's what helped Dak, because when he got to the league, he knew he needed to get better. He cleaned up his mechanics a bit, worked on his accuracy. And when he was forced to step in, he had that competitive toughness to him where it enabled him to step into that locker room, step into that huddle, even in a team that had just lost their starting quarterback in Tony Romo, and take command of the situation. And so I didn't weigh it properly. That next draft class, who was my QB1, Deshaun Watson. Why? Competitive toughness. You look at that national championship game against Alabama. Helicopters himself into Reuben Foster on a third down. He doesn't get the first down, but teammates look around and say, look, this guy's going to put his body on the line to win games for us. And like that matters. And so studying quarterbacks is why I say it's like a sideline, a locker room to whistle proposition, because the character, the competitive toughness, the leadership, it's all those things that you can't see. You can't like put a number on it, but you know it when you see it on film and when you see it and how a team reacts to a guy. And so, yeah, it matters. And it's going to impact decisions that teams are going to make in this draft class.
You brought up Dak, and we talked about Dak earlier. And one of the things is when a guy deals with something in reality, and he dealt with the death of his mom at a young age, and that builds something inside of people. Some people react to it a certain way, and some people crumble. And he reacted it to, I want to make her proud. I want to be successful. And that's probably something he carries with him every day as well. And turning to current NFL QBs now as opposed to rookies, and we're hearing that Dak is going to come out of the other side as the highest paid player in the NFL. And I talked about it earlier. The guy I also think about when I think of character stuff and coming into the NFL is Russell Wilson. When he came in as a third-round draft pick, they had just give the big money to the free agent that year. It was his leadership skills. When I saw him in training camp that year, it's maybe a stupid comparison to you New England guys, but he reminded me a lot of Derek Jeter. The intangibles, the little things he does. He was not the best Major League Baseball player. He was not the best player on that team for most of the time. But he had all these other intangibles about him that made him an amazing leader. So do you think Dak should be holding out to become the highest paid player? I mean, again, I don't begrudge anybody who makes money the most they can. By all means, Dak, I'm not going to be mad at you if you get that money. But do you think it's a bad for his team who just had to pay $20 million to Amari Cooper? They just gave a huge contract to Ezekiel Elliott. And at the end of the day, it's get your own. But do you think that maybe $33 million a year was enough? We don't need to go to 36, 37, upwards of 40.
Yeah, I mean, I get where you're coming from, Sal. I'm with you too. Like, you look around the league, you look at the lifespan of quarterbacks, you look at, the lifespan of players in this league. Like, it's a short-term career. Like, get everything you can. Look at Cam Newton. I mean, there's an example of somebody that the music has stopped, and there might not be a chair left for Cam Newton at this point. Like, so I don't begrudge anybody to try and hold out for that last dime. Like, I don't. I do sort of understand what you're saying in that, maybe sort of the team-friendly move, similar to Tom Brady for so many years, would be, okay, I'll take maybe less than open market value. I'm fine with that. But spend the money wisely, And I can understand why Dak might say, look, you gave Amari the deal. I was a better quarterback the second Amari Cooper walked into that locker room. So maybe I'm okay taking a little bit less. Like, I could understand something like that, going down. But if I'm Dak, I still try to get as much as I can, because you're one knee away from, a Cam Newton situation. And so with so much uncertainty right now, like, yeah, get that guaranteed money as much as you can, Dak, because look around. I mean, gestures in the general direction of everything. Like, life is uncertain at times, so get what you can while you can.
So I want to go back to
Not the
rookies.
Patriots.
No, not the Patriots. Not the Patriots. I get it. I want to go back to the rookies for a second because so you look at your top 11 that you talk about for these rookie QB class coming in, right?
Yep.
Which one of those guys, and maybe it's one of the top two, but maybe it's not. Which one of those guys would you put the most money on getting a Dak Prescott type deal that we're talking about, being that next real franchise guy?
You know, I'll give you. I think Burrow is the safe answer. I think the rise of Burrow is legitimate. It is real. You look at, when I studied him this past summer, I wrote some pieces about him over at Matt Waldman's RSP, and I saw flashes. I saw him doing some things, making some anticipation throws, making some quick reads where I was like, "There's something here," but I didn't see this. I mean, I thought last summer that, like, yeah, he's somebody that's going to get himself a Senior Bowl invite and maybe plays himself into, maybe late third round contention if everything goes well. I didn't see this. I don't think his dad saw this. I think the only two people on the planet that saw this were Coach O and Joe Burrow. Like, yeah, that's it. I think what makes the rise of Burrow real, you look at their offense last year under Joe Brady, and this is why I think Teddy Bridgewater, by the way, is in for a good year. 83 or so % of their throws were 5-man protection schemes, where Burrow is responsible for that 6th rusher, whether it's a blitzer, whether it's somebody on a green dog blitz, whether it's whatever, somebody just uncovered. He's got to be the guy to block that person, using the word block in quotes, because you either have to throw your heart, you have to get the ball out quickly, you have to make a miss, like you have to extend the play with your legs. That's tough to do at times, but he did it extremely well. And so when you see him projected to Cincinnati, they've got some weapons around him. The offensive line might still be a question mark. He's going to be just fine, I think. And so from that sort of easy tier of like the top two guys, yeah, I'd say Burrow. If I'm going to place a bet on somebody saying that next tier, the Herbert, the Love, the Easton, the Fromm, the Hurts tier, I mean, as much as I think Herbert's the best of that group, the guy I might place the bet on would be Jacob Eason. And he's had the long layoff, but I love some, not all, but some of what he did at Washington. You see him under center, back to the defense, play action drops. I'm always fascinated by highlighted when a quarterback can execute that back to the defense, play action throw, because anytime you take your eyes off the secondary, it cuts down your decision-making time. It narrows that window of time in which you have to read a defense. And so when a quarterback can do that and still come out of it firing and making the right read, that's a big thing to take notice of. And Eason does that. Another thing I like about Eason, he'll attack the middle of the field between the hash marks, and he doesn't always make the right read, but he's at least doing it. Then you watch guys like a Herbert or some other guys that don't really attack the middle of the field a ton, and then you take a look at a heat map of where NFL throws are completed. It's up the seams. It's in the middle of the field. The NFL, you see so much single high coverage, you have to attack the seams. And if you're a quarterback coming out and all your throws are numbers and outside, it's going to be tough to make that adjustment. Easton's at least shown that he can do that. And so you have the layoff, you have the offensive style, you have some of the athleticism. Like, I'm very intrigued by Jacob Eason. I was having a discussion on the timeline yesterday with Doug Farrar, my colleague over at USA Today, Touch on Wire, and Doug comped him to Nuke Lelouch from Bull Durham, which I used that same comp on Josh Allen a couple of years ago. Because It was like, look, guys that have all the tools, $1 million arm, it's not quite there yet. They need to learn. I think if Eason is in an ideal situation to learn, I think that there's a lot to like about Jacob Eason. Now, quarterback study and evaluation, it is such a crapshoot. Like, look, you're talking to somebody that had Brett Rippon QB4 not too long ago. Like, there are misses. I just told you about my Dak Prescott whiff. Like, it's hard, and we're doing it on the outside. We don't get a chance other than, here and there at the combine and the Senior Bowl, whatever, to sit down with these guys. The league has everything at their disposal, and they still don't get it right. And I've toyed with the idea. My good buddy Bryce Rossler, who works at Sports Info Solutions, has said every quarterback class from now on, I'm just going to say they're all bad because I'll hit most of the time than anything else. Like they're all bad. Okay, I'll get most of it right. But I do think out of this class, I think the rise of Burrow is legitimate. It is real, and I do think that in that second tier, I do like these kids. Again, I'm a quarterback guy. I like all of them. They're all my kids. I want them to all be successful. Don't make me pick between them. I do like Jacob Eason.
If I ask you to pick between me and Kevin, no, don't do that. He's from New England.
Kevin's a Pats fan, so I mean, I'm sorry.
Like, I don't even question now.
Yeah,
come on.
I'm a Las Vegas Raiders fan, Mark. It's pretty atrocious. We can't even find a home.
I mean, but at the same time, you have to be excited, right?
Yeah, I talked earlier in the day
about quarterback now.
Yeah, well,
no. I'm just teasing with that one. But look, you got some weapons, you got some picks. Like I'm looking around. You're gonna get one of the top 3 wideouts. Like
that's what we're looking for. There. We need a game-breaking wide receiver.
Yeah.
Who's better in that offense, Derek Carr or Mariota?
I think sometimes contracts tell the story. You look at the contract they gave Marcus Mariota. It will be easier for them to get out from Derek Carr next year than Marcus Mariota, number one. Number two, you watch that Gruden QB camp with Mariota and John Gruden. Gruden likes Mariota, like you can tell. Number 3, Mike Mayock's QB1 in that 2015 draft, yes, Marcus Mariota. Like, I think they are looking at Mariota to be their guy. Like, I don't know if it's like a full-on training camp battle situation. It might be. Or if they're looking at Mariota to do to Carr what Tannehill did to Mariota, which is Carr struggles, they don't get it done, they turn to Mariota. Like, it could happen. And the numbers in the contract sometimes tell the story.
Yeah, no, I could see it. I was much like you. I believe Cam has life left in him, and he's been one of my favorite quarterbacks for years. I would have loved for him to land in Vegas. Yeah. I don't think it happens after bringing Mariota in, obviously. But, yeah, what you're saying, it's absolutely true. We're getting a little low on time. So, Kevin, I don't know if there's any other specific quarterbacks you want to bring up. There's one quarterback I know, or quarterback situation I know we're not going to probably talk with anybody about today, and that is the Chicago Bears. Nick Foles.
Oh, Nick Foles. Okay. I have takes on this one. All
right? Excited. This is great. I'm glad I hit.
Well, look.
Go ahead.
The work that I've done at Pro Football Weekly the past 2 seasons was to be their Mitch whisperer, right? I would watch every single throw of that guy every single week and break it down. And I actually wrote in their preview magazine before last season that I was in on Trubisky for this past season. I was excited. Last summer, I thought he was going to put it all together, and he didn't. And he let me down. I completely whiffed on that. And when I started early in the year, week 1, week 2, week 3, like crushing Trubisky, just saying, look, I got it wrong. Like, it's not coming together. This is a train wreck waiting to happen. Bears fans were just destroying me on Twitter, like in the DMs, on the timeline. I would just dread Tuesday mornings when my PFW Trubisky piece would drop because I knew that my timeline was going to be a tire fire. That really started to get quiet around week 5, week 6, week 7. And around weeks 8, 9, and 10, all the DMs were like, yeah, you're totally right. Yeah, he doesn't have it. Yeah, he's a mess. And so Bears fans have been clamoring for a new quarterback since like pre-Thanksgiving. When he get basically outplayed by David Blau on Thanksgiving in front of a national audience, like, yeah, you put the pieces together. Now, 2 things can be true. In a vacuum, Nick Foles is an ideal fit for that offense because what that offense just needs more than anything else is a quarterback that can make the right read, decision, and get the ball out on time. Like, that's all they need, which is why I thought Jake Fromm would have been a great landing spot for Chicago. Like, just a quarterback that can just be a point guard, like throw the ball, like get it out, like on time. Trubisky can't do that. The more I've studied quarterbacks, they are who they are. There was that play against New Orleans where he was running just a simple RPO and had brain lock, brain freeze, and Seth Galina did a great job breaking it down on Twitter. He takes a sack. Well, you flash back to his days at UNC where he's running the simple like curls concept, 3 receivers to the left against the University of Virginia, inside receivers not covered, middle receivers covered by the corner. He's thinking, I could throw the inside curl. What happens at the snap? the slot corner jumps from number 2 to number 3, and Trubisky, rather than thrown to the number 2 curl guy who's wide open, panics, starts running around like a chicken with his head cut off and gets sacked. It's like he's still doing these things in his 3rd year in the league. And so they are who they are. Foles in a vacuum is the guy to run that offense. But it doesn't mean that this wasn't a panic move by Ryan Pace. Because Ryan Pace knows, look, his legacy now is trading up to number 2 to draft Mitchell Trubisky with Deshaun Watson and Patrick Mahomes still on the board. Like that, we all joke on the timeline, put that on my tombstone. Yeah, good luck with that one, Ryan. Like that will be on your tombstone. And so he's got to get quarterback right. And so to take on that contract with the cap situation they have, to give up a 4th round pick when they don't have a ton of picks to begin with, it's a panic move because he has to get quarterback right. And so those two things can be true. Like Foles is a good fit for their offense. He's going to make Matt Nagy's offense work, but they panicked. And you could see the panic in their other moves. Like, you guys probably watched Seinfeld. I mean, the series finale when Frank Costanza gets up when George Steinbrenner's on the witness stand and how could you give $12 million to Hideki Arabu? They gave $16 million to Jimmy Graham. They gave him the same contract that the Packers gave him 2 years ago, the team that just walked away from him. Like, Ryan Pace knows if they go 7-9, he's done. Like, so he's just making panic move after panic move. So those are my Bears takes from the morning. Now I get the blood pressure up. My cardiologist is going to be pissed when I see him in 3 years. Yeah, we get takes. We get takes and takes.
All right. So speaking of Foles, and we'll go to a quarterback who is still in the same location, didn't move around, didn't get signed, get traded. That's Carson Wentz. So since we talked about him, let's talk about what we expect out of Carson Wentz. Is it a make or break year for Carson Wentz? That might seem crazy, right? Because he's the only quarterback in Philly, but he hasn't won anything for them technically yet, right? 1 year they was on that pace and he got injured, unfortunately, and Foles came in and finished it. But where do you see Wentz this year? Do you project him, let's say for fantasy reasons, then for NFL reasons? Do you project him as a guy who's going to be an MVP type candidate this year, or do you think it's just he's better than
MVP candidate might be a heavy lift. A lot of it will depend on what they do over the next coming weeks. Like, you look at questions about Alshon Jeffrey, questions about Deshaun Jackson. Like, look, they're in, I don't want to say a sweet spot for drafting a wide receiver, but they might be able to get one of the guys in this draft class, like a Jalen Reagor. I know people might not want him as a 1st round pick. I think it would fit in Philly. A Justin Jefferson, I think, would fit in Philly. These aren't maybe, again, wide receivers that people are looking at as 1st round picks, but after the big 3 of Ruggs, Judy, and Lamb, like, you can start mixing and matching. Maybe a Denzel Mims, he's more of a vertical guy, but he could sort of help replace if Deshaun gets hurt or what Jeffrey does on the outside. So they have some questions to sort of figure out before he would go all in on Carson Wentz as like an MVP guy. But I do think, while not technically a make or break season, like, he has to show that he can go the distance. And I don't want to say that Carson Wentz is injury prone. Like, I don't want to give him that label. I think it's unfair. But Wentz is a great example of sort of the duality of quarterback play. And Benjamin Solak, who covers the Eagles, does great work over the Draft Network. He wrote in depth about this, and I'm sort of cribbing from Benjamin's piece. But what makes Wentz great is what might shorten his career. It's that willingness to fight to the whistle and to not give up on a play. And some of his splash plays are ridiculous plays that he extends with his legs, puts his body on the line, and makes throws downfield. The throw against Atlanta on that Sunday night or early in the season, or the throw he had against Seattle 2 years ago, or where he somehow extends a play on the road and makes a ridiculous throw downfield. Like, that's fantastic stuff. But at the same time, how did he get hurt the year they won the Super Bowl? Scrambling and run for a touchdown. Like, how did he get hurt last year? Like, taking a sack and scrambling. Like, and that was a sort of a cheap shot hit by Clowney, but his willingness to put his body on the line, which is something he was doing back to his days in North Dakota State. I remember when Matt Waldman and I did an RSP, our first one together, about his national championship game his junior year. Like, he scrambled for a 1st down and like lowered the shoulder. We're like, it was like a flashback to Major League. That's great. Don't ever do it again. You are going to get hurt in the National Football League. That's the duality of Carson Wentz. Like, what makes him great is what might get him hurt and what might shorten his career. And we might be looking at a Cam Newton situation in a couple of years with him. And as somebody that loves Wentz, and my office behind me, my wife got me a Christmas gift a couple of years ago, a signed Carson Wentz card. I have a Wentz jersey for my mom and dad. Hi, mom and dad. I know you're watching. Hanging in my closet. Like, I'm a big Carson Wentz fan, but I'm afraid that his willingness to put himself on the line is going to shorten his career artificially. I think if they get some weapons around him, obviously you get the 2 tight ends. I think the running back, was a massive acquisition for them. Miles Sanders, I think he's a great threat for them. And they obviously are buying in, given the fact they let Jordan Howard go. Like, I'm a fan. I don't know if he gets to MVP levels this year, but if they put some pieces around him, he can make a run. I would not be surprised if he had a very good year, but I would also not be surprised if he put himself on the line, and we're talking about week 15 with Nate Sudfeld as their starting quarterback. Like, that's the sort of push and pull with Carson Wentz.
We're coming to the end, Mark. So for the last 5 minutes, we never did touch on Brady and what Brady does have left and what it's going to look like in Tampa. Let's not even go for the next 2 years. This year, with those weapons, they are loaded with offensive weapons. So let's close it out with your thoughts on Brady and what's left in his career.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the outset, this is somebody that sort of tracked a big 20 years of my life. Like, Tom Brady's 7 months younger than me, okay? And when he sort of made his start with the Patriots, I was a third-year law student. Like, he's finishing his career in New England. I'm a failed lawyer turned sports writer with a wife and 2 kids. Like, that's a huge chunk of my life. Like, and I was first a Tom Brady fan who just got to appreciate him. Then I became a sports writer who got to cover him. Like, it's been an incredible ride in New England. And, I've been on so many different shows and pods and radio hits, like talking about my favorite Tom Brady moment. I will just drop this. Super Bowl 36, the drive to set Vinatieri up for the game winner against the Rams. When he spikes the ball to stop the clock, and he's, a young kid, biggest stage of his career, and the ball bounces off the turf at the Superdome, and he just like sticks his arm out and so gently like catches it and then like hands it to the ref. It was like the calmest thing I've ever seen in my life. And you're in the middle of the Super Bowl, like with a game on the line, and you just did that with John Madden in the booth, like screaming, they're going to play for overtime. Come on. Like, that's such an incredible moment. And so the Brady, like, it's been a fun ride. As for what he's going to do in Tampa, here's a couple of things to keep in mind. One, think about who he was throwing to down the stretch last year. Think about who he's throwing to now. He's got Mike Evans at the X. He's got Godwin, who's probably going to be a slot guy for him. That's where they used him last year. So he's got his Edelman Welker type guy, Chris Godwin, who's a nice, young, up-and-coming receiver. He's got 2 tight ends at O.J. Howard and Cameron Brate that he's going to be much more comfortable throwing to than he had last year at the tight end position. And so I think, look, O.J. Howard, Chris Godwin, they're going to see a nice boost. People might question the deep ball. Well, Brady's game was never the deep ball, but he could still throw it well. And as somebody that has watched every single throw of the guy's career, sometimes repeatedly, he could still zip it. Like, if his feet are set in the pocket and the pocket is clean, like, the lack of velocity isn't really there. Like, it only really shows up when he has to throw from a unsettled platform and things like that. But that's not Tom Brady's game. And so I think that just putting that together, Brady's going to be fine next year. You're going to see numbers closer to what we saw in 2018 than we did last year. But here's one more thing to remember about Tom Brady. I've joked before, you get on an elevator with Tom Brady, you don't get to your floor before he reminds you he was a 6th-round pick. He was picked 199. He started a production company, a film production company this offseason. What did he name it? 199 Productions. Like, he is driven every single day about that fact. Like, he has 6 Super Bowl rings, a supermodel wife, and a chip on his shoulder the size of the state of Rhode Island because he was picked 199. He still believes that he has to go out every single day, and he had to go out every single day and prove to Bill Belichick that he was the quarterback for that team. And what did Bill Belichick do this offseason? Send him away. Send him packing. So now that chip is the size of Connecticut, kids. It's not the size of Rhode Island. He's walking into Tampa Bay determined to prove everybody wrong yet again. When he released that statement on Instagram, when he was signing the contract, he said, I've always believed better done than better said. Like, man, like, that should send shivers down the spines of every other general manager in the league. He's going to want to light the world on fire this year. And I believe that he's going to do everything he can to make that happen. And it wouldn't surprise me if he does.
As a non-Patriots fan in the room, and as a guy who lost in a snowball to the Patriots, if you don't love Tom Brady, he's one of those guys you have to love because of all these things you just laid out.
Look, Sal, like you mentioned Jeter, right?
Exactly.
Like you mentioned Jeter. I'm a Red Sox fan, and Derek Jeter has broken my heart more times than I care to admit. But at the same time, like that fist pump that drove me insane, that ridiculous ability to inside out an inside fastball and somehow bloop it over the second baseman's head and turn it into a double. And suddenly, before you know it, he's standing on second base. Drove me insane. But at the same time, like, could not respect a baseball player more. Like him and Mariano Rivera. Like, oh my God. And it's the same thing I think that most people have, like you have with Tom Brady. Like, you hate the guy, but you wish he was on your team. You despise the guy, but you respect everything he's done for the sport. And that's how I feel about Jeter. That's how I felt about Rivera. I'm pretty sure that's how you probably feel about Brady.
When you said that Jeter broke your heart, right away I thought about Pedro trying to break his wrist.
Yeah. Yeah. Just hammered away with inside fastballs, man.
Mark, we have the
Pedro's play.
The next two guys that are going to join us are waiting in the wings, and I can't thank you enough for coming and making an hour pass by like it felt like 10 minutes. You are always, well prepared because it's what you do for a living, and you're good at your job. And we look forward to having you back on this summer when we do the actual Padathon, where life is hopefully back to normal. I think we will be by July, somewhat normal, the new normal, right? So once again, shout out everywhere you could be found because people should definitely be. We bring on guys like Mark to make us look better by just shutting up and letting them speak. So let everybody know where they can find your work.
Look, guys, it's always a blast with you guys. And like you said, the hour went by in a blink of an eye. It was a complete joy to be back with, Kevin and Sal. Just hit me up on Twitter at Mark Schofield. And I will say this, look, these are strange and uncertain times. And I made this offer sort of before everything got wonky, but I'll reiterate it. Like, the DMs are always open. Like, I'm somebody that's like struggled with anxiety and depression and all that stuff in my life. It's part of what drove me from leaving the practice of law to doing this for a living. And I'm blessed and I'm lucky that I get to do it. But if you're somebody that's listening, if you're somebody that's out there that's like having some issues, dealing with this anxiety, and you just want somebody to vent to or to listen or whatever, the DMs are open all the time. And so if you're anxious about something, middle of the day, middle of the night, whatever, slide into the DMs. I'm happy to listen. I do this for more people than I will ever admit to, but I do it for a lot of people, and I'm happy to do it for you too. So if you're listening, please take up the offer. Happy to help. Stay safe, wash the hands, and believe me, when you do, here's a little tip. The Chorus of Africa is a good length of time for washing your hands. And so do that while you do it, kids.
All right, Mark, thank you. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, pal.
Guys, be well, stay safe. Love what you're doing here. Keep crushing it today.
Thanks, Mark.
Kevin, are you leaving?
I am. I got to go check on the kid. We'll see what's what, and I'll probably be back at some point today, I'm sure. But thanks for having me on, Sal. I obviously more so just because I get to talk to Mark again, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I know it's more Mark than me. Listen, if you're checking in after 3 o'clock, it's going to be a different feed. So just reach out to me and let me know, and I will get you what you need. So take it easy, pal. Good day.
All right, buddy. We'll see you.
All right, so that leads me to my co-host for the next hour or so until his wife yells at him, Mr. Russ Fisher, Mr. Dynasty Outhouse himself. And Russ, I don't want to leave our guest waiting too long because I like him so much more than you. And he's actually from New York, not New Jersey. Oh, wait, he's from New Jersey too, isn't he? Let me see. Elliot, he's from Jersey too?
Yeah, from Jersey. I was wondering if we were going to do that or not.
He's just working in New York. That's right. Damn it. I got 2 New Jersey guys on me. But Russ, thank you. In all honesty, thank you for joining me for the next 2 hours and giving me the ability to go take a pee when I have to and refill my coffee. That's why you are here. You're a good dude. We've hung out a few times in the city, and we got to get Elliot in for one of those at some point. So, Elliot, welcome to the show.
Thanks. I might have picked a different hour if I knew Mark was going to go before me. I mean, that guy's a legend. He's fantastic. I highly encourage people to slide in his DMs, even if it's not about anxiety or depression or any other stuff that's going on, as a result of all this. Just ask him about quarterback play because that guy is the quarterback guru.
I got to be honest. I'm not sure if you came on any hour today, if it would have been better for you because we're loaded, man. I can't be thankful enough for the cast of characters that have agreed to come on today. I mean, the cream of the crop. It's guys that have joined me on the Padathons before, and some guys who are doing it for the first time. Bob Harris is joining me for the first time today. Mike Beers for the first time today. Jeff Manns had a crew on with us for the Padathon, but he was on vacation with the family, so he couldn't make it last year. So I got a bunch of new people and just great people. So I'm going to ask both of you guys, and I'll start with Russ. Russ, because I know you have young kids at home, and in this time, so you're working from home, or you're at home right now, and what's your quarantine situation? As I've explained already for me, I'm still working daily. I do work for a hospital in New York, so I'm at work every day. And so my life is not that different right now, but I want to do this today for the people who are stuck at home. But Russ, give us your current situation and how you're handling it.
Wife and I are both working at home. We have 2 kids, a 6 and a 4-year-old. What is ridiculously unique about our situation is we sort of adopted a 27-year-old 2 years ago.
Okay.
She was our kid's daycare teacher, and she started babysitting for us. And then, she was babysitting 2 nights a week, and then she started leaving clothes here. And then we're just like, just move in. What's the difference at this point? She was living with her parents. She hated her parents. We're just like, whatever, man. Just that's fine. So she lives with us. So she actually takes care of the school stuff during the day. So we have like a good 5 hours where we can actually sit and work, and the kids are someone else's problem. So it's actually pretty wonderful, not going to lie, not having to actually get up and leave the house to go work or anything. But it's still kind of craziness inducing not having left the house in 3 weeks-ish.
Wow, 3 weeks already. It's crazy. Yeah. And I don't think, it's pretty clear if you do watch the news. And I should tell you, watch the news for like an hour a day, get the statistics that you need, get the updates you need, and then put on something else. Because if you sit there watching the news all day, you're going to go crazy. But clearly we haven't hit that peak yet. And we're probably 2 to 3 weeks away from hitting that. So just everybody remain strong. Like Mark said, find people to speak to. If Mark's one of them, just find ways to keep yourself entertained, stay in shape. I'm glad I'm still working because I would become a fat bastard if I was staying home.
I'm on that course.
It's my natural thing, but you got to find ways to keep yourself busy. So, Elliot, a little bit different for you. No kids yet in your life. You still with the same girl?
Yeah. I just got engaged.
Oh, congratulations!
Before this whole madness started. Yeah, no known kids.
That was the draft pick you've ever gotten, right? I would say the fiance.
What happened?
I would say that is your best draft pick ever, your fiance.
Oh, 100%. Easy. Not even close. But yeah, this is kind of uncharted territory. I mean, I cover sports for a living. There are no sports to cover. That makes things super difficult. I stepped away from a job right before this all happened, and had about 8 options in terms of what was going to be next for me. And right now, that's kind of all in a holding pattern. So I'm kind of in an unknown territory right now. But I have a bunch of money in savings and all that kind of stuff. Obviously, not what I want to live on, but I'm gonna be safe about this, be smart about it, and I prepared for that. I don't think that means that everyone should be in that circumstance by any stretch of the imagination. But I'm kind of taking it day by day, staying inside and trying to figure out what the world's going to look like when it's going to look like. But I'm with you. I don't want to focus on the news and the numbers every single day. I want to get my update. I want to have the news, but I can't just look at negativity all day long. It drives me insane.
Yeah. I know you've been opinionated about it on Twitter, and I support pretty much everything I've seen you put out there, but also you've given some money away. So I think that's awesome that you're doing that in this time. Explain to people what you did there. And I think tonight you're going to play some high stakes poker to try and win a little bit more money to try and help out some people that may be struggling at this time.
Yeah, it's tough, right? So what I wanted to do was basically hear people's stories, what they're going through. And honestly, listen, people could con me and they could get $100 out of me. And, if I got to help, 7 people and one person takes my money, it is what it is. I've thrown $100 away on worse. I mean, I gamble and play DFS. So, I just wanted to kind of say, there are people that are out there to support you. I've seen much bigger people than me do it, and I wanted to do my variation of it. I'm going to play PokerStars, luckily living in New Jersey and not New York, because, no one loves Jersey, but we get all the gambling in poker, so I'm going to enjoy that right now. PokerStars has some good tournaments on Sundays, so I'm going to play a few of them, and if I can kind of walk away with anything, I'm going to see if I can donate that money as well. And, I think, I originally put on that I was just going to put $100 on, and, I had a couple tequila drinks on Friday. Whenever I have a couple tequilas, I start feeling more generous. So, it was more than one or two people that I probably should have done it to. But, one guy asked if he could buy lunch for all the nurses at the nursing home that his grandfather's at. And then, they were able to do that. And to me, that's more important than anything else right now. So just trying to say thank you to people. It's such a small way to do it, but there's so many people doing so much right now that I think it's important to just say thank you as opposed to just constantly living in fear. You should live smart, but you also, you don't want to throw away humanity. You want to say thank you to people. You want to be there for people how you can.
Yeah, and we have scrolling along the bottom, I have the fantasycares.net link up, and we're recommending if you can. I'm still working. Like Elliot said, he's planned for this. So if you have a few dollars you could spare, Scott has sent up a one-day PayPal at fantasycares.net. We are going to get whatever money we receive today out to a COVID-related charity, something for people who, need food, supplies, whatever they need. We're doing a little bit, but I'm certainly not going to beat the drum on that too much today because
the one thing I will say is, I love that you're doing this. I love it. Right. The one over the summer was so much fun. Mm-hmm. The next one might have to be audio only based on the way I've been eating the last 2 weeks. There's no barber in sight. That's why I'm wearing a hat right now because it's looking rough up top.
Yeah.
That's why Sal's wearing a hat too.
But what's funny is I cut my own hair, but I've been lazy because I don't see nobody. So, it's longer than usual for a bald guy, as you can see. But usually every week or a couple of days I do cut mine. But yeah, hey, listen, I appreciate you saying that. I'm happy to be doing this too. And you will absolutely be back on with us in July when, like I was just saying to Mark before he went off, we'll be back to whatever the new normal is. I'm sure it'll be some kind of a different form of normal, but it'll be better than where we're at right now. So but we're going to move on from this talk and get to some football now because, again, we're here to entertain and distract. So let's move on to that. Now that you are no longer, you retired, you resigned from TQE, and if people do or don't know the story behind that we're not going to take up too much time with that. But what is it now that you're in a holding pattern that you're doing? You're getting back to looking at rookies and Draft Daily and all that stuff you had done a few years back that you really rose up about 2 years ago based on that stuff.
Yeah, so I'm trying to do Draft Daily again. We'll talk with one different expert every day about a different draft prospect. The next one's up with Scott Barrett and Jonathan Taylor. Scott Barrett might be the smartest guy in the industry. He also might have the strangest sleeping pattern in the industry. We're talking about a man that goes to bed at 6 o'clock in the morning and wakes up at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. So sometimes it can be difficult to schedule stuff with him. But it's been a lot of fun. I'm going to contribute over at 4 for 4 on a couple off-season pieces as well, talking to a couple different companies about possibilities for what's next. But, the draft free agency, a lot of people wanted it canceled. For me, it was a really good distraction. It was a really exciting couple days to check Twitter. And it was news that wasn't about people dying or the world ending or, your opinion on this politician doing whatever, right? It was like Tom Brady's really going to sign with the Bucs. What does that mean? Amari Cooper's not signing with the Redskins. Whatever the move was, Stephon Diggs getting traded. DeAndre Hopkins. I mean, we can talk about that if you want. That was the worst move in the history of my following football. And that sounds, dramatic. But giving away an all-pro receiver for a second-round pick and a terrible contract and not shopping him around. My favorite was the Eagles press conference where they asked him, why didn't you try to trade for DeAndre Hopkins? And he's like, I didn't know he was available. No one, we had no idea. We found out just like you guys. And that's horrendous. Even when you're in your own dynasty league, right? You post that your star player is available and you try to take multiple offers. You don't just take the first one that comes to you. So.
Yeah, the tweet I put out about Bill O'Brien was the rest of you guys are playing checkers while Bill O'Brien is clearly not capable of playing checkers.
Yeah. Checkers seems like a lot for the men.
Yeah, it's so terrible what he did there. That walrus or whatever, they always have a different animal in the zoo before the Super Bowl and he picks.
Yes. Right? I would rather have that guy be my GM and decide who stays on the team and who doesn't than Bill O'Brien making his own educated decision.
Yeah, and then making a reference to him being reminding him of Aaron Hernandez. The guy is just terrible at maybe he's a decent offensive coordinator. I don't even know. I don't know if I want Bill O'Brien as part of my organization at all. But Russ, you have anything in particular do you want to address with Elliot? I have stuff, but I don't want you to feel left out over there. Well, he's looking, he's tweeting and texting.
Oh, am I supposed to be actually doing something? I thought I was just here to cover you when you have to pee.
No, I want you to be a full part of the conversation.
No, man, I'm just here for the ride. I got, if you want me to start babbling or asking questions, I'm here for that. But
good when we need you, Elliot. Let's address that. So DeAndre Hopkins is in Arizona. We know Larry's got one more year there. Christian Kirk is a guy that we were probably hoping this would be the big breakout year for him. So how do you see everything breaking down in Arizona this year? And is Kirk, in your opinion, a buy low in a dynasty? Because, Larry can't hang on forever.
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, they want to pass, right? They want to go fast, and they want to pass. So he was always probably going to be a wide receiver 2 on that Cardinals team, right? I mean, a lot of people talk about DeAndre Hopkins and knocking him down, but there was a really good shot at 8. They were looking at CeeDee Lamb, and he was going to end up doing that anyway. So if it creates a buy low window, I think that's how you should always play dynasty. You should always evaluate whether or not you think the market is accurate on different players. I think Kirk is a good buy low. I mean, Larry Fitzgerald is free right now. Did a couple startups. I just got him in round like 27. He's a guy that could start games for me. I'm fine with that. You probably get him for a 4th rounder right now. 4th rounders have like a 5% hit rate. If you actually get a season of Larry Fitzgerald, that's worthwhile. But for DeAndre Hopkins, I think he's going to take a step back fantasy wise. It's going to be tough to have that market share. Deshaun Watson has even if you go back to college, always locked on a top receiver and given him opportunities to make plays. I still think he's going to be an elite receiver. I just think he's going to take a minor step back. I certainly don't think it's a plus situation, even though the offensive system is better, just because there's going to be more ways they're going to spread out the football.
Do you think there'll be an increase in volume, though, just because of how much faster that offense will work than Houston's?
I think the offense overall will pass more, but I don't think that he's going to see like 14 targets a game all of a sudden.
All right, so let's talk about the terrible contract that got sent over to Houston in the running back and David Johnson. What is left in this guy? Is David Johnson, is he capable of being a RB1 again in fantasy?
I mean, I hate myself for what I'm about to say in terms of running backs don't matter. But ultimately, the running back position is all about volume, right? So if they gave up all this for him and they want to feature him in the pass game and they want to get him 20-plus touches and they combine the Carlos Hyde and Duke Johnson role that they had last year for David Johnson, yes, he could be an RB1. All that being said, Deshaun Watson and the Texans have not been a team that historically uses the running back in the pass game. David Johnson looks like the 3 of us out there when he tries to get to the edge. They don't have a good offensive line. I don't see it. I would actually use this as a sell high window for David Johnson because I still think you're going to find Duke Johnson involved somewhat. I still think he's a guy that's probably looking at more at 12 to 15 touches than 18 to 20. And I don't think he's going to get the pass game role that we're all anticipating. And one other point I do want to make about DeAndre Hopkins is I don't necessarily think it's a downgrade. I just don't think it's an upgrade. And if there's any quarterback like in the history of football that's proven that he can survive bad quarterback play, it's DeAndre Hopkins, right?
Consistent.
Brock Osweiler, Tom Savage, Ryan Fitzpatrick. I'm blanking on a couple of the other Texan guys, but they were horrendous before Deshaun Watson. So he's proven that. At the same time, you also look at all the receivers that ever changed teams that first year and what tends to take a little bit of time to build up that chemistry. And I think that's a really good point in general is, if the season does start on September 1st or in September, like everyone's anticipating, we are going to lose mini camps. We're going to lose offseason. We're going to lose this opportunity for guys to develop chemistry. People changing teams, it's going to take time for these guys to adjust. It's going to create gambling opportunities to bet against teams like the Bucs early on, where Tom Brady's never thrown to these guys before, or an opportunity to buy low 5 games into the season on a guy like DeAndre Hopkins because him and Kyle Murray haven't really developed that chemistry yet.
To that point, for rookies coming in this year, it's probably going to be a lot more difficult for them to adjust to the NFL as well. So in the past where we may have expected certain first-round guys to come in and make a splash right away, Do you think in a dynasty situation this year it would be best to sell your draft picks, get some veteran players, and then maybe buy back on those players next year, those rookie players from this year, next year, because maybe it's going to be a tougher season for them to adjust to the NFL?
Yeah, so it's tough because this class is really, really good, right? I would have no problem, say, trading like 110 for 202 and 205. Because I think that's kind of where the cutoff ends. Denzel Mims tends to be about that 205 range. I think the wide receivers, there will be some buy low opportunities. On the running backs, though, if they come into a high volume situation, landing spot is so key that, like, if J.K. Dobbins goes to the Dolphins, I don't think it matters that much if he only gets a month to practice. Still think he's going to be in a fantastic spot. So I can definitely see that argument for wide receivers. But we've seen the same thing with tight ends, right, where people make that argument about tight ends, and then year two they get more expensive, despite the fact that year one they haven't done that much because people have told themselves that narrative. I mean, tight end has proven to be true. Wide receiver, we'll see how people adjust to that. It's definitely going to be an outlier in data, though, right? When people talk about, I want certain thresholds year one if the receiver was healthy for me to know that he's on the right trajectory to have a good fantasy career. This is definitely a variable that makes this year different for rookie wide receivers compared to past years.
All right, so let's get into a couple other topics. We're going to get back. We're going to have you close with rookies and getting into your like I mentioned to Mark earlier and even Kevin. I'm never really good with my preseason rookie work, so I usually just follow guys like you and Mark and get all the hard work you guys put in. So with everything that's going on, I've really done no work on rookies this year. So, but let's talk about let's talk about your team, the Jets. We'll get to them in a minute. But before we get to the Jets, let's talk about, and not to beat the dead horse with Baker, because we all know a couple of years ago you were the big Baker guy. But this is a big topic in fantasy football because he did come in and have that rookie year where he had the swag and he played great and he looked like he had control of that offense and that team. And then there was entirely too much pressure put on him, that team, that entire organization in year two, and they flopped. They colossally flopped. So what do you see going in that year? One, I'm hoping OBJ is moved off of that team for Baker. I think it'll be a benefit for Baker for OBJ to be out of there. I think anywhere he goes, he just overshadows everything, and he hasn't been really that good in a couple of years. I think he has the potential to still be as great as he was, on a trajectory to do, Odell Beckham Jr., but I don't think there is the place for to do it. They brought in Hooper, so now you have the extra tight end in that offense. What's your assessment now going into year three with Baker, and can he adjust from the mentality standpoint to get back to where he was in his rookie season?
Yeah, I think they'll bounce back in a big way. I think you saw Baker put too much pressure on himself. You saw the offensive line kind of crumble, and then you saw him start to see and feel ghosts. And he tried to do too much, tried to get rid of the ball too quickly, or he tried to hold on to the ball forever and try to make too many plays. He started to settle down a little bit as the year went on, but they put so much pressure on themselves, and it kind of all fell apart. I think the Jack Conklin signing is a big deal. I know he's a better run blocker than pass blocker, but just because we say that doesn't mean he sucks at pass blocking. You can be really good at one thing and solid at another. They have the 10th overall pick. They probably are going to take a tackle, though my guess would be that's where Trent Williams ends up going, and that they're going to have a really, really solid offense. Kareem Hunt, Nick Chubb is an excellent combination in the backfield, and Njoku as a tight end too is phenomenal. Landry and Baker have shown great chemistry. Obviously, OBJ is a big question mark. They could easily add another receiver in this draft as well, which we know is incredibly loaded. Maybe a vertical guy. I think the offense is set up to bounce back in a big way. Now, this team needs a little bit of depth, but even at cornerback, all right, like if you look at the positions that matter most, it's quarterback, cornerback, edge rusher, tackle, and receiver. Like we can argue about the order of them, but the Browns have Denzel Ward and Greedy Williams, who are two young corners. Myles Garrett is going to be back. Olivier Vernon's a solid player. Jack Conklin and either the 10th overall pick or Trent Williams at left tackle. Landry and Beckham with Baker Mayfield, we've seen a lot more good than bad from Baker. I think this team is going to be a bounce back candidate. My guess would be about 9 to 10 wins and a wild card spot.
Everything seems fixable, though, that went wrong last year, and it seems like they started to fix everything that was wrong. I mean, Kitchens was out of his depths clearly, and they got to. I mean, he's still sort of a first-time coach, but he's been around for a lot longer, and he's been at a higher level for a lot longer. And like you said, the Trent Williams rumors would be amazing. And for Baker himself, for someone who is as, well, just, I was going to list a lot of words that made it seem nicer than it really is, but someone who's as much of a jerk outward as he is, for him to admit that he put his foot in his mouth a lot last year, which he has said, I mean, that is a sign of growth as well. I mean, you don't want him to lose that arrogance because that's something you need in quarterbacks in the NFL. But, it seems like he maybe learned a little bit that, his play needs to back up his attitude, which it did I almost said freshman year, his rookie year, and clearly did not last year. But I think everything coming back, like they have a lot of stuff returning. I hope OBJ stays because, like you said, like you brought up, Elliot brought up, first year's tough on a receiver, and he was hurt the entire year. 2 minutes after the season ended, he got the sports hernia surgery. So if he can come back healthy, he can come back with another year of Baker. And now with Hooper and Njoku, hopefully can stay healthy. At this point, if that offense fails, I think we have to admit maybe it's a little bit on Baker, but I think it's going to be awesome. I'm also a huge Baker fan, to put it out there, though.
Yeah, I also
All
think
right.
that one thing I look for in quarterbacks is people who can handle adversity, right? Whether it's in life or on the football field. And Baker, obviously, listen, he went too far last year. He kind of got caught up in his own hype. And that can easily happen for a 23, 24-year-old kid. I mean, I won 3 games of Pong in a row at 24 years old, and you couldn't tell me anything, right? But, his walk-on story and overcoming that stuff, or Deshaun Watson stuff, or Tom Brady, like a lot of quarterbacks, if you look, have overcome adversity in their life and bounce back in a big way. And so that gives me a little bit of confidence in him to bounce back from this season and really take off for next season. And Odell Beckham, even in training camp, right, he got hurt. They never really got to build that rapport that's so critical. And then you start trying to force the ball to the guy because he's a superstar, he's a diva, the plays he can make, and you also want to build on that relationship. And that just creates more problems. Because when you're trying to force the ball to someone where you could be a yard or two off because you haven't gotten those reps in, that can create all kinds of issues, and we saw that play out.
So the other quarterback that came out that year, there's more than one quarterback that came out that year, but the guy who ended at your team a few picks later, Sam Darnold. Kevin asked me earlier, I'm obviously, I live in New York, but I am a Raiders fan, but I get to follow both the New York teams here, both through the radio and the newspapers and all the stuff that we have here. And he asked me my opinion on Sam Darnold, and I felt this is a make or break year for Sam Darnold, obviously. And we know that he wasn't drafted by that coach, and we know that coach, who also may not be here next year, but if he is, the guy's got a volatile history of what he does with players. And just give me your overall assessment of Sam Darnold year 3. And I see you shaking your head, so I feel like you do agree that's make or break. So just give me your Sam Darnold breakdown year 3.
Yeah, at first I was scared you were going to ask me about Josh Allen because every once in a while I like to have a Josh Allen joke, and Bills Mafia comes out. I got to say real quick before I do Sam Darnold, Bills Mafia is the most creative group of people I've ever met in terms of things that they tell me to do terrible to myself. And it happens very quickly.
Well, you got to appreciate that creativeness, yes.
With Sam Darnold, I think, there's been a lot of what you saw at USC. There's some moments where you're like, there's not many people that can do that. Like his pure arm talent, his ability to throw on the run, his ability to throw when his base is not centered is phenomenal. They've also surrounded him. Right now, I think you can make an argument that the Jets are the least talented team in the NFL. I mean, Adam Gase is a disaster. And I'm not, that's not an opinion. Like, that's a fact. Like, that's a data-driven fact that Adam Gase is not good at this. The one variable that has said he's good is Peyton Manning, but I'm going to go ahead and say that it was Peyton Manning and not Adam Gase. But they have one of the worst offensive lines in the league. I mean, they signed McGovern, so they have one good offensive lineman. Brashad Perriman, who wasn't even a top 3 receiver on his own team last year, is now the wide receiver 1. Jamison Crowder is a solid slot guy. Chris Herndon, we'll see, right? Like, they have no weapons surrounding this man, and they're going to constantly put him in situations where he's going to have to bring this team back because their defense is also terrible. people will point out to the whole they were top 12 unit last year. They also played like the Redskins and the Dolphins, and like only those teams. It felt like for the final like 8 weeks of the season. They have no corners. They have no edge rushers. He's going to be asked to do a lot in a make or break season with a bad coach and a horrendous supporting cast. Historically speaking, that is bad news bears. The Jets will be in the top 5 position, and they might be a landing spot for Lawrence or Fields next year. Because typically after 3 years, if you're still picking in the top 5 with your quarterback, you start to move on. Joe Douglas was not the GM that drafted him. I think that he's been inconsistent. I mean, I think that there are times you're just like, that is the guy that I want to lead my franchise. He's still really young, but year 3, the inconsistencies need to stop, right? Then you need to really take a step forward. I think the biggest problem is that even if he has the ability to take the step forward, they've not given him the people that it requires to take the step forward. Because it's hard to know you're going to get killed every play and the guys you're throwing to aren't open and you're down 14 points. Like, that is a tough situation to be in and week out. And last year, I think they had the easiest schedule, and this year I think they have the second hardest. So I think there's going to be a lot of stuff that gets exposed with this offense. I would love nothing more than for this team to only draft receivers and linemen, and basically say, we're going to see what we can do this year. And year 4, we're going to have a new coach, and we're going to really kind of go at it with Sam Darnold. But these GMs, it's part of the problem is you're not really doing what's best for a franchise. You're doing what's best for you trying to keep a job. And that's why we have so many bad decisions made in the NFL, because guys are trying to hold on for one more year to a GM job. So that was a lot of information on Sam Darnold. A lot of it wasn't even about him. But in general, I think it's tough to evaluate him accurately because of what they've put around him. But there's definitely things he can do a lot better. And there's definitely times where you're like, this guy has, top 5 quarterback upside.
Yeah,
It always seemed like when he and Robbie Anderson were healthy at the same time, he was fine. I mean, he would turn Robbie Anderson into a 7-catch, 100 yards and a touchdown a game guy, which clearly the NFL doesn't think Robbie Anderson is, because it took his old college coach seemingly showing him pity to sign him in free agency this year. So, I mean, I am a Darnold fan. I hope they keep him and ditch Gase, which, I mean, it's tough to see teams do, because that is admitting a larger mistake in a head coach than a quarterback. But I mean, I think this guy, hopefully Darnold, if they do let him go, finds a job somewhere, because like you said before, he's still like 21. Who the hell knows? Like he came into the league at 16. So I think he's good. I think, like you said, if they just drafted nothing but wide receivers, man, even if they just drafted one, like, use your first pick on a wide receiver, like go grab CeeDee Lamb or something. And I think it would show how bad it really maybe hopefully is just Gase and not Darnold.
No, I think that's accurate. I just think that it's tough if you have 3 years of inconsistency, right? And you end up in the top 5. Well, let's say the Jets have a legit shot to be the first overall pick next year, right? That's how bad that team is. Now, I don't think that's where they'll end up, but it's definitely within the range of outcomes. If they have the first overall pick next year, are they passing on Lawrence to give Darnold a 4th year?
I can't.
I mean, the dynasty player in me wants to say trade back 4 times.
If you finish dead last with Darnold and Lawrence is staring at you, there's no way you pass on him. There's just no way.
I just think that's a realist. That's like within the range of outcomes, because this team, like they have the 11th overall pick. For the fact that they went 7-9 last year is insane. By the way, like they're sitting there with the 11th overall pick. This is like they should have the 3rd overall pick. I'm worried about how bad that team is next year. I think they're a 4 or 5 win team. They're going to have a top 5 pick, and there's a chance Darnold's in trouble.
Russ, who do you root for? I don't think I've ever actually asked you that question.
Seahawks.
Oh, Seahawks. Oh, we'll get maybe into some Seahawk talk later. But no, I think, Elliot, you going off on a different tangent with the Jets was perfect. I was going to ask you a lot of questions. You covered a lot of the guys that we're probably going to ask, and we're getting so many questions for you, obviously, about the rookies. So let me pop up what Jake Anderson put here. He said, let's maybe discuss Burrow versus Tua. So let's start there. Obviously, a few years back, Tua was the clear-cut next great NFL quarterback, and then obviously we don't have to go over the injuries and what happened with him. And then Joe Burrow comes out and has what is one of the greatest quarterback seasons, if not the greatest statistic quarterback season in college football history. So do you see a scenario where Burrow is not the number 1 pick going to Cincinnati? And if you don't see that,
he's going one. He's going one.
All right. So talk Burrow in the NFL and in Cincinnati, and where do you see Tua going? Does anybody move up to make a move for him, or what's his landing spot?
So I think they're both really good. The only major concern I have with Tua is his injury history, right? I'm not a doctor, but that hip injury was gruesome. These guys don't have physicians that can go check out Tua right now. The only video I have is him rolling left for 6 seconds on Twitter and people talking about how amazing it was. But on tape, I mean, he improved so much year to year. His pocket presence, his sophomore year, he kind of bailed the pocket and tried to spin out a lot of stuff. Now he's stepping into throws, pinpoint accuracy. I think Tua is going to end up in Miami, and I think it's going to be huge for whatever running back they take and Albert Wilson, because his ball placement skills are phenomenal in terms of giving guys the opportunity to make plays after the catch. With Harris at running back at Alabama, Tua really found the ways to maximize his receiving ability. And obviously, listen, he played with Judy and Ruggs and everybody else, but there isn't much Tua can't do on the field. His upside is phenomenal as long as he stays healthy. With Burrow, I mean, Burrow's like a rock star, right? Like, you can't really watch 2019 tape and find much to pick on. Like, you can say he's not elite at something, he's just good at it. He could probably work on his pocket presence a little bit. There are times where he looks to run more so than pass, but that's actually great for fantasy football, right? Give me those rushing yards. I think, Burrow's a lock to go 1. I think the Dolphins will end up trading to get Tua at 3. I think it'll be like 5 and 26 to lock in their quarterback of the future. And I think Herbert will go 6 to the Chargers, would be my guess, throwing him in there. He's more of a high ceiling boom or bust type prospect, a little bit like Josh Allen, just in terms of his athletic upside, his throwing ability, but his inaccuracies and some of the stuff he needs to do in the pocket to really improve at the next level is there's definitely a work in progress there.
All right, so I'm going to throw out my worry about both of those guys and just let you talk about both of them. Are we worried? Is the hip injury overshadowing the multiple ankle injuries a deal for you with Tua, and the 1-year wonder for Burrow, where it was Brady as, what was he, the OC, I think at the time, as Sal literally jogs away. Just the 1 year, I mean, yes, it was maybe the best year ever for a college quarterback, but still, it's just 1 year. Do those two things worry you about making these quarterbacks not the absolute lock, amazing NFL prospects that everyone seems to think they are?
So with the Tua concern first is, if I'm the Dolphins or the Chargers or whoever drafts him, I'm building a wall. You know what I mean? Like, I have to try to keep him upright because he does have the injury bug has hit him. And it probably makes it more important to find a solid backup quarterback as well. Keep Ryan Fitzpatrick there, because I think the injuries are definitely the biggest concern with Tua. I'm not a doctor, right? Like, so I don't want to pretend to have this elite medical opinion. I watch Grey's Anatomy because my girlfriend makes me, but that's kind of like the extent
of every
of
episode. I'm there with you. Yeah.
But it's definitely a concern with Burrow, with the 1-year wonder stuff. It's tough, right? Because to me, it's not like Trubisky, right? That was a big concern with Trubisky, was that he only had 1 year and it was a solid to good year. It wasn't like an all-time great year. At LSU, what Burrow did this year is just, I don't know. It's tough to knock someone for saying, hey, you are so good this year, but you were only good this year. It's definitely like a slight concern, but the fact that he's going to go first overall to what should be a pretty good team with AJ Green, Tyler Boyd, John Ross. I like Taylor's idea of spreading the ball out too, running that, Sean McVay offense. Joe Mixon in the backfield. They get Jonah Williams back too. The 33rd overall pick could easily be another guy that helps out that offense. They've bolstered the offensive line a little bit. I think Burrow's got a really high floor, and I think his ceiling is, top 5 quarterback in the NFL.
I think George in the chat brings up a really good point right now. Sal jogs away, came back, and used hand sanitizer. Did you not wash your hands when you went to the bathroom?
I washed fully, and then I also used hand sanitizer. George, who's an good old friend of mine. George, I work for a hospital, as you know. I have learned the art of washing my hands better than I ever have in my life and using sanitizer. I expect by June to not actually have hands anymore. They're just gonna become like this, almost like flippers. They're just gonna meld together. So no.
Just start using the screwdrivers like this. It's fine.
It's more a case of me being a quick peer, George. Anything else. I am hopped up on plenty of coffee. As you see, I have my Fantasy Football Funhouse coffee mug here, a podcast that we have not recorded since December. And I have a case of water on the floor here to get me through the day. So I am hopped up and peeing a lot.
The whole hand washing thing, man, my hands are starting to feel like T-Rex hands. With how crackly they're getting. I'm using lotion. I'm basically just living a life of washing my hands and putting lotion on them. But I'm with you. I might not have hands, or I'm gonna have old man hands by the time this whole thing's over.
Before we move on to other quarterbacks, there is a question up there from Eric Flynn. What's the AJ Green bounce back with Burrow coming in?
AJ Green's bounce back is going to be similar to his bounce back. If he can stay healthy, it should be monumental. I mean. I think he's a good dynasty buy right now. I've done a couple startups. Julio will go at the end of round 4. AJ Green will go in the 12th round. If AJ Green is healthy, he's got an opportunity to win you a championship. I would see if I could get him in there. Burrow's going to take him to the next level. His ability to throw the deep ball, get the ball vertical, give his receivers a chance to win, make tight window throws. They're all far, far better than Andy Dalton. I saw a stat on Andy Dalton today that Aaron Rodgers only had one less deep pass drop than Andy Dalton had accurate deep passes this past season. I think this is going to be the best quarterback AJ Green's ever played with. We've seen in college Burrow's ability to, elevate his young receivers in Jefferson and Chase, who are obviously both first-round guys. Chase is going to be, all worldly next year. He's going to be the guy that every dynasty player tries to go and get. But I think Burrow is. I mean, monumental is a big word, but I think that's what he can do for AJ Green. They franchise tagged him. He's going to try to work for a long-term extension. He's probably got 2 to 3 good years left in him. And as long as he's healthy, he could be a top 10 fantasy wide receiver next year.
Just a quick update, because Zach Reed, I'm not able to follow this because we got a lot going on and me trying to send out links to guests and pay attention and wash my hands properly. We've raised almost $200 already, and I'm not really pushing it that hard because I know people aren't capable to donate. But the link is down there, fantasycares.net. If you are working, if you do have some money saved and you can donate, that link is open. We ask that you donate, and that money will go to some sort of a coronavirus-related charity. So just sorry to interrupt with that, but I think that's awesome. So
one question in the chat was, is Tony Romo a good comp for Joe Burrow? And I think that's a good comp. I think he's even like a higher ceiling Tony Romo, which is saying something because I think Romo's one of the more underrated quarterbacks in NFL history.
Oh, we got.
Yeah, I was about to say, it depends what you think about Romo, really, because if you're smart and you actually realize that he's good, then yeah.
Well, that was meant as a compliment, right? Like Tony Romo is a Hall of Fame quarterback to me, so I think that Joe Burrow has that upside.
So real quick, I'm going to address this. I don't know how to say your name, Tobey Uganato. We are going to speak no political talk today. So whether you like Donald Trump, whether you don't like Donald Trump, it doesn't matter. Let's unify as a country right now. Let's unify as a world, as a universe, because this is a world pandemic, and not worry too much about politics, guys. It's not the time for it. So I wanted to address that. You put it up there, and I appreciate you checking in and watching. Please stick around. We're going to try to focus mostly on football talk today. Sorry, Elliot, to cut you off.
No, not a problem at all.
You can call him rude. It's fine.
Well, listen, if I broke stride.
But I think it's a big shot up for everybody, right? Like I think Chase will be, or Green will be Chase, and I think Boyd will be Jefferson. Yep. And then I think that John Ross has a better NFL impact going forward. But it's going to be tough for him to replicate what he had the first few games of last season because AJ Green and Tyler Boyd are going to eat up all those targets. And even Drew Sample might not be the worst buy low guy ever. I mean, he was a second-round rookie tight end that in tight end premium leagues still gets ignored. And, a lot of people talk about Thaddeus Moss has no juice whatsoever. And, Burrow made him, a decent dump-off guy. So I also think Joe Mixon could be in for a top 5 season next year. I just think the entire offense is going to be so elevated.
Yep.
I made a really bad trade in Capitals Pigs last year. I held on to Mixon for so long, and then I moved him. And I don't want to say that the big player coming back was Todd Gurley, but it was Todd Gurley. It was a bad move by me, but I was in a win now spot, and Mixon was not having a good year in that offense, and I was kind of banking on Gurley having a good finish, and it didn't work out. So I don't want to talk about it, even though
Hey, I mean, you still got a year left of Gurley, right? I mean, the man cannot make a cut to save his life. Like, I feel like he needs one of those buttons, like I've fallen down and I can't get up buttons for every time he tries to do anything lateral, but he can still run straight fast, which is,
Scott Fish checking in saying, if I'm going to stick to football talk, maybe him, Ryan, and Frank should reschedule. Definitely not. I think the last 2 times the Bull Rush together was on the SFB Podathon last July and today. I'm not sure if that even still a podcast, Scott. I mean, I know people love you guys, but you record less than a fantasy football funhouse.
Hey, I wore my Bull Rush shirt yesterday, so I'm keeping it alive.
That's my favorite RotoWear shirt ever because it fits and it makes me look like I'm still in shape. Is the Bull Rush one? I've moved to the extra large. That was the last large I bought, but I've had to move to the extra large. But that one still wears pretty well.
Don't you love that one shirt that makes you feel good about your body no matter what?
Shirt, jeans. I have one pair of jeans that I may or may not claim that I have multiple pairs of that same jeans. It's the same one. Elliot, before we get to wide receivers, rookie wide receivers, throw one quarterback out. That's your guy that people are going to get a bargain on and could definitely be considered a first round talent, but you're going to get him outside of the first round.
In Dynasty or NFL?
In the NFL, in the NFL translating into Dynasty, you know what I mean? So who's the guy in the NFL that's going to get drafted, second, third, fourth, even later in it, that will become a Dynasty guy?
Well, I mean, Jalen Hurts, right? If Jalen Hurts touches the football field, he's going to be a great fantasy player, regardless of whether or not he's a great NFL player. That rushing upside we've seen, it doesn't really matter what you can. I mean, Tim Tebow was a fantasy relevant quarterback, throwing 3-yard, one hoppers into to wide receivers. So if Jalen Hurts gets on the football field, he's going to be an incredibly valuable dynasty player. I don't think has this rise that everyone else is talking about. I think he ends up in the 3rd round. Right now, that's the betting favorite. Every year, I actually put together a list. I wish I could find it. But every year, we talk about all these quarterbacks going at the back end of the 1st round so guys can get that 5th-year option on them. And then every year, these guys go in like the 4th round. Bryce Petty, Will Grier. These are all guys that we talked up as potential 1st-round picks. I think the guy that's going late 1st, early 2nd at Dynasty drafts right now is Jordan Love, and he's going to have a legit opportunity to play. He's probably going to be a 1st-round pick. He's got a shot to go to potentially, I don't know, Indianapolis, Tampa Bay. Even though I don't think it's going to be Tampa Bay. They're going to be in a win now mode. Oakland even. And whenever you become a 1st-round pick.
Las Vegas.
Well, you're right. I have no comeback. It was just a mistake. My bad. So I think Love is a guy that anytime a quarterback's going to get on the field, he's got some athleticism, unreal arm talent. It's going to take a while to adjust, but I think he's the late 1st, early 2nd quarterback in Superflex that is going to be a starter for multiple years.
All right, let's move over to wide receivers. And again, it's still early. The draft would be, if it's going to stay, which the NFL is saying, if Goodell's saying it's going to stay, it's about a month away. So it's still a little bit early to have your final rankings and stuff in place. But off the top of your head right now, how many wide receivers do you see going in the 1st round of the NFL draft this year?
All right, so locks are Judy, Lamb, Ruggs. I think Jefferson is a lock. I think Higgins will fall out. I think Chenault will fall out. I think I'm a little scared that the dynasty community is higher on Reagor than the NFL teams will be, and I think he might be like a early to mid 2nd round guy than the 1st round guy that some people talk about. I think Mims will find his way in the 1st round. So the over/under set at 5.5. The juice is on the under. I'll take the under, but I think it's going to be 5 to 6 guys.
Okay, so who's your number one guy right now? Do you have a number one guy who's clear cut your number one guy, or is it close between 2 guys?
I mean, Judy and Lamb, I don't care.
Right.
I don't care. I know this is the fun thing in the draft community every year, to say you can only like one guy, but I don't care. I'm not following the rules. I like both. Jeudy he's kind of got Odell Beckham level route running. Stephon Diggs is another comp. I've seen people talk about Torrey Holt, Calvin Ridley. I mean, there's not much he can't do. You wish he was a little bit bigger, but his release, his route running, his ability to separate is phenomenal. And CeeDee Lamb, sure, you wish he was 0.05 seconds faster, but there's not much he can't do either. He's like a DeAndre Hopkins. His ability to make contested catches, run after the catch. I think they're both going to be absolute phenomenal receivers. And then my wide receiver 3 that I'm higher on than most people is Justin Jefferson. I saw a comp that was better than my original one, so I'm stealing it. Michael Kist who covers the Eagles, who works with Mark Schofield a lot, compared them to Juju Smith-Schuster. And I think that's the kind of range that we're seeing for him. I think a floor of Tyler Boyd, ceiling of Juju Smith-Schuster, a guy that's going to dominate in the slot, good route runner, excellent after the catch, great at the catch point. I think he's got a shot to be the Eagles' first-round pick, and he's going to be one of the best late-round guys. Like, I would take him over Rieger in dynasty leagues. I would take him over Ruggs. I would take him. He's 110 for me because I think the 101 to 109 is pretty set with Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who I love. I know Jake Anderson's in this chat, and he got ripped on Twitter by Zerline about how he was too low on Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and Akers is the other one. But I love Jefferson. I want Jefferson as much as possible. And by the way, I know someone's going to say, hey, you just tweeted out your crystal ball stuff and you took Rieger over Jefferson. That was legit because Ray G's in my league and I wanted to troll him and thought that I could get a lot in return for him. And I oversold my hand there.
I don't think you need to try to get Ray to overpay for Rieger in any way, shape, or form anywhere.
I'm trying to use him to get Kittle. We'll see.
But I pulled up DLF ADP for rookie box. In 1 QB, Jefferson is going 11 already. So, I mean, I think a lot of the people I know, a lot of people in the chat are very big Jefferson fans. And you said it before, the reason I'm so happy about Burrow going to Cincinnati is he's had those two receivers, Chase pretty much being AJ Green and Jefferson pretty much being the floor of Boyd. And you just said it too, which kind of makes me happy. It makes me feel a little smart about myself. That I think it's awesome. And yeah, especially when a lot of the mocks kept saying that the Saints were interested in Jefferson. And I think that would be awesome to have someone who is smart enough with their talent to put him out there. So I think if he gets drafted in the first, and if he gets drafted to a smart offensive mind, I think, he'll jump up to wide receiver 3-4 pretty easily.
Yeah, I think so too. Landing spot gets scary. It gets scary when you do all this rookie stuff before the draft and you see your guys start falling or landing in a bad situation. And the one that's terrifying for me for wide receivers is there's a lot of talk that the Cowboys are looking at a wide receiver at 17th overall. And if Jeudy or Lamb goes there at 17, now I think it's great for real life offense, Jeudy in the slot with Cooper and Gallup on the outside, but that's going to tank Jerry Jeudy's dynasty value. So 17 would be the pick I'm super nervous about if I've already done all my rookie stuff.
Yeah, it also seems like there's a lot of offensive players this year, like Rieger, like Shenault, where if they land on a boring offense, I think their value tanks because they need manufactured touches. They need someone to work them way. Kind of like I was surprised how well they did it, the way the Seahawks worked in Metcalf, where at first he was just running go routes. And then, I forgot who it was that created that graphic of the progression of his route tree, where by the end of the year, he was running everything. I think that's what people like Shenault and Rieger will need. But if they don't land there, then I think right away that tanks their value.
Yeah, I mean, landing spot and draft capital are probably the two most important things from a dynasty perspective. And they're the two unknowns right now. We always have guys, I see the chat talking about Harmon and Butler, right? Who everyone was really high on last year. Then the draft happened and we're like, well, there goes that. But and running back especially, right? Jonathan Taylor's everybody's 101, but if he goes to a timeshare, his value tanks as well.
All right,
so I
do
think Lamb and Jeudy only the Cowboys can ruin their dynasty value.
All right, I'm going to do Sal's job for him. Let's say the top 3 or 4 running backs land in decent spots. Does the running back who lands in Kansas City jump to the 101, assuming it's one of the top 4 or 5 running backs?
Yes. Where do they take him? Because like if it's Darwin Thompson, I'm not taking Darwin Thompson.
No.
First
Like,
round,
again, it would have to be the top 4 or 5 running backs, which means it has to be top 3 rounds, right?
I would say if the draft capital was a second round pick, let's say in Clyde Edwards-Helaire, would I take him 101? I'm probably trying to trade back to 102 or 103 and getting him there, but I do think that landing spot is that important for a running back.
Yeah, by all means, Russ. That's why I have smart dynasty guys on here to carry.
Smart.
Um,
Okay, so do you have any? So let's make everyone happy, and the completely arbitrary makes no sense or matter right now. Who are your top? We know pretty much who the top 4 running backs are, but what's your order for them? We'll give 5 because we'll throw Akers and Clyde Edwards-Helaire in there also.
Taylor is 1. Taylor's 1, Swift 2, Edwards-Helaire 3, Dobbins 4, Akers 5. And I don't dislike any of them. I think all of them will have NFL success if they go to the right spot.
Is Miami a good spot for a running back?
If Tua goes there, I think Miami's a great spot for a running back. Because I think Tua is going to pepper that running back with targets. And also, my cousin is a diehard Dolphins fan. He's a medical professional right now, and all he does is Corona and Dolphins. That's all he does. And he sends me every report on the Dolphins, like on a daily basis, to the point where I now know too much about the Dolphins. And he said everything he reads is that Dobbins is going to Miami. So I think Dobbins would be in a good spot in Miami, say at the 37th overall pick, if they can add an offensive lineman as well.
Do they start Tua this year if they draft him? Assuming everything goes normal in the
pretty
world
quickly. I mean, we talk about the first round, the top 5 picks sitting out for a season, but when's the last time that actually happened? I mean, with Josh Allen was supposed to sit for a year, and then we made it like a week, and then it's Josh Allen time. Like
I talked about that in the first hour with Kevin. I'm a little bit older than you guys. Well, Russ is not that far behind me, but when I was younger, quarterback sat for 2-3 years. It doesn't happen now. By the 3rd year, if you haven't proved it, they're moving on from you. So,
has that happened since Aaron Rodgers? I mean, when was the last time?
Mahomes did it for a season, right? But they didn't. They did it with Mahomes in part because Alex Smith was like legit good, and they were going on a run.
All right, Jake Anderson. I was just reading his Elliot. I'm sorry. My next guest is in the wings, Bob Harris. So we're going to start to wind down. Tell everybody again what you got going on, where they can find you right now. And I'm sure if they follow your Twitter, they'll see where you land before the season starts. But close it out first.
Yeah, absolutely. You can follow me on Twitter at Elliot Christ, ELIOTCRIST. I really appreciate what you guys are doing. This is not really about people following me. It's about trying to come on. We raised a few $100. That's fantastic. I mean, it was either this or watch Ozark, and I can watch Ozark after this. So, I appreciate you guys having me on. It was fun to talk rookies, fun to talk, Bill O'Brien being crazy and Adam Gase sucking. It's kind of what I'm known for. So I appreciate the opportunity.
The circle of life.
And since it is so much cheaper to go to Jets games than it is to Giants games, I hope the Jets do not get the first overall pick, and I get to see some entertaining football again, assuming it happens and they play in front of fans this year.
I got to go to Jets-Browns Monday Night Football, where obviously Baker and Beckham had the big game. I wore a Baker jersey, got yelled at a lot by people. But
shocking, very shocking.
I put all kinds of money on all the different prop bets for Baker and Beckham's over, and it hit. Beckham's reception one hit on the last drive of the game, and I was losing my mind because it was like, I don't know, it was $100 to win like $2,000, and I was having a good ass time, and everyone in the section was very confused. So I really hope we get to have one of those moments next year as well.
Very cool, Paul. I appreciate you always being gracious and coming on, and hopefully I speak to you before July for that show. I'm going to be doing. I'm going to hopefully be bringing back my Getting Over the Hump show, which I was doing on Wednesdays throughout the football season, that's kind of like the dead week dead day of the week for fantasy football. So I was doing Getting Over the Hump, and I could hopefully get you on this season to do that as well. All the best to you in this time, Elliot, and all the best tonight in your poker tournament, so that way you can make lots of money to give away to people in need. Be good, partner.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Later.
All right, Russ, we have our next guest coming up right now. I'm excited because I have interacted with Bob maybe through Facebook and maybe through Twitter, but I've never had Bob on any show that I've done. And what I love most about Bob is that there's not a lot of people in fantasy that are older than me. So getting a guy like Bob Harrison, who's been in the game a long time, is exciting. Hey, Bob, what's going on, man?
Hey, not much, guys. Thanks for having me on. Really appreciate it. Enjoy the invite. Enjoy interacting with you guys as well. And, the quarantine is old hat for me. I've been doing this job for 27 years, which means I've been isolating for 27 years. So I'm probably better at this than the rest of you. So any tips that you need or anything, feel free to ask.
Yeah, well, you're out there in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Is that correct?
Yeah.
What is, again, we're going to talk a little bit about COVID at the beginning, a little bit about quarantine, but there are a few things I want to talk to you before we get to football about. But what's it like there? It's not like an epicenter type of thing in a lot of cases, no. But are you guys being forced to stay in right now there, or is it a little bit looser in New Mexico?
No, I think we were one of the earliest states to basically, start locking down things, businesses, etc. And look, they'd like us to stay home. I mean, you can go outside, go for walks. I get outside a little bit, but we only have 200 cases in the state, and we're just over 200 cases. So I think one of the reasons that the governor here has been pretty aggressive in getting everyone to hunker down, shutting down the non-essential businesses. I've kind of been a person, so just due to work and time constraints, I've been for quite a while either doing a grocery pickup or delivery or whatever. So this has really had minimal impact on me. My life's pretty much the same in general. I don't get out a lot, especially during the season. You don't leave the house. But I mean, there are parts of the year, free agency, for example. I mean, it's like the season. So they've done a pretty good job here, it seems. And it seems like everyone is, I went out for a walk this morning, and at 8 a.m. on a Sunday, there was not a single car on the main roads or anything. So, I mean, people are taking it to heart. See a few people out, out and about. Everyone keeps their distance, waves and smiles, and we're just kind of going on about it. Had a little bit of the usual panic buying and things early on, but that seems to calm down as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, that hasn't calmed down here. I live in New York.
No,
Russ is in New Jersey, so we're basically it's the same. We're like one of the same. That those two states. As long as you're in North Jersey, it's kind of very similar. So it's been. I'm working every day. I'm going out. So while my life hasn't changed, seeing things out in public has changed. I was in Manhattan on Thursday of this past week, and I posted this video both on Twitter and Facebook near the Union Square area. And I think Russ, you commented how crazy that was. And there was nobody at 10:15 on a Thursday. So while it's really good that New Yorkers are getting the hint that we are, I don't want to use the word the problem. It's just that we're just such a largely populated area. Right. And people are just piled on top of each other that we are a big source of the spread. So it was great to see people home, but it was also very eerie to another extent.
Yeah, I've seen like my friend Lisa Ann puts videos up. She went for a little bike ride through the city, just kind of showing what's going on. And I mean, I think people are taking it to heart. Obviously, they should, especially there where you're so tightly packed. Here, and where I'm from in Tucson, Arizona. Just by nature, the cities are spread out, right? There's not a lot of things right on top of each other. And so, I think that's like a little bit of a built-in advantage. So I hope you guys are all are listening and obeying. I heard the, people have been passing around a Venmo video of a doctor in New York City, talking about, the importance of how you get this. He's an ICU doctor working in the midst only on corona patients and in the worst cases, and says, man, wash your hands, don't touch your face. I mean, it's a pretty simple thing, and stay away from people. I mean, we can do that for a little while. It's not that bad. Yeah,
it's been kind of amazing how few people can just listen to some basic things. It took a while, and as Bobby who lives in Manhattan, Bobby Koch, He's a New Yorker, and he was reporting about how he'd go out to walk his dog, which is an essential thing because in Manhattan there's no backyards. You got to go out and walk the dog, and he tries to keep his distance, but people were just not taking it seriously, and it's amazing that it's taken so long for it to filter through to certain people, and to that there's still non-believers out there. This is a real thing,
right? I think that's that's been part of it, right? There's so much, and I started talking about this like 3 weeks ago. Was look, I'm not really scared, and you're gonna be as scared as you want to be, right? But if you're gonna be scared or you're not gonna be scared, whatever you're gonna be, base it on actual information. Don't base it on headlines. Don't base it on Twitter. Don't base it on the guy on your Facebook telling you not to gargle with whatever. Go out. There's plenty of actual information out there. It's easy to find. Dig a little deeper. It could mean your life, so it's kind of worth it. It's not like you're sitting here having an argument about Joe Burrow or something on Twitter with somebody. These are real issues that you should pay attention to. People who know what they're talking about in these cases, unlike fantasy football, where you can listen to people like me, and I have no idea what I'm talking about.
All of us fall into that category, Bob. If we have pulled the wool over many people's eyes for quite a long time. A couple of things with you, and good for you. You document your weight loss journey on a lot of different sites, and for yourself and for people out there, you are in a much better category right now for being at health risk by having shedded all that weight. So tell people quickly.
So okay, and I just want to get into this in relation to what's going on. And it's been probably on my 46th birthday, somebody took a picture of me, and or 45th birthday, and someone took a picture of me, and I didn't realize what was going on with me, but I saw this photograph of myself, and it's on my Twitter. You can go check it out. It's pinned to the top of my profile. But I had a scale that went up 375 pounds. I maxed it out, right? I'm somewhere well north of 375 pounds at that time. And but in the photo, I just looked at my eyes and I thought, wow, I might as well be dead. Look at those eyes. I mean, there's nothing there. And so I kind of decided that I needed to do something. And I am amazing when I decide to do something, right? Whether it's deciding to do something, to not do something. Once I flip that switch, it's on. And so I flipped the switch, and over the course of time, I've kind of developed some ideas. I started out with a really good idea, which was, oh wow, I'm gonna count my calories, right? and I was gonna exercise every day. And at that point, I decided, look, these things that I want to do, they can't be so onerous that I don't keep doing them. I don't need to go on a diet. I need to have a diet, right? And I don't need to exercise every day. Exercise has to be some part of the thing. So I said, I need to set aside an hour every day to exercise, which I did. Even though at first, it was limited. I could walk 5 minutes on a treadmill. At the time, I lived in an apartment. They had a little exercise room. I would do my 5 minutes walking, but I would just sit there in that room for the rest of the hour. Because, man, that hour was going to be for that. And I knew at some point it was going to get better. And so, and then I just started weighing all my portions and counting all my calories. And over the course of time, like I do with everything, I have no moderation here. There just is none, right? So everything is all in or not in. And so over the course of time, I'm pretty much an idiot about it. Like I track all my nutrition very carefully. And over time it's progressed. I'm now a plant-based eater, stick with, still measure everything, count everything, follow certain plans, exercise, an hour and a half every day without fail. And something that, in these times, when these times come along, it's like I do a little Snapchat of my workouts and things every day, and I can hear people, say, what the hell? Who cares, man? It's end times. Why are you talking about this? Because this is an investment, right? And this is why you stay healthy. So when the time comes that you need to be healthy, you can stay healthy. You stay healthy to stay healthier. So all these things, and that was part of all this is, just aside from the desire to want to live forever, which we all do, and no, we can't. But you want to have a quality of life. And so being healthy has really added a lot for me. And then when something like this hits and you realize that underlying issues and things like that make it, or what's going to kill you in this time, then yeah, you could look back on and say, wow, some pretty good decisions were made. And I think everyone should maybe pay a little attention. We talk about health insurance and things like that. The best insurance is taking care of yourself.
Yeah,
That's the biggest tough thing when it comes to diets is people don't realize that it's not the diet you need to change. It's a lifestyle that you need to change.
Exactly. Again, the key phrase that I used there was, I don't want to go on a diet. I want to have a diet. And that's the thing. I mean, and look, there are days when I cheat. Like when I go on vacation, I do go on vacations. Boom, the rule book goes out the window. I do whatever I want for that week or 2 weeks. But then I get back here and I'm back on point. It's not like something I have to say, oh, wow, I got to get back to this. It's like, oh, wow, this is what I do.
Yeah, good for you for holding that up at this time, man. Like we'll call it my lifestyle has gone out the window at this point where it comes to eating healthier.
I think the funny thing is of all the things that you can't buy in a store, fresh produce and fresh things are not on the list of things you can't find. Nobody's buying them. I have no problem. So I eat like a pound of spinach a day, right? And there has been no problem getting my spinach, getting my fresh fruit, getting my fresh vegetables. Any of that stuff has been pretty much fair game because nobody's looking for it. They're all over there in the toilet paper aisle.
Yeah, but it's also so much easier to make a box of mac and cheese than it is to make yourself a nice healthy lunch.
Yeah, not really. I'll go against you, but
yeah, the reason I brought it up, Bob, is I think it's very important. All the things that you said at any time in your life, let alone in times of crisis like this. So for people who are locked in their houses essentially right now, Russ, don't fall off the wagon at this time. Try to be active as much as you can.
Yeah.
You can get outside. Just be careful as to where you're walking. Get some fresh air. Get walks in. Ride a bike. Do something at this time to keep the blood flowing.
Right. So I'm kind of set up for this. Again, for work purposes. I mean, when you're working, in the season. Look, there is no real off season, but obviously the schedule lightens up a little bit. But my life doesn't change a hell of a lot. My workout, my gym is in my back room, weights, equipment, everything I need. I do like to get out and get some fresh air. But that's kind of like almost the advantage, right? Like when I look at football season, it's almost like a bunker mentality that you take where, man, this is the grind. This is what I do. And I think if you take your quarantine time as kind of go into a bunker mentality, this is a good time to take care of myself. Look, we can all watch the Tiger King while we're on the elliptical, right? We can get our Ozark in, while we're doing some rolling or whatever. So just keep in mind that you can get through this, and the more occupied you are with positive things, the better off you're going to be in the end, because this is going to end, and we're all going to come out of this. The vast majority of us are going to come out of this just fine, and we're going to have to figure out how the way is, and the better you position yourself to come out of the blocks fast, the better off you'll be.
Yeah, and so in keeping with that theme of you changing your life and stuff, and you're a good follow, mostly on Facebook. I see a lot more of your posts on Facebook. And Bob does one thing that he says, make it Facebook better, one song at a time. So he posts a link to a song on a daily basis. And you're into my type of music. I grew up listening to some of that hard rock stuff like that. And what brought about that for you? And, just where did you come up with that?
So it turns out the politics is a little contentious right now, right? And that started, we all know about 4 years ago or a little more. And I'm all for it. Everyone should be as involved in that as they want to be, and everyone gets to be as angry or not as angry or as supportive or not as supportive of what's going on right now as they want to be. But I just felt like, every day I'd look at my news feed and it was just a bunch of people yelling at each other. Quick suggestion for everybody. The next mind changed by a Facebook post in terms of politics will be the first ever. Okay. So you keep going with that, but I'm not sure it's working out. I mean, you're revealing more about yourself probably than you are about other things. But so as that was going on, I just, kind of came up with the hashtag making Facebook great again, kind of thing, for the obvious reasons, and just started playing a song a day. And I think I repeated a couple. This has been the challenge, though. It's kind of fun now, as I try not to ever repeat songs. So we're heading into year 5 here of this. And I have repeated a couple of times, but it's pretty much been on purpose. There have been a couple accidental ones. But on occasion, there are songs that are worth repeating just because they tend to match the occasion. But yeah, music is a big part of my life. Was a musician as a young person, still play. There's there's guitars on the walls, there's drums in the other rooms, there's things, and so it's something I really enjoyed. I have enjoyed since I was very young. So it's nice to go out and throw it in everyone's face like everyone's throwing their politics in mine.
What's today's song?
I haven't decided yet, but I think it might be something. Sunday is usually a little gentler day. I kind of give everyone a break from the hardcore and the heavy metal and that stuff. So there might be some Beatles or something coming up today.
Beatles is fantastic. I love the Beatles. One of the things that you've gotten to do, which I find awesome when I see you post, is host the Alice in Chains Fantasy Football League.
Yes. Yeah,
those guys that I'm talking about.
So I will tell you that the super cool guys, Jerry Cantrell and Mike Inez from the band are in there, the bass player and Jerry Cantrell, the honcho there. But, it's not like Sean Kenny won't be hanging out during the draft, sitting in the other room, or William Duvall. I mean, Duff McKagan is a regular in this league as well, although he has brought in some help the last couple of years because it is not unusual for Duff McKagan to draft the Seahawks kicker in round 2. He just doesn't care. Blind fandom, right? So he's brought in a buddy, Jerry Blair, a great guy, Los Angeles police officer, has been coming in and helping him out and done a great job with him. Jeff Garland's in it the last couple of years, has done really well. He's a great guy. And various people. Rich Eisen is usually in it, and so some industry people, and it's kind of a revolving cast. But we do it in Jerry Cantrell's house, which is super cool. Very cool house. Gold records all in the bathroom, by the way. But
That's where we should put him, right?
Here's the thing about him in particular. Jerry Cantrell is a super thoughtful fan of football. I mean, not just a casual fan, but a really knowledgeable fan. He likes the Seahawks and the Steelers both, kind of a split allegiance. And so that's led to some interesting time for him, but just really thoughtful. Mike Inez, a huge Raiders fan. No thoughtfulness there, just Raiders. No, really good guy. And they're just super down to earth guys. I'll text with Inez all the time, just about things in general, football, whatever. And it's a great league. They're really competitive. They take it very seriously. I mean, not everyone in the league does, but the guys that are the core of the league take it super seriously and love talking football with them. I mean, and music. I mean, look, when you're sitting in Jerry Cantrell's house talking about, writing a particular song, just kind of sitting there with you and a couple people, it's kind of a surreal moment. Thinking back, to the early 90s when I stumbled across that.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than that for a guy who has both of these things in his life, music and football. And
Right.
Before we move on to actual football talk, Guns N' Roses is probably my number one band of all time, right? So when you bring up Duff McKagan, I have a story. When I was 16, they were playing at Nassau Coliseum here on Long Island, and my mother's uncle was the head of the Teamsters at Nassau Coliseum, and we used to get on local crews. If we want to see a show, he would put us on the local crew. We'd have to work the show, but we would get to see the concert for free and meet the band. So Guns N' Roses was a really interesting one. As we know, Axl Rose shows up 2 hours to 3 hours late. This is 1990. So this is, heyday Guns N' Roses. And the band comes out one by one, and I'm loading lights into a truck, and here comes Duff McKagan. And it was, prime Duff McKagan days. He had a young lady under each arm and a bottle of JD in his hands, and he looked at me and he said, "Are these the limousines?" And it was a moving truck that I was loading lights into. And I know Duff is not that same guy today. I know he's come a long way.
Right.
And so I bring that story up to show you again where people have come from in their life. I know that he's a fantasy football guy, and I think it's great that he's lived that lifestyle, survived that lifestyle, and has become the guy he is today.
I have also survived that lifestyle, and I've talked to Duff McKagan about this, about Appetite for Destruction being the soundtrack for considerable debauchery, personally speaking, and of course for him as well. You can rest assured. But that's one of the great things about Sirius that, so when I first started talking to them about doing a show, and it was kind of like, okay, so let's do this. What do you have to have? Well, it has to have my music. And they have totally gone with that all the time. And they take it a little beyond that, and that they give me access to these people. And a lot of them are football fans. You would know Scott Ian from Anthrax.
Sure.
One that I in particular enjoy talking to, very sharp football mind, Zach Wild, who had his own show for a little while and is rather entertaining. But tons of guys. Andy Black from Black Veil Brides, man. You want to talk about a guy who knows his team and plays fantasy, by the way. He's the Cincinnati Bengals. He's from Cincinnati area. Knows the Bengals inside out and can sit there and talk to you just like Cantrell can about these teams in depth, not just, the superficial, oh, I love this team kind of thing. But, man, they will get into the nuts and bolts and go down in the weeds with you. And just some of the guys I've gotten a chance to talk to have been phenomenal. Most recently, another drummer, Slim Jim Phantom, who now has a show on Sirius. He is just knowledgeable as hell, man, and a guy that I, listened to back in high school. So really been a great opportunity to meet a lot of these people that I've, enjoyed from afar and then realized what we had in common. Late Vinnie Paul from Pantera, huge fantasy guy, huge Dallas Cowboys fan. I mean, and talking to him, being a drummer, so many highlights that I can't even imagine. And much appreciation to Sirius for making that kind of stuff possible.
I won't hold the Cowboy fandom against them. Hey, a little bit of NFL news coming through. Geronimo Allison just signed with the Detroit Lions. That just came across notification. So I don't know if that means anything to anybody who needs a number 5 wide receiver on that team.
We all need one of those.
Bob, did you grow up in the area that you're in now, or where were you growing up?
Grew up in Tucson, Arizona. Lived there until for the first nearly 40 years of my life. Then moved here because of people I worked with. So in the late 90s, so I got in this business in 1993. I started business and struggled along. Really good at creating content, not really good at business. Made zero money, living in the grandma's basement, the whole, all the cliches. And Emil Cadlick from Fantasy Sports Publications, who I had been working for some period of time, finally, I was just getting to the point where I'm going to have to do something else. Come here and do this. And so, the technology at the time, not quite where it was now. So they wanted me to come here to Albuquerque where they're based. And so that's kind of how I've been here. So I've been here the last 20 years. And kind of very similar to where I grew up, the topography and everything. I'm a mile high here in Albuquerque. So, but beyond that, so it's like about 10 to 15 degrees cooler than any given time in Tucson. And that's not a bad thing.
So who do you root for outside of fantasy football? Who'd you grow up rooting for?
I hate all 32 teams equally. I root for the team that is the simplest on every given week. It's like if you ask a dishwasher, what's your favorite dish? The cleanest one. So it's pretty much like that. Because I did grow up as a child, and all my friends, a lot of people in Tucson came from other places, so everyone had a team. I never had a team. There was no team there until much later when the Cardinals came along. So when the Seahawks and Buccaneers came into the league, late 70s, I tossed a coin and came up Seahawks. So I was kind of a pseudo Seahawks fan, but it was not a real thing. It was not a true fandom. It was just something that I felt left out because all my other friends had teams. And it kind of went by the wayside when a buddy of mine came back from San Diego in 1986, and he sat down with our little gang of guys and said, "You guys, I found this thing. You're not going to believe it. It's called fantasy football." And of course, we did not believe it, and the rest is kind of history.
It's very freeing to not root for an NFL team.
It's so freeing.
As a Las Vegas Raiders fan, and I'm a Raiders fan since I'm 8 years old, I haven't had a lot to root for. It's why I became such a big fantasy football player. And for me, Bob, I graduated high school in 1992, and the first time I played fantasy football was in the back of the Daily News. New York Daily News had a fantasy football write-in game where you pick the players, you would call a phone number if you want to change players. And 2 years later, some cousins of mine who lived in Jersey, Tom's River area in New Jersey, they're like, "Oh, we have a league. You got to join the league." So it was about 1994 that I joined my first fantasy league too, and I knew immediately. I knew I was hooked.
Yeah,
I knew I loved it. I knew that it could be really huge, and I had ideas of maybe going back to school and becoming, working in communications and radio and stuff along those lines. But by the time I wanted to do that, I had my first kid on the way, and I went to work, and I kind of just never got back to it. I worked the job I worked all the years. About 5 years ago, through Matthew Berry's Fantasy Life app, I met a bunch of guys, and I got the opportunity to start doing a podcast. And it was nice that I didn't have to go to school to do all that stuff. And I found that it's just It's led to so many things. The fantasy football community is very welcoming if you get in with the right group of people. There's a lot of good people trying to help each other out, and just by guys like yourself and the other guys that have come on already today and the guys that have come on later today, this shows successful guys want to give back to the community and help out. So it's been a journey.
This is not a new thing, and you mentioned that you started playing it. So one of the things that I realized about weeks into playing the game was we don't have enough information, right? We don't have the information we need to do this right.
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of put the bug in my mind. And so that's why, and I was a graphic designer at the time. And so I started making a little newsletter for my league, just with general news, talking smack about all the teams, recapping the games, stats together. And it was pretty high end stuff. I was pretty good at that back in the day. So then, it just seemed like at some point, man, everyone wants to know the same stuff. I mean, and this is obviously the biggest thing ever on the face of the earth. I mean, it was going to be the hugest thing known to man at some point. So I was more than willing to jump all into that. So that's why, I think in '93, I started the business. I put an ad in the classified section of the sports section of USA Today, and I put an 800 number in there. And when I, put the product out there, what I was doing, that 800 number didn't stop ringing. I mean, literally, I had 2 lines. It didn't stop ringing round the clock for months on end. So I knew the audience was out there. Again, was not really good at the business, but one of the things I did was, what else did you do back then to get your scores? You went out and you bought the USA Today on Monday, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that was how you scored. Well, I realized this, and I was on, I think it was CompuServe at the time, and the AP box scores came through. Well, I bought a 900 number, and I started reading those box scores on Sunday night, and that's how I made my living for the first 3 or 4 years of doing this, was off people calling that 900 number to score their leagues before the USA Today come out. Because why? So you could call your friend and say, hey, guess what? I beat you. I mean, they wanted to know before, right? And that's the whole point of fantasy. And so, those things about it haven't changed. And also, it hasn't changed is the community. I mean, back then there weren't a lot of us doing it, but I got pretty handy with web design. I designed a lot of the sites around there, or pitched in. Other guys would pitch in to do. I mean, everyone was very helpful. I want to say we were frenemies, right? Because it was a tough competition, but we all kind of had the realization that, man, if we fill this pool higher, we're all going to float, accordingly higher. And so I think you saw a lot of that back in the day.
Yeah, I still do that original league, and we still do it pen and paper. My cousin hasn't changed it. It's not online. You still have to do, write down your scores and figure it all out. And it's a certain nostalgia to that I'm glad. I'm in so many other leagues now that are done, with the newest technology, that there's something nice about that league. For me, I used to get all my information from Pro Football Weekly when it would come out, like by Tuesday, Wednesday. I'd be the first person at 7-Eleven waiting for the thing to come out. And then for a short period of time, there was a Fantasy Football Weekly, but I don't think enough of us were buying it. It didn't last.
Those little, the little notebook sections or little notes and all those things that kind of, since they were national publications, but the ones that gave you the little nuggets on each team were like gold, and that's was all my feeling was, man, you could give out those nuggets on the players that people were just interested in. I knew it could, it just took a while for the technology to catch up, took a while for the NFL to catch up. I mean, there was a period of time when the NFL, wanted zero to do with this. They, viewed it as a gambling thing and wanted to stay away from it. But I mean, there was a time also in mid 90s, 95, 96, where I started calling teams and they were getting so many calls. The media relations departments were getting so many calls from fantasy players, the Chiefs wanting to know about Joe Montana's elbow or whatever, that I talked to them and I said, well, hey, here's what you could do. You can give me that information once a day. And if anyone calls, just give them my phone number. And I'll tell them what they want to know, and I'll try to sell them something. And they didn't care. They said, man, if they stop calling us, that's all we want. And so there came a point in 96 or so around then when maybe 25 teams would just give out my number if you called and said the word fantasy. And then that started spreading to some of the local newspapers because their sports desks were getting similar calls, right? Because it was just a rabid audience. And so that was kind of an interesting thing to see back then is how many people were interested, enough so that it was causing the teams and local newspapers issues trying to keep up with the, giving out the information and people being aggressive. surprising that fantasy football owners would go to great lengths to get their information.
Remember that time a half hour ago where Bob said he was bad at the business part of all of this? Man.
Well, no,
Brilliant.
bad at the turning it into money part. I mean, I'm great at understanding the audience, but man, turning it into money, not my thing.
Well, but Bob's modest as well. I like it. But Bob, so let's seeing as things have changed now, and the ability and technology has come so far that I literally get a Geronimo Allison notification while we're sitting here on a Sunday. Let's talk about this free agency offseason and some of the trades that have gone on. And
Sure.
What I don't want to say what one move, but what jumps out to you? Like, what was the move you were, wow, you were really shocked by in free agency, and how do you think it plays out into the season?
I mean, I think we were all pretty shocked by the trade, the DeAndre Hopkins, David Johnson trade, and look, at this point of the year, I mean, what I'm looking for in running backs or looking for primarily running backs is clear path to workloads. I think that's, it's easy to get caught up in breaking down the numbers, and I love doing that and things. But I mean, there's an essence at running back. It's clear path to workload. I want touches. In Houston, David Johnson's going to get that, right? We'll see what he can do with that. And I think that's where we're going to have to try and figure out the pricing. And that's why there's going to be some varying pricing. There's going to be people who are willing to buy into that workload and forget the last 2 years of production. And I think there's some happy medium between those things. And on the other hand, once you get past the what the hell was Bill O'Brien thinking aspect of this, you get to where the DeAndre Hopkins is in Arizona. You have to wonder. I mean, the expectation that he's going to get the same kind of target share seems like a huge reach to me. That, I mean, you can even go back, last year as much. And I mean, his target share goes down, not like a ton, but noticeably, 5% or so when Will Fuller is healthy or when there's a full contingent of players there. So you think in Arizona where Christian Kirk is still a pretty good player, right? Larry Fitzgerald can still contribute. Maybe some of these younger guys, Andy Isabella perhaps, or somebody, Keyshawn Johnson, whoever can pick up the pace. I mean, the thing about Arizona, though, that you can't forget is they run a hell of a lot of plays, right? There's a huge play volume. So I'm encouraged, but I do think Hopkins takes the knock. And I think with all these moves, the thing that I'm interested in is how it affects the perceived value of players in terms of ADP. Am I going to be overpaying? Are people going to be overpaying? As a general rule of thumb, yes. I mean, the optimism of the unknown is a thing, right? Wow. Todd Gurley, we know he's been great. We know he was not great, for some reason in Los Angeles, but he's going to Atlanta. He's going to be great again. I mean, it's just we get caught up in just the attention, right? So I hope some of that cools down. I'm always looking for discounts, and I think most of the guys that make moves, I'm not going to get discounts on, right? Mostly the price is going to go up. And so I'm looking for the ways I can leverage that. And often it's the guys left over, say in Los Angeles, whether it's Malcolm Brown or Darrell Henderson. I think Henderson is not. I think Henderson's going to get that bump, and maybe Malcolm Brown is the guy, certainly in best balls, I'm going to hope to be buying for next to nothing. And so I think those are the things I'm kind of looking at in relation to these now. That's obviously the biggest move. And look, we're all going to be caught up in the Tom Brady move just because it's Tom Brady. It's, 20 years of sustained success with one organization, and we're all eager to see what he can do in another spot. Was it him? Was it Belichick? Was it a combination? Can he continue on? I mean, I think his level of preparation probably puts him in a good position, but we question whether the Bruce Arians, no risk it, no biscuit is going to be his thing. Tom Brady doesn't risk a damn thing, right? But is he as bad a deep thrower as we think? No. So, I mean, there's a lot of nuance that's going to go on here. And the problem with all this nuance and all these things that we would like to see and gain little bits of clarification on, I don't think we're going to get, because there's not going to be off-season programs, right? So we're going to struggle to try to get a handle. We're not going to get those little tidbits from the beat writers from mini camps and OTAs and, who's connecting with who and who seems to be on the same page. Maybe we'll get some leaked footage out of the Montana little compound thing with Brady and his new receivers. But, it's just there. It creates a lot of interest that I think is great for all of us. Brady going, by the way, I think it's interesting. I've already heard a lot of people, man, OJ Howard. Oh, he goes up, and I'm thinking, well, maybe he does. But Brady loves to throw to the tight end. No, Tom Brady loves to throw to the best players. And the fact was, one of his best players was the tight end. He also loves to throw to Randy Moss when he was his player. And he also loves to throw to Julian Edelman, who's a totally different kind of player, right? So, and he goes into a situation here where Mike Evans and Chris Godwin are obviously going to be big beneficiaries of his presence. And you just think back to Miami game last year, Antonio Brown for one game. Tom Brady had no problem hitting that guy, right? I mean, long, far, intermediate, whatever. I mean, he was getting it done. So I think there's a lot of things that, a lot of times OTAs allow us to clear up those misperceptions we have about a changing situation. And this year we're not going to have that. And we're going to have to do a lot more mental gymnastics, which I love.
I think it's funny when we've heard so much. Will Brady and Antonio Brown rekindle? They played together for 1 week. People talk about like they had these years of
right
relationship. They played together for 1 week, and I was happy to see Arians come right out and say, "No, we don't have a spot for him here.
Right.
He doesn't fit here." Anybody who brings and again, speaking as a guy who's a Raiders fan, I was stoked to have him last year until that mess unfolded. Anybody who brings that guy in now is making a deal with the devil. It's so crazy.
Oh yeah, I mean, honestly, and I just did a draft, or I hosted a draft on Sirius, and my good friend Jeff Mans picked him. You'll have him on later. Make sure you ask him about this. Picked Antonio Brown, middle of the draft. I don't think it was like an exorbitant price or anything. But why? Because if he shows up somewhere somehow, I don't think it's going to happen. But if you're late in the draft and you're throwing a flyer at somebody, is it him or Geronimo Allison? Hell, I don't know who's going to have a bigger impact. I don't think Geronimo Allison is, though.
I wrote it down. I'll definitely ask Jeff that question. I have AB on one dynasty roster. I'm holding him because, like you said, I mean, if he comes back, if somebody does sign him, there'll be a few weeks there where, until he sets the entire place on fire, that
right.
He'll be amazing.
And he will. I mean, look, he is, so it's funny when, in hindsight, talking to some of the people who have covered him closely over the years in Pittsburgh, we didn't hear a lot of things about him in Pittsburgh that I'm hearing now. And I mean, people who are willing to go on the record, Will Graves writes for the Associated Press. Pretty straightforward reporting outfit. You get him on your show and you talk to him for 10 minutes about Antonio Brown, you will hear some amazing things. And 0% of what went on once he got out of Pittsburgh surprised Will Graves, or talked to Dale Lawley from DK Pittsburgh, who was a radio co-host for his Brown show for some period, and I can remember asking him, on air, where reporters, straight reporters aren't really liking to give their kind of personal opinions on guys. But I said, look, is this culture going to change him? Is Antonio Brown going to operate differently? And is he going to follow the Patriot way? And Dale just said, get out. No way. It's not him. It's not what he is. And so, I mean, the people who know him and who have covered him closely have a pretty good idea of what's been going on. And you can get little hints of it dating back into Pittsburgh, when everyone else is staying at that rotten little college in a dorm room and he's staying in an Airbnb up the road and, showing up in the balloon, hot air balloon or whatever, the helicopters and stuff. So, but again, once, this is one of the things, we get caught up in the personalities, and the reporting of the personalities takes, we live in a TMZ world now, right?
Yeah.
Where, people are as much interested in those aspects of a story as they are in general than the football. I mean, we're more interested in the football side, but it does change the way we look at players and the way they're perceived and the way teams deal with players. And you go back to, the Colin Kaepernick situation. Look, I mean, Colin Kaepernick is clearly better than maybe 90% of the quarterbacks on a roster, right? I mean, there's maybe 15 guys who can play quarterback in the NFL at a pretty damn good level, and the rest is the rest. And I mean, the reason I don't think I think it's just the distractions. Coaches know what they can control. And so when you bring in an Antonio Brown or whatever high-profile player who's high-profile not for what he does on the field, but for what's going on off the field, you bring a caravan of cable news trucks and a new group of reporters sitting in the room or in the locker room asking your players these different questions every single day. And there's nothing coaches hate more. Look, every week in the NFL, it's a different opponent. It's a different place. You have to prepare. There's a new game plan. Coaches want to keep as much consistency as they can week to week, and having these kind of high profile, side stories going on are not what a coach wants. So, that's kind of part of this whole dynamic. And one of the things that's going to be Antonio Brown's problem going forward.
to go back to a player you mentioned earlier, Todd Gurley, for me with Gurley, and I have him in a couple of dynasty places, being that he did a 1-year prove-it deal with Atlanta, I do see them probably giving him a ton of work. And if he gets off to a good start, I'd move him quite quickly. If even if I'm in a redraft, which is my forte, I would if I get him in a good spot and he gets off to a hot start, move this guy and bring something back because as the year goes on and that knee starts to act up. But I could definitely see early on where he's going to get fed a ton.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. And some of that's going to be, game script dependent. I mean, the Falcons are well positioned to throw the ball a hell of a lot too. And we'll see what the real Falcons defense is. If it's more of what we saw down the stretch last year, then maybe, the workload will be a little more sustainable for Gurley. I think he can be a factor in the passing attack. But when you have all the other weapons they have, it's a little harder to gain a foothold in that regard.
How big of a change? I mean, Hooper really came into his own last year, and I was really surprised to see them let him go. But it's a tight end. You don't want to, I guess, spend too much money on a tight end. And they bring in Hayden Hurst, who's probably even older than Hooper. I haven't looked at the ages because the age that he was when he came in to the NFL. Do you feel like the tight end remains a good part of that offense this year?
Yes. And so here, a funny thing, my serious co-host, Mike Dempsey, who's a great fantasy player in his own right and one of the better dynasty players you'll run across out there. He put out a tweet, I think, right after the Hurst trade, just saying Hurst greater than Hooper in fantasy, period, right, regardless of price. And part of that is the weaponry available to Baker Mayfield in Cleveland. A player going to a new team. Look, Kevin Stefanski knows how to use a tight end as well, but Dirk Cutter has a long history of this, right? So I think that's the thing you look at. I think there's some reasons for Hooper's success too beyond, look, he was a pretty good player, but I don't think an exceptional player. But he spent every offseason working with Matt Ryan, building the chemistry and connection. He's not going to get to do that with Baker Mayfield. They'll run a fair amount of two tight end sets if Kevin Stefanski's time in Minnesota, follows along in Cleveland. They're, David Njoku is still going to be there. He's a pretty high-end asset as well. If he's not in the doghouse, we'll see how things change for him. But I do think this is another one of those moves where people are going to say, wow, Austin Hooper, got all the money, goes to this offense with all the weapons. He's the guy I'm looking at. And maybe if Hayden Hurst is there, we'll see how cheap of an asset he is. But I don't think it's out of the question to expect him to be heavily targeted. If you look at the target rates going to tight ends everywhere Dirk Cutter's been. This is not like an Atlanta only thing. Go back to Tampa Bay as well.
I've had this question up on the screen for a little while, and I have to. Scott Fish said, Bob Harris and I have never been at the same event and have not met yet. Could you ask him why he's dodging me?
Because it's the 27-year-long quarantine. He has to come to my house, and he's always welcome, as he well knows.
There you go, Scott. Flights are cheap right now. I can guarantee you.
It is funny because there was a period where I was able to go to a lot of the FSTA events just because the timing and the location worked out well, and Sirius was having me do work at them. But in recent years, the summer FSTA being long distance, I'm part of what I do is I'm an editor for national magazines, right? So there is a period of time where I am quarantined in magazine quarantine, and that usually tends to happen when the latest FSTAs are going on. So I've been missing out on a lot of people, and it really bums me out. So I'm glad to get to see them here. Hi, everybody. It's me, Bob Harris.
Hey, Bob.
Well, there is one in New York, and I know you're welcome to stay with Sal when it happens.
Well, no, and that's part of the problem, though, is like these things, they've been doing them in the summer in New York. So number one, it's a pretty long trip. But number two, it's number two. I love that. That's like kind of where I sleep now. But number two, it's like usually right about the time of a magazine deadline. So it's been really difficult for me to get to escape for that length of time when they're doing it these days.
Bob, Eric Flynn.
Make it in Vegas and I'll do it.
Oh yeah, I'll meet you there.
It's an hour flight.
46, and I've never been to Vegas. I'll be 46 this year. I got to get there when all this madness is over.
Please.
Eric Flynn from Ireland, a good friend of ours, playing a couple of dynasty leagues with him. He says, "You are an inspiration, Bob. I've lost 20 pounds myself since the new year, and everything you've said is how you need to approach it." So,
right. And so one other thing for people out there doing this, right? And I probably left out the biggest factor, man. You got to it's like you've sentenced yourself to a prison, right? You have to serve the sentence, and part of that sentence is the rehab. I didn't get to be 400 pounds overnight, right? And so when I started doing this, I said, this is a long-term project. And I set like a 5-year goal, and it took me 10 years to hit it. But I think you need to set those long-term goals. Don't get caught up in the day-to-day. There's going to be ups and downs within this. You're going to have setbacks. You're going to have struggles. But keep your eye on the big prize and set it out there on the horizon so that when you do have the lows, you don't get like, okay, I still got it's like your retirement fund. Don't look at it today. If you got a long time until you retire, keep that out on the horizon so you have something to keep working for, and you don't get caught up in the short-term disappointments.
Hey, Russ, do you have any free agent signings or anything? I have some other guys I want to mention, but again, I love that you came and joined me. Russ is sitting in for 2 hours as a co-host, Bob, and I have different co-hosts with me throughout the day, mostly so I could take bathroom breaks.
Yes, it's important.
He's a smart guy, Russ, and I don't know if there's any specific players you have any questions on.
No, like I said, I'm just here for the ride.
I put him on the spot like that, but that's why I keep doing it.
Yeah, no, Trey, I met Bob for about 4 seconds at the Midwest Expo, and it's really funny. Like, you see people's personalities on the computer, and you kind of wonder if that's really who they are. Bob really is like the nicest, most energetic person I think I've ever met in real life. So if you're sitting here like no, man, all right, this guy can't, no, this is the way this guy is, and it's weird. Like, you hear people say stuff like brings the energy up in a room, and you're like, that's a load of crap. That's just something you say to be nice to a person. Like, literally the short area of Buffalo Wild Wings around Bob was literally just like brighter than the rest of it. So I just want to say it really was awesome to have actually met you in person. And
right.
Eric said that you're an inspiration. You really are just an awesome person, and the community appreciates you and what you do.
Right. I think it has probably more to do with the community and the people in general we're hanging out with than it does any one of us. And I just, when I go to those events, and like that whole thing in Canton is that Bob Long put together, not just the convention, but the draft that we do, the King's Classic draft we do at the Hall of Fame, with some really great competition, and Get Serious in there covered. It is just a total blast. And that's something that it costs me a lot of effort to attend that thing every year, and it's well worth it.
Very cool. Yeah, you know what? I feel bad because I got such a good response from the early people who booked for this 12-hour stream, and Bob reached out to me yesterday to say, you forgot about me, and I said, Bob, I will look to see how it goes and try to squeeze you in. I should have had him jump in.
Bring him in right now. Bob Long, where are you?
Let me see if I could get Bob and send him that out and get him on here even for the last 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Zach brings up in the chat, Russ low-key taking a shot at Scott Fish. I've met Bob. If there's any time where I could say something, I've done something in the fantasy world that Scott Fish has not, I will not be low-key about it whatsoever.
And I think this is funny, again, as somebody who has stood at a computer, and I stand when I work all the time. So like, I'm standing now.
I've noticed that.
I stand.
By the way,
I never sit down, because when you sit down, you get tired. It's like a shark. You don't quit swimming usually. But as you sit here and you go through all these things with some of these people, the amount of effort that everyone puts into this is amazing. And I think this Podathon is reminding me the list of smart people that do this. I mean, there was like 3 of us when we started doing this, and now every year as I'm doing magazines and going out there and trying to find things, I go to these events, I meet all these people. It's now harder for me to cull through the list to find writers for the magazines and things. Just the amount of talent. Every year there are so many smart people jumping into the mix here that it's horrifying. And it's easy to forget about some of the oldsters like Scott Fish. But we work on these computers and we have these interactions with each other. And I feel like I know Scott. I mean, I feel like maybe it's not an in-person connection, but I feel a connection to Scott. I feel a connection to a ton of people, that you don't necessarily meet in person, or you meet once or twice in person, but you're going through the Twitter. And I mean, there's guys you just go, oh, that guy, right? It's just like they're an old friend. And so I think that's one of the great things that the Twitter in particular has done for this industry.
Yeah. And like you said, I remember back in the day, John Hanson, guys like that. And oh, wait, look who we managed to get up. Hold on a second.
Hello.
Hey, the other Bob is in the house.
Mr. Harris, I presume.
Yes.
Bob Long. Greetings, sir.
Good
Bob,
to see you. Good to see anybody.
Bob Lung has been great with all of our podathons that we've done in the past, and always donating, his magazine every year, the consistency guide that he does. And we were talking a little bit, or Russ brought up about meeting Bob at your convention last year and how great it was and everything. And then Bob brought up the league you guys played. I'm like, oh my God, I'm supposed to get back to Bob and get him on today. So excellent, man. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, well, I'm sitting here actually trying to get the consistency guide out. I'm hoping by the end of next weekend, because I've had so many people reach out to me in this time of boredom. They're like, hey, can you get this? Can you get it done sooner than normal? Because we're bored and we want to read it. And I'm like, you know what? It's a great idea. I'm bored too. Let's get this done. So sitting here writing the stuff already and looking forward to getting it out. So hopefully next weekend.
That's one of the things about this, strange period that is left. The football off season is the only sport going, and for me, it's always been the only sport going. I don't spend a lot of time watching the other sports, so I don't feel like I'm missing out on anything. But the amount of focus that people are putting on this, and understandably so. Look, we all need diversions, distractions. We realize these are serious times, and when we're doing our serious show, or when you're writing articles, what you're trying to do is offer people a little bit of distraction, just like we are during, throughout the year, but it takes on a little more importance. And I do think it is important for people to have something to look away from the constant flow of negative news that's out there, or, the bad news that's out there at any given time.
Right. And the whole idea right now for me is to get it out in people's hands. And so I'll probably be giving this away probably more free than paid, because I want people to have something to do, have something to think about other than what they're going through in their daily lives. Give the moms, the dads, everybody out there just a chance to take a break and just forget about, the troubles we're dealing with in this world. And maybe they're losing jobs. Maybe things are, not going that great. It gives them a little bit of something to think about other than, life.
Yeah, you've always been so generous with giving it away, Bob, to anybody who's, entered the Eliminators for John Bosch, or, donated to my podathons in the past. One of the questions right now is, as of right now, are you still planning on having the Midwest Expo? I mean, obviously, things are going to change in the coming months, so we're not sure where we'll be come August.
Right.
Where are we at right now?
Well, where we're at is where I think everybody's at, is that until there's a change in the football season, I don't think there's a change in the fantasy season. And so, if the Hall of Fame goes as planned and all that stuff, and preseason and training camps and everything starts as normal, then we'll have a normal football season, which means the Kings Classic will happen, the Expo will happen. And because by then my thought is that, life is back to normal. And it, again, like you said, it'll be a perfect time to kind of give us something else to focus on than what we've been going through. And so as of now, until football season changes its schedule, everything's on schedule from my perspective. That's for sure.
Right. We're doing the similar things with the magazines, a little more, investment in advance and printing and, materials, et cetera. But you're trying to gain some form of clarity. I think some of that can be, so at least some encouragement can be found in the determination of the NFL to do business as usual to the degree possible. And, you can even see it, envision a scenario. I mean, more than half of their revenue comes from television. If they were playing games just in front of cameras, if it came to that, based on what we've seen so far, thinking they wouldn't do that seems like a bit of more of a reach than expecting them just to shut down.
Right.
Bob Harris, you guys have done the Fantasy Football Summit the last couple of years. Is that something that's still going on and going to be back this summer as well?
I think we're not going to do it this summer, not because of this situation, just because we're working on some other stuff on the site. So the resources, we're trying to do a major upgrade on the Football Diehards website. So that's going to kind of be the focus. But the summit will be back at some point. We had a great time doing it. It's, putting together something like this, just like the Podathon, the technology. And that's something to think about going forward, too. We talk about things getting back to normal. There's going to be a lot of things that are new normals, right?
Right.
And a lot of the people who, a lot of the ways we work and a lot of the ways we interact with each other and communicate, on communications, something that, not surprisingly, the fantasy community has been on the leading edge of already. So I think you'll see a lot more of that going forward as well.
Very cool. So Bob Lung, You're getting the consistency guide out there, which means you've taken into account a lot of these offseason moves already, and a lot of the people have changed places. Let me pull a guy out like Stephon Diggs in the past. If you know off the top of your head, I don't know that he's been a very consistent player. But what has
He's been
your
consistently a
Average.
pain in the ass.
yes.
Yeah.
Do you feel he upgrades by going to Buffalo? Or he's never really played with a great quarterback, and he's not playing with one that is very accurate in Buffalo now. But what are your feelings on a guy like Stephon Diggs heading to Buffalo?
I'm not giving him a lot of love. In fact, right now, I mean, based on my current rankings, I have Diggs all the way down at 32 because, I mean, he's going to Buffalo. And this guy, I really didn't understand it. I'm sure Bob Harris probably agrees. I'm sure we all agree. They had a really nice rapport going with John Brown. Nice season there. Cole Beasley actually was more consistent than you might think. Knox, the tight end, was coming around. Singletary is going to be the guy. I mean, they had a really nice core. And to bring in a knucklehead like Diggs to screw with that chemistry just didn't make any sense. My thought is Diggs hurts probably John Brown more than anybody. Beasley seemed to be his I'll call him Julian Edelman there, who, nice security blanket, third down kind of guy. But I don't see a lot of good stuff for Diggs happening. I mean, I think that it'll be just he'll cannibalize John Brown a little bit. But I mean, what are your thoughts, Mr. Harris, on that scenario? Do you have any different ideas?
As somebody who has been on the, I've been coattailing Matt Harmon, as I often do, because
Right.
It turns out to be a wise decision. But the John Brown, has been a thing for me dating back to Arizona. There's a couple things that I really like about him. I think he's a more well-rounded route runner and receiver than he's given credit for.
Right.
But I think Diggs is obviously going to hurt him, and I don't think it helps a ton. Josh Allen, not the most accurate quarterback,
Right.
and I'm just waiting to see the first opportunity that Diggs gets to throw him under the bus. How
Right,
far
exactly.
he throws him under the bus. And so those are some of the concerns. And look, I mean, on the field, I don't think there's ever a concern when you add talent from an NFL perspective. From a fantasy perspective, it can be very disruptive. And I think that, the real winner here is Devin Singletary, assuming they don't draft another back, as, maybe, they're already a pretty run heavy team. I don't think Stephon Diggs hasn't changed that dynamic.
I agree.
Do you think they draft a running back kind of early, or when Melvin Gordon, the talks were starting, there was
Right.
a tweet that the Bills were in deep talks with Melvin Gordon, and since that didn't fall into place, do you think they spend an early draft pick on a running back?
Yeah, talking to the people who cover the team on a daily basis, that's kind of the expectation. Maybe the organization doesn't believe in Singletary. They love Singletary, love what he can do. Don't, again, workload management is going to be a thing. It's something we see with many teams. And while I think he'll have a pretty clear path to workload, I don't think it will be a fully clear path. I think he's going to be sharing to some degree, and it will likely be someone they draft.
Well, I mean, Frank Gore, like I always try and make the joke like the corpse of Frank Gore, but I mean, he'll outlive us all and still be playing football at that time. But they still gave lots of touches to Frank Gore when Singletary was still playing really well. So it seems like it's something they want to do. Do you think that's baked into Singletary's value right now? Or do you think that people are getting ahead of themselves and pushing him up a little too high?
I mean, right now I have Singletary around 20 to 22 ranking wise. I think he's a solid RB2. Certainly, did a nice job when he didn't have Frank Gore sharing the carries. So I think, I'd be surprised. I don't know. I guess I'm kind of be surprised if they go after a bell cow back early. I can see them getting another back, but not first round type guy, like a third round guy that's more of a Frank Gore-esque type player, more of a, goal line back, that kind of stuff. Since Singletary's more of a pass catcher, quick hit kind of thing. But I don't think they're going to go away from Singletary. I think he'll be the majority of the touches. But like you said, every team needs to have two solid backs that they can rely on in case one gets hurt and to keep the legs fresh. So I believe that's where it's going to go.
Right, and Singletary, smaller guy, obviously pretty dynamic times. But I'm kind of with Bob. I have him like right around 20 right now. I think I'd maybe, there are backs with clear paths to workload that I'm not as enamored of. Maybe Le'Veon Bell would be on that list. Guys that I think are, have, all going to get all the workload, and I'm not sure I like what they're going to do with the football. So that's going to come into play a little bit, and maybe that adjusts. When I see who is drafted, maybe that changes that picture a little bit.
I really do want to say to both of you guys, first of all, thank you both for jumping on. Bob Long, I wish I had a little bit more time for you, but you will absolutely you will be in a key spot on the summer Podathon as you've been the last couple of years. 100%. You will be there. Is hearing you guys in March have your rankings together. The one year I tried to do rankings, I was like, oh my God, this is not for me, which is why you guys great at what you do, and as explained why you guys have lasted so long in the business. I'm more of a talker, or a guy who says something that gets out of the way and lets other people talk. But thank you both again for coming on.
My pleasure.
Bob Long, we've spoken plenty of times in the past. Bob Harris, I hope to become a good friend of yours, because I want to come out and hang out in New Mexico with you and get in some of these great leagues that you're involved in and meet some of these people. Do
it. Meet me halfway in Cleveland with these guys.
That's right. Exactly.
If that goes off, the DFPN network guys, who we are currently a part of, Russ is a part of that as well, are looking to get a whole van together of guys from the Northeast over here, New York, New England area, and driving that way. So I hope it goes off as planned.
Me
and
too.
I hope this year. Thank you, guys.
You bet. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you having me on. Good luck today.
Thanks again, guys. Appreciate it.
Nice talking to you.
Okay, Russ, I got the FF Hitman, Mike Wright, in the wings, and I'm going to have a new co-host at 1:00. I want to thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to go to the bathroom when needed, and asking some excellent questions, and just being a part of this, Russ. I know you're a Jersey, you're a good guy. We've hung out, I think, 3 times, maybe more, in the city. We've gone to see Mike Wright together.
I could say you took me on a date to go see Mike.
That's right. Let me pull Mike up before we get on next. Mike, what's going on, partner?
What's up, everybody? Can you hear me?
We actually took a picture with you. These 2 guys here took a picture with you this past summer. That's right.
I took a picture with a lot of people. Very important.
Make me feel special, for Christ's sake.
Hey, I think you got a hug, man.
I got a picture of you and me hugging. It's something I don't show a lot of people. I keep it close to the heart.
Is it because you weren't wearing shirts at the time?
Hide that.
I had my shirt off. Mike had his on. Yes. Don't spit whatever you're drinking out. But Russ, thank you for joining us for the last 2 hours. The next guy who's going to co-host with me is up and available, and I'm going to switch over to him. Be good, bud. I appreciate it.
Bye, everybody.
Mike, I don't know if you're going to be happy about this guy that I'm bringing on next to co-host with me,
No.
but you do know him. It is
All right, let's see.
Mr. D.
Yeah.
So, Tyler
Figures.
Buchner. But
Wherever you go, Mike, wherever you go, I'm there.
Oh, but I cannot hear a single word he's saying. So this was working out pretty good.
oh, cool. You can't hear Tyler?
I can't.
I
Can
wonder-
you hear him?
I can hear him. Tyler, speak, will you for a minute?
Hey, can you hear me, Mike? Check. Oh, I think his computer's set on just completely
fine. I mean,
muting me.
I can fill in words for him. Hey, I'm Tyler. I got a stupid face.
Tyler,
I like snow and Minnesota Vikings.
you know what? I'm gonna leave it because I think that this is funnier than I know. Well, you know what? He can't hear you because he doesn't know that you actually like the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
He's a lousy.
I just remember his Adam Thielen story.
Tyler, maybe
Well, there was this one time, Adam
sign
Thielen.
out and then sign back in.
What?
Sign out and sign back in. Let's see if Mike can hear you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's super weird that you would be able to hear him and I couldn't.
Well, anyway, Mike,
Bizarre tech. Yo,
we
you
just-
got it, man. You got it.
We just had Bob Long on, who's from your general vicinity of the country. What's going on? And talk to me about what's going on in Arizona. I do have a friend who I grew up with, a female who's a nurse out in Arizona, and I know that she's, dealing on the front lines as it's become to be known. And as a guy who's in New York, we're in the epicenter over here, so it's been pretty crazy. But tell me, what's it like in Arizona right now? Are you guys completely shut down and staying at home? And what's different about your life in these last weeks?
So our family, we went remote, or let's say like the fantasy footballers, we went remote 2 weeks ago. So yeah, I've been home the last 2 weeks. We're not in a mandatory shelter right now. We're just like in a suggested thing, but I mean, we're trying to do our part and really take it serious. It's weird in Arizona because we have I have some nurse and doctor friends as well. Like, so I know that it's not great in hospitals. It's not, certainly not what you guys are dealing with up there, and that's what makes this so bizarre for us. Is like I know what's happening in New York and some of these really hot spots, but it doesn't feel like it in Arizona. So it's almost this really strange mix of pure anxiety. But then I look out my window, I'm like, well, why are we doing this? But I know it's there. It's this weird boogeyman that just, it hasn't hit Arizona that bad yet. Hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully we're getting out in front of it. But so it's a very strange thing to know what is happening with the rest of the United States, especially up in the Northeast compared to what's happening here.
Yeah, it is weird, even for me. So, and again, we're into our 5th hour. We've done 4 hours already, so I'm going to repeat things. But I'm still working. I do work. I do work in offsite engineering for a hospital here in New York, but I have not been in the main hospital. I'm in all the offsite, so I've been shielded from being exposed to any of that stuff, luckily. But I'm working every day, and my life hasn't changed much personally for me. I get up early, I go to work, I do my job, I come home. And then when I get home in my apartment, maybe normally I'd go see a friend or two or whatever, but for the most part, I'm staying here. That's changed, but I haven't really felt what everybody else is feeling. And Tyler, let me see if you speak, if Mike can hear you now.
Hey, Mike.
Oh, there he is.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Perfect. Tyler, you also work in a hospital, if I'm not wrong, in Minnesota.
Yes. Yeah, I do janitor stuff in the hospital, and we're still working. I mean, there's a lot of housekeepers that are terrified because they have to actually go into the room and clean them. But we have a really good step-by-step thing that they do to kind of keep everybody safe. And tip of the cap to Mayo Clinic up here, because they are super prepared for anything that happens. There's actually nurses going to where you are, Sal, to help out in New York, because I mean, so far we are, like Mike said, I mean, it hasn't hit us yet, and I mean, New York is getting hit like crazy. So yeah, just be safe, Sal.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
We want you around.
Well, that was said in a very unbelievable way. Mike was at least honest with the handshake, but no, listen, that's what Tyler. I know you and Mike are friendly for a while now, and I know that you also work in a hospital setting. That's why I wanted to have you on, because I think it's important to point out that it's, while the nurses and the doctors are obviously front line, there are some other people out there putting themselves at risk as well. And housekeeping in a hospital they're every bit as risk as anybody else. So it's really dangerous. But other than that, let's get to some football talk. Let's get to some talk that's going to distract people about. It's the whole reason we're here today. So Mike is here. Mike, tell everybody what it is that you do, and if they don't know, they're morons. But you have a second podcast outside of the FF Forward. But just run through some of the things that you guys are doing and what you've been up to lately.
Yeah, so I'm one of the hosts of the Fantasy Footballers podcast. We're a year-long redraft-focused football podcast. I mean, we do talk dynasty and all that types of stuff, but our focus is predominantly on the redraft. We're still going. We're still 2 shows a week right now. Thankfully, in the weirdness of everything, somehow the NFL is like set up perfectly timed where they're not actually around, but they're dropping huge amounts of news bombs on us right now. We're all getting ready for the draft. So we're still going. We still have a lot of content and a lot of hijinks happening. And the other show you're talking about, which is a pretty good show to know about right now. So we have the Spitballers podcast, where if you like the footballers, kind of our nonsense and ridiculous dad jokes, the Spitballers, that's really all it is we answer weird would you rather questions. We do fun fantasy drafts of like we just did a show coming out Monday for we drafted the most unsanitary things and then the listeners get to vote on that, and it's a really, really good time, and we make sure that it's family friendly, so that like if you want to listen with your kids, I mean, people are trapped at home. I'm trapped at home with my 3 monsters as well, and so we try to make sure that it's an entertainment product that you can listen to with them and not be concerned about the content, unless you don't like hearing your kids having your kids hear poop jokes, because there are a lot of poop jokes on this show.
Well, now more than ever, I think it's important to get this show out there, like you said, because people have come to know you as one of the ballers, but a spitballer as well. And it is the type of show. It's good in a time like this to track. Who doesn't love dad jokes? And who out there? I mean, we're all dads here. My kids are a little bit older than your kids. I got all teenagers and one who turned 20 this year, but but it's a good thing, and we have to laugh in a time like this.
Yeah. That's why we brought Tyler on.
Yeah, just look at
it. I have to tell a good spitballer story. I was actually at work. I'm in one of the public elevators that isn't just staff, and I'm listening to the guys, and Mike and Jason said something I can't remember, but I legit lost it in the elevator, and there's about 3 other people in there, and I got the weirdest looks, and I'm sitting there in my work clothes, and I just start laughing. I'm trying to hold it in. I can't. I'm crying a little. It's really good. And Mike, you guys put in a ton of effort. I know Owl and Brooks are very, very good at what they do. And yeah, I mean, if you're not listening, even watching on YouTube, you guys are not doing it right, because these guys put out amazing content.
I appreciate that. Yeah, and Tyler has been one of the long-term Spitballer supporters, so appreciate that.
Truth be told, Tyler doesn't have a lot going on in life, but
I have 3 kids upstairs.
You know what I love about Tyler, and I'm going to say this: I was asked to come and do. Would you have the 200th episode recently? What did you hit on your podcast? 100, 200?
Yeah, 200.
And I did get asked to do a clip, and I intended to, and I was busy and I forgot, and I didn't get it in the time. I was definitely sad, and I said, but Tyler is a guy who, he allows me to tease him and pick on him, and never gets too offended, and he gets it right. We're just having fun. People on Twitter get so offended by things so often, and he knows I'm just a joker, and he's one of the genuinely good guys.
You were joking this whole time? That is a relief, because I've been crying every night.
Hold on, wait, Mike. You think he? Hey, Tyler, we weren't talking about you at all while you were gone. But no,
I could hear you.
What's up to you? 200 episodes and a very successful Dynasty podcast. For those of you guys who don't know, the Dynasty Happy Hour. Check them out. Tyler and the guys do stuff year round, and they do a fantastic episode every offseason with me that is called the Dynasty Tinder episode. Mike, if you don't know about this, we pick these who we would swipe left or swipe right on for football purposes. Mike
and Sal actually gives us tips and tricks about the actual Tinder or Grinder, depending on what he's actually doing that week.
Let's get to the fantasy football talk. Mike, we're going to repeat stuff today, and we've talked about this trade already today, but let's talk about your neck of the woods and the maybe the second best wide receiver behind Michael Thomas, but possibly the best wide receiver in the NFL. DeAndre Hopkins was stolen by the Arizona Cardinals. First of all, your first reaction when you heard about the trade?
It was impossible. Like it was a really surreal moment, because I mean, like we're already, like in the throngs of what the virus is starting to do to the country. So we were actually in office, and Andy wasn't in because Andy was out sick, and it's one of those like, are we even supposed to be here? It was this weird day, and then all of a sudden the news starts coming out that the Arizona, I'll say we deal with it. I'm a diehard Cardinal fan. We traded. The news came out. The Texans were interested in David Johnson, and it was all right. Well, we'll see. We'll see right now. And then it went from that to we traded David Johnson to the Houston Texans in about 5 minutes, and it was holy crap. I've spent the entire offseason we've been talking about what is Kenyon Drake's value, And is Arizona actually going to bring him back? And you can't possibly bring Drake back on any kind of contract when you have David Johnson getting paid that much money, and nobody's going to trade for David Johnson in that contract. Enter Bill O'Brien.
Hold on.
Yes, the mastermind. And then what was so funny and foreshadowing for this trade is, so it's the news of the trade was coming out in chunks and pieces. On the Schefter tweet that they had traded, that the Texans had traded for David Johnson, there was somebody, just a random account's reply about 3 down, that said, yeah, watch DeAndre Hopkins be a part of this trade. And I saw that and I laughed, because it's like, yeah, that's ha ha ha. That would be, we're making fun of Bill O'Brien for making a bad move. And then boom, DeAndre Hopkins is on the Arizona Cardinals, and we're all just freaking out. We jumped on a Zoom so that all the people who were remote, so we could all just celebrate. It was, I mean, I haven't been that happy in 20 years.
That podcast was great. Like the day after you guys did it, you and Jason pushing that music on. It was fantastic. Like that is true fandom. If you guys don't believe these guys are Cardinals fans, plus you guys are bandwagons anyways. I mean, Andy brings it up all the time. Everybody thinks you guys are bandwagon fans. I mean, This is awesome. It reminds me of the time when Atlanta took Julio. They trade up to 6 and took Julio. I lost it, and I couldn't even. That was probably the same feeling. I mean, I was running up and down steps. I was rolling around. Yeah.
Yeah, but you guys had to trade a whole bunch of picks to move up for Julio.
Yeah, we didn't trade with Bill O'Brien though. That was the issue.
Yeah, you didn't trade a second rounder for you can't argue that DeAndre Hopkins is a top 3 wide receiver. You can say maybe Thomas is one, maybe someone else is one, but you can't argue that he's not a top 3 wide receiver in the NFL right now. And he's at peak age right now. It's it's unbelievable. You would trade him away for David Johnson and a second round pick.
I thought about this too. What if they did Fuller instead of Hopkins? It still would probably be a better trade for Arizona than it would have been for Houston because the contract for David Johnson.
Right. Yeah, honestly, as the news is coming out, it's okay that they trade for David Johnson. All right. What pick did we give them to take on the David Johnson contract, and how much of the contract is Arizona actually going to have to cover? And then it was Texans covering all of David Johnson's salary. And the news just was stair-stepping. It just got better and better, and then crescendoed to when DeAndre Hopkins fell from the heavens into Arizona's lap.
Let's not forget, Texans are the same team that traded Brock Osweiler's salary and gave a second rounder to Cleveland just to do so. So, I mean, I'm not really shocked about the deal that they did.
You're skipping the part where they signed Brock Osweiler to
that is true. That is true.
And had to get out of it.
Yeah, it's very interesting that Bill O'Brien actually has a job in the NFL and continues to work. It's while people being laid off, this guy's got a job. So what are your feelings on Kenyon Drake? Do you think people are going to overpay for Kenyon Drake? Thinking, I don't know that what he was down the stretch last year is what he's going to be this year. I think he's a solid RB2 in this upcoming season. You think people looking at him at more than that?
I don't know if you can overpay for him. I think Kenyon Drake is a top 10 running back. He has top 5 upside. One of the stats I brought up on the Footballers podcast was if you take the RB1 performance from Arizona and you put them all together, you have the running back 3 in total points, in total overall points. Now, granted, I can't argue with the fact you didn't always know who it was going to be. Like you thought it was David. It was David Johnson for 8 weeks, and I mean he was, despite looking not like David Johnson, he was dominating for fantasy purposes. He gets hurt. You thought it was going to be David Johnson, but then it ends up being Chase Edmonds. Yeah, they trade for Kenyon Drake. You think it's still going to be David Johnson. Then it's Kenyon Drake, but then it was Drake for the rest of the season. And if you know who it's going to be, just based on this offense with the volume, the rate that they are going to score, Kenyon Drake is going to be awesome. Now, I'm being hyperbolic when I say you can't overpay for him, because you can't draft him with a top 5 pick with a clean conscience of like Dalvin Cook or Zeke is on the board. It would be really hard to take Kenyon Drake over those guys. At the end of the season, it might be the right call because half the first round busts anyways. But I really, really believe that Kenyon Drake he's an RB1 this year with massive, massive upside.
Mike, we're making a show about the people and entertaining the people. So we have a question from S. Bueno. He wants to know if you could share your hat supplier.
Oh man, shout out. So this was it's a company called Beatcomber. They're down in I think San Antonio, and for sure they're down in Texas. But this guy made like the best decision of his life because he reached out. I have these things called Hat Week, where if you see the fantasy hitman in a hat for multiple days, you'll know that he needs a haircut. But and he just reached out and he was like, "Hey man, I want to send you a hat." And so he sent me this hat, and this is my favorite hat now, and I wear it all the time. So he sends me one hat, and I'm sure there's been plenty of people who have seen it and they're like, "Man, I got to get one of those Beatcomber hats because they're awesome."
That's a whole chat. That's a whole chat.
Yeah. So shout out to Beatcomber. Everyone go buy some hats.
Pretty cool. Let's move on to some other players that are not playing in Arizona or were not traded from Arizona.
Ooh.
All right. Thanks for coming, Mike. Let's move over to a guy who I'm not totally confident is ready to take the reins and be a starting NFL quarterback. And it's a guy from Tyler's old neck of the woods, Teddy Bridgewater, back in half an hour in Minnesota. But what do you think is going to go on in Carolina this year? They signed Robbie Anderson. We know they have the other 2 young wide receivers there. And, of course, they have the best fantasy football running back outside of Arizona, of course. Of course. What do you –
DJ Anderson? He's still there?
That is correct. How do you see things shaking out in Carolina this year, Mike? And is Teddy Bridgewater a guy outside of a super flex that you're going to have on your roster this year?
You won't draft him in a single quarterback.
The beginning sound was Mike regurgitating a little bit, thinking about the idea of having Teddy Bridgewater on his team. He's like
Look,
trying to get the words out.
No, it's not it's actually not that at all. I'm saying you can't, when you're looking at the probability and the actual outcomes, it's hard to envision Teddy Bridgewater ending up as a quarterback 1. You can 100% make the case for him. Like, I'm outrageously excited for DJ Moore. DJ Moore, what he was able to do last year DJ Moore's like 17 years old still? I mean, the guy is unbelievably young.
In November, 17 in November.
Thank you. I knew I was a little bit off. He just got his license last year. But he was able to dominate with horrifically bad quarterback play. And if Teddy Bridgewater is anything, he is excellent at keeping it in short game and being accurate. So I'm really, really excited for the DJ Moore and what he could become this year. Where I'm interested in Teddy Bridgewater is that the new head coach, Matt Ja Rule, bringing in his college offense, bringing in Robbie Anderson. I know it seems like a mismatch for what Teddy Bridgewater has done, but you have to – I'm choosing to believe in what Coach Ja thinks he can get done with Teddy Bridgewater and having the deep threats of Robbie Anderson and Curtis Samuel, which – rumor mill that Curtis Samuel is potentially available. We'll see if that comes to fruition or not. But if this team moves forward with those 3 wide receivers and an actual college offense, I mean, Teddy Bridgewater could be a low-end quarterback 1 very, very quickly.
And by proxy of what his weapons will do with the short passing. Yeah, no, that's an excellent breakdown, Mike. It's something, short-sighted guys like me, we overlook those type of things. But that's why I listen to the ballers and I get and then I pretend it's my information. That's what I do.
Another low-end player that you guys should look at is Ian Thomas, because Teddy likes the middle of the field. And Ian Thomas, if you look at his play last year when Olsen was hurt, a lot of his a lot of his production was in the middle of the field, kind of short passes. What do you have, like 6 for 50, 6 for 60? It wasn't anything huge, but I think Teddy looks to the middle of the field more than he does the outside. If he kind of sticks with what he was in Minnesota and what I saw, that I think Ian Thomas is getting a huge boost, and I think McCaffrey could catch about 500 passes this year.
500, that seems reasonable.
It's funny that Christian McCaffrey, it's his pass catching. I mean, we're talking unbelievably small sample, of course, but when Teddy Bridgewater was filling in for Drew Brees last year, Kamara's receptions. This is off the top of my head, but if I'm remembering it right, Kamara's receptions were actually down like 1.5 receptions per game. And we'll have to see, does the new coaching staff really believe in putting Christian McCaffrey out at whatever it was, the 100% snap rate that he was getting? Those are the questions. I'm not arguing at all that if I have the number 1 pick, I'm taking Christian McCaffrey right now. But these are things. A lot of variables have changed for Christian McCaffrey, so it's not just this isn't 1-for-1 of the production. The Norv Turner one running back system, even though Norv left like halfway through the season, but they kept riding with it. Just saying there is an actual red flag with Christian McCaffrey, not unlike everybody else, but number 1 pick, you gotta at least examine. If somebody else, I'm dropping AirPods, you should examine if somebody else should be the number 1 pick.
Yeah, and you got to remember Joe Brady is also OC, and if you look at the LSU offense, Thaddeus Moss, it would be a prime example of what Ian Thomas could do. And the Clyde Edwards-Helaire caught the ball a lot out of the backfield.
Yeah.
And that's a huge plus for McCaffrey. I mean, there's a lot of things you could put into it. And he liked to go deep a lot. I mean, Jefferson and Jamar Chase were outstanding with the deep ball. So, I mean, he's going into a dynamic offense. So, I mean, if Teddy doesn't do it now this year with these weapons, this coaching staff, I mean, I think the Teddy truthers are probably going to have to be out.
Oh, there's no doubt that this is it. This is Teddy's. He's basically lived off the mystique of finishing up strong in Minnesota before he got injured, and then coming in on a Super Bowl level team last year and going 5-0, which had less to do with him than the team around him. So, yeah, I would say undoubtedly. He doesn't show it now. He's done. And, of course, they got P.J. Walker in there, my guy from the XFL, who's ready to take over. By the way, I haven't mentioned it all day because none of those guys have been on yet. I was in a XFL league with quite a few experts, as they're called, and I technically won that league. Matthew Berry, I was in first place. We finished with the same record. I had more points and I beat you head-to-head. I'm just saying, Matthew, I'm technically the champion, and you didn't come on today, so I'm making sure that gets out there. Anyway, I had P.J. Walker, by the way.
Yeah, it's like having Lamar Jackson.
It was
like if basically you had P.J. Walker and you won the league, right?
Yeah, I was undefeated until the last week of that damn J.J. Zachariason had to act like he knew what he was doing.
I mean, I can't probably name 5 players that were in XFL for fantasy.
Well,
Mike, could you?
I can name you P.J. Walker and Kristen Michael.
Nice.
Yeah, and Matt Jones. Can't forget about him. There's 3.
Wait, Matt Jones was there?
Yeah.
And he was decent. He might have led the league in rushing yards, I think.
Yeah. The Battlehawks, I think, right?
Listen, I'll be honest with you. I was sad to see it cut short because I am a football diehard, and it was actually it was a good supplement for not having football. And I think that it probably benefited by the season getting cut short because it left people wanting it. So I think it will be back next year. If it played out as it was going, maybe at the end of the season, people might have grown tired with it. We would have been into training camps and stuff like that. So I think the best case scenario in a bad scenario is that the season was cut short. So, Mike, obviously Tom Brady is now in Tampa. I don't want to talk so much about Brady. We've talked about him a lot today. I want to talk about Jameis Winston. Jameis, there's not too many spots left right now, but he did lead the league in passing yards last year. And he had 30-something touchdowns, but they had the 30-something interceptions. I don't think he lands in a place like New England because I don't think Belichick can put up with that type of poor play.
It'd
But
be fun to watch. I mean, it'd be awesome to watch.
speaking of Teddy Bridgewater getting his last chance, do you think Jameis Winston gets a shot to be a starting quarterback again in this league?
Yes, by default. Like, I mean, he'll get a backup job. I mean, I would love to have Jameis Winston as my backup quarterback. I actually am on the side of, I think that Jameis Winston should get another starting gig, but you're right. The jobs were down to the Patriots and the Chargers with the only like quote openings. I mean, Tyrod Taylor is more than capable to be the starting quarterback, the bridge quarterback for the Chargers. So there's just not spots available. He's going to have to go take a backup job. And then like the rumors of Jameis as the backup for Big Ben in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
I think that's fantastic. Like it's yes, he had the 30 plus interceptions, but guys don't just go out and throw 5,030. Like, yes, it's such a weird argument to get into of, because like, well, he wouldn't have had to throw 5,000 yards if he didn't throw 30 interceptions, and it's I can't argue against that. But to say that, yeah, he was in a Bruce Arians friendly offense for putting up huge yardage, why isn't every quarterback for Bruce Arians then putting up 5,000 yards? I mean, they don't. I think there's been 5,000 yards, like eight or nine times, something. It's a really small number of quarterbacks who have actually hit that mark. So I think Jameis deserves at least like a 2-year. Give him a 2-year deal that's front loaded. See if he can be cut down on those interceptions. That's what I would do personally. But realistically, he'll go be a backup somewhere, and it would be awesome. Maybe see him in like Chicago, but I mean, of course, they're not going to do that with the moves that they have already made. So I honestly have no idea right now where Jameis can possibly land besides Pittsburgh. That's a really good fit for him.
Yeah, I think Pittsburgh's probably the best fit. And I mean, he fits that style of offense. The weapons are still good there. Yeah, Mike, like you said, I think he's a good quarterback. Maybe the fixing of the eyes helps. I don't know. Maybe you can see clear now. Maybe he should have wore the specs. Maybe he should have got specs for the whole NFL season last year. He
should have gone and had the goggles. I mean, look at
Horace Grant style.
I missed the goggles, man. That was a good time. Man. People got the corrective surgery now. They kind of ruined a look. That was a good look.
Yeah, thank you, modern science.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, modern science. Screw you. You know, I selfishly, I'd love to have seen him back in Tampa for the wide receivers, because just getting that downfield ball, he didn't care. He didn't care where he was throwing it, and maybe every other one would get picked off, but we had those monster touchdowns. And again, Brady, he can throw the ball deep, but he's not going to be doing it at that level. And he's also a smarter quarterback. So I don't see it happening as much. So selfishly, I would have loved to have seen him back in Tampa.
Yeah, I think that's what we all wanted, and we'll see. We'll see how Tom Brady can handle or not handle, because he's still accurate going down the field, but was his tendency to not go down the field nearly as much, especially considered to someone like Jameis, was that just a product of the Patriots' offensive system? Was it a product of the weapons that he actually had? Because I mean, who was the deep threat for the Patriots? I mean, Philip Dorsett. He's a fine player, but he's not Chris Godwin or Mike Evans to take a deep shot.
The thing about Dorsett, though, is when Brady went deep to Dorsett, it worked. I just think McDaniels didn't want to go downfield because that's not his offense. So I do think I'm not sure, Mike, on one of the footballers recently, was Jason for or was it because I think Mike Evans.
Jason is really in on Mike Evans still.
Yeah, I think the touchdowns actually go up. The yardage will probably go down, but I think he hits double-digit touchdowns finally again.
Yeah, very possible.
So moving on to another free agent, a guy I haven't brought up once today, and it's because he's a little bit older, but he did land in New Orleans, and that's Emmanuel Sanders. What do you think he brings to that offense? He's 33 years old. So I had a friend who wanted him to sign with the Cowboys, who last year told me he hated the fact that they signed Randall Cobb, who was too old. Randall Cobb was 28, and he was excited thinking they were going to sign Emmanuel Sanders, who's 5 years older than Randall Cobb. But he's not a young guy, but he still seemingly looks like he was done what he's been able to do his whole career. So can it possibly make Mike Thomas that much better by taking defenses a little bit away from him? Or who's it better for? Manning himself? Drew Brees, of course. Shout out to Drew Brees who donated $5 million. I realize he just signed a huge contract, but I haven't seen anybody step up.
That's a ton.
The entire Chicago Bears organization donated $250,000. So
it's weird seeing the players, especially like basketball players, and then Brees with that huge amount of money, and like, where's the owners?
Yeah,
like where's their donations? Maybe they could be doing it just and quietly. They don't want the publicity for it. Which,
come on, come on. Oh, nice.
Excellent. Already better looking, upgraded the looks than over Tyler.
That's true.
Say hi.
Better beard too. I mean, look at that thing.
So anyway, Emmanuel Sanders. I love it.
Hey. All right. Yes. So for Manny Sanders, like, what's funny about him when you think like when you think Randall Cobb is old, but Emmanuel Sanders is not. It's because Emmanuel Sanders is a freak. He himself is an outlier to actually come back that quickly from a torn Achilles. I mean, you had literally an apples to apples situation. He tore his Achilles. Demaryius Thomas tore his Achilles. One of the guys is back and was producing big time for a team that was in the Super Bowl and probably should have won the Super Bowl. And so Emmanuel Sanders himself is an outlier. He really helps Drew Brees. Drew Brees was actually awesome, like legitimately awesome last year. He didn't finish he didn't finish very, very high because he missed the games. But if you look, it was, I think, the second time that Drew Brees has ever had a 7% touchdown rate. He was really, really good. And that was without a really dominant second wide receiver. Jared Cook became that guy at the end of the season. But now that you have Manny, Thomas, and Jared Cook as your primary pass catchers, besides Kamara, of course, but it's a huge upgrade to me for Drew Brees. And Drew Brees had kind of turned into this guy where at the end of the year he'll be a top 12 quarterback, but if you played him every single week, you weren't winning because of the quarterback play. He just was steady. He would always play in every single game, and he was good enough to, at the end of the season, trick everyone with his ranking for fantasy purposes. But I think the addition of Manny Sanders can secure Drew as being a top 10 quarterback again.
Where are we at with Melvin Gordon? I mean, I know he's in the Denver, and I'm a Raider fan, so I don't like to see him going there because I own him in places, and I hate to root for guys who are playing against my team. But you think the days of Melvin Gordon being a front, I mean, he's going to score the touchdowns there. They're not going to give the ball to Lindsey on a goal line. It's going to still be Gordon getting it. But can he do enough to be considered an RB1?
Go ahead, Tyler.
With the running back class coming in, it depends. I mean, I feel like one rookie, like maybe a Taylor, comes in and becomes an RB1, pushes the rest of the field back. I don't know. I mean, their offensive line got better. They got a little bit of an upgrade. They got some younger players on the O-line that will probably get better as time goes. But I mean, I love Drew Lock. I think Drew Lock is a heck of a cheap option for redraft, Mike. The weapons there, and I do think they draft the receiver with, I think, the 14th pick or 15th. I can't remember, but they will probably take a receiver. I mean, I don't know. I think his pass catching will probably go up a tad, but I don't, like you said with the touchdowns. I don't even think the touchdowns might not be there.
So if you look at the Drew Lock numbers, the receptions for the running backs went way down compared to the beginning of the year when they had Flacco and who was the kid who filled in? I can't remember his name. Brandon.
I know you're talking about Brandon Allen. Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, Brandon Allen.
How can we forget the third Allen brother?
Yes. So
Josh Allen. Yeah.
The receptions for Lindsey and Royce actually went down once Drew Lock took over. So that's a concern. Very, very small sample size. You can't put everything into that Drew Lock came in, with just a handful of games left. So maybe the receptions to the running back will go up. It's a really weird situation for Melvin Gordon that I'm sure the contract offer from LA last year was a lot more money than he was offered for the Denver Broncos. He came back to try and retain some of his value, plummeted efficiency-wise from his huge outlier season back to like his career average of being a 3.9 guy. Meanwhile, Austin Eckler was clearly superior back. He got the bag from the Chargers, and Melvin Gordon is left like, I have to go to a division rival. Like that's what he had left is spite, is to go to a team so he can try to play against the Chargers twice a year. And it's at this point, like Philip Lindsay legit might be a better running back. The financial commitment to Melvin Gordon doesn't say we're going to force him on the field. I think he'll be the primary guy, but I have Melvin Gordon in our Footballers League of record, and I was very sad. I was very sad at the landing spot because Tampa Bay's just sitting there, juicy and wide open. He goes to Denver, and then my Royce Freeman dynasty shares are just
gone,
lit on fire. So
milk carton.
It was a really sad day for my teams personally because I think Melvin Gordon will be a top 20 guy. But it's like Philip Lindsay last year. Were you happy playing Philip Lindsay week in and week out? He had a great year. I think 1,100 rushing yards or something. Had a great year. But for fantasy purposes, it just didn't get it done.
You were going to say something, Tyler, so I held up.
I thought I was, but I lost it. See, you got to catch me quick, otherwise it's gone. That's why
I tried to get to you. I tried.
No, that's why I always interrupt people because I'm like, I better get to this because I'm going to lose it.
Well, if we're done with the Melvin Gordon talk, I spoke earlier today about Amari Cooper and seeing Amari Cooper get $20 million a year.
Yuck.
And we brought up Dak too, and they're going to end up having to pay him and stuff like that. But I like Michael Gallup. I don't know that you had to pay Amari Cooper $20 million a year. Mike, do you feel like they had no choice but to pay him that and keep him? And I understand the upgrade that he made to that offense when he got there. But you feel like this is a $20 million a year wide receiver?
I try not to, like, when I'm looking at the new contracts, I'm not, the newest contract is going to be the most money, generally speaking. If it's an elite player, they're going to set the new benchmark, and then in 2 years, the money that Amari Cooper got will look bad. Like it'll look like, oh, he got paid $20 million a year. They had to, like, unfortunately, they mismanaged their situation that the signings had to happen now at more of a panic setting time where you could lose one of them. You only got to franchise one of these players, and you had to franchise your quarterback. You should have been able to get him signed earlier. But Cooper he makes the offense better. I like crapping on Amari Cooper for fantasy purposes on the show. He's just such a strange player that, basically 50% of the time he's amazing. 50% of the time he disappears. And that's every year. And every year we have a different excuse for why Amari Cooper is only good 50% of the time. Got some barking dogs. I don't know if you can hear.
I thought that was somebody booing.
Booing my Cooper takes.
Yeah.
I'm used to it.
Than me.
But they had to pay him. Like, the offense needs him. You just traded a first-round pick for him a year and a half ago. You're in a position where you're stuck. You have to pay him.
Yeah, it would have been a colossal bad move if they did not get him signed and not have him there. I think that the fans would have been more and more angry. We had
I figured out what I was gonna say.
Oh, good. Here we go. Is this back to Melvin Gordon?
No, back to actually running backs in Dynasty.
Thanks, moving on.
Okay. Running backs in Dynasty. He's here for the takes, but Mike, I want to get your take on this. I mentioned it with my co-hosts and Dynasty running backs. I mean, you see them hit the top and then they just fall off a cliff like 3 or 4 years after. I think that once a running back hits 101 value, like a McCaffrey, I think you should try to get the most value out of that player as you can. Kind of like a stock. Yeah, it hits top value. Sure. Maybe go for a younger running back. Like say you get McCaffrey and trade him for 101 plus a receiver or something like that, and then just hit the refresh button. Are you for that move? Seeing all these contracts kind of just lowering for the running backs, like after seeing Todd Gurley's huge contract, thinking, oh my God, he reset the market. And then now he got cut and people are like, oh crap, that hurt all running backs. What's your look on it?
Christian McCaffrey is tough because he's like a unique unicorn situation where most running backs are giving you huge amounts of yardage on the ground, but they catch 30 passes, or they're Austin Eckler where they're giving you 90 receptions but 500 rushing yards. The fact that Christian McCaffrey can give you 1,000 in any particular season is you have 2 players in one spot for when you're playing for right now. So I'm perfectly fine trading McCaffrey if someone's going to pay the price, but you're gonna pay the price. I'm not just trading him for the 101 because I know that Christian McCaffrey is good, and I know that Christian McCaffrey will be good for at least 2 more years. It could fall off in 2 years, and it'll be I can't believe we didn't see this coming again, because this is what happens to running backs. I completely agree with that, but at the same time, you go like, who did we drafted in running back in the last 2 rookie drafts? And because you had the Christian McCaffrey year where it seemed like you had McCaffrey, you had Fournette. I mean, you had
Dalvin Cook,
Kamara,
Joe Mixon.
Yeah, like there was huge hits that year.
Yeah.
So that also resets your brain of thinking, well, I'm going to get some rookie picks because there's going to be 4 great running back options that I can get. And we're in a world where I think it can be even more and more difficult to find an actual workhorse running back. So to trade them for extreme value, yes, I'm with that. But I also like to win and win now. So I would rather it's all about your team. It's all about your team. If you're playing to win this year, then I would rather have Christian McCaffrey. And I would not be trading him for future picks either. If you're giving me picks, I want them right now.
Yep. No, I completely agree. And then my last question with running backs is, could you see the NFL start turning to them drafting in the first round and then getting that extra 5th year option so they don't actually have to pay? Like they do the 5th year option, then they do a franchise tag. So they get 6 total years out of them, and then they can just toss them and then draft a new one. That's another future outlook. I could kind of see the NFL going.
You could, but like of the running backs, who's actually giving you 6 years of value? That you're
Adrian Peterson.
You're happy. Sure. Okay.
But he's not human, so
yeah.
Hall of Fame Adrian Peterson. I mean,
20 years.
if you're playing the game of probability, how many running backs are actually elite for that 5th year? I mean, because the 5th year, if you're paying that running back like $13 to $15 million,
yeah,
and then to franchise them, you're paying them similar money. Are they really worth that, or do you just go grab a new rookie in the 2nd or the 3rd round to replace them? It's running back is not a position that anyone should want to play anymore, which really sucks.
And another one. Okay, last final. If you look at Devy rankings for DLF or anybody, you can see that the running back tiers are going to start falling off. Like it's going to become more wide receiver driven rookie drafts because the running backs are very loaded this year too. There's a lot of running backs. Next year, I think there's 2 to 3 running backs that are very good. And then it almost seems like there's a drop off. There'll be one that pops up, but the elite talents that you're starting to see are starting to fall off, and you start seeing these fantastic receivers start coming out of the woodwork. So are you looking more to kind of get the running back bunch now and having that in your pocket now and not like I feel like people shouldn't expect the future rookie drafts to have these 5 running backs in each draft to come
Sure.
out and help your team right away. That's what I'm seeing when I look at the Devy DLF stuff. And I just fear the running back is going to start kind of teetering off the elite talent is going to start teetering off as future comes and the receivers are going to start coming. So that's my advice is I would start looking at running backs now and then worry about receiver in the next couple of years.
What's funny for me is I'm in that I am the case that you're talking about. Like our Footballers Dynasty League, I am in full rebuild. My team is garbage. Except I have Evans and McLaurin. That's all I have right now. My running back, I think my running back 1 or 2 was Royce Freeman. Like that's where my team is at.
I don't know
And
if
I
you
have a
got the
whole.
idea, Mike.
Like I said, I mourned that day. I have the first overall pick. I have like 3 or 4 first round picks this year and next year, and I had fully intended on. The wide receivers are great. I know they're not going to necessarily help me this year, but long term, I'm going to, go for it. But then the fact that we have the talent at running back mixed with there are a couple teams like Tampa Bay, Kansas City. I mean, these guys could spend an early pick, a day 1, probably not, but a day 2 pick on a running back. And if the Kansas City Chiefs draft Allaire with a 2nd or a 3rd round pick, I mean, it would be so hard to pass on that player to draft CeeDee Lamb, who ends up on the Raiders, and you're like, I mean, he'll be good. He'll probably turn out to be great eventually, but passing up
Right, in the second contract with a different team.
It's so hard. And this has killed me in the past. It's so hard to pass on what is perceived as the value right now of a running back compared to the wide receiver that that they're just not going to do anything. And this is like I'm in the Royce Freeman situation because of this. I was trying to win 2 years ago, and I was looking at I need to fill a running back hole, but DJ Moore is on the board. And I took Royce Freeman. I took Royce Freeman because I needed a running back, and he seemed like a surefire.
Yeah.
He's going to be the starter. He's going to be the workhorse for Denver. And then freaking undrafted free agent comes in and steals the job from him.
180
Meanwhile,
pound,
DJ Moore,
180 pound undrafted free agent.
DJ Moore is like probably a top 12 dynasty asset already.
Oh yeah, I think he's a 2nd round overall pick in startups now.
Right. And now I'm just like, so I had committed that I'm going to take wide receivers, and then Jonathan Taylor and Swift, these guys are showing up. I'm like, this is a freaking disaster.
Yeah, it's tough.
Mike, Kevin, who's normally one of my co-hosts who does the Podathon with me every year. You've been on with him before. He's asking what is the best rookie landing spot overall.
Oh, it's Tampa.
Yeah, and that's what Zach Reed had wrote. So Tampa, especially for a pass catching back, right? That's the one place where we need somebody. Maybe that's where Royce Freeman ends up.
I don't know. Royce was getting the targets last year. He was showing that he has the chops. But the reports out of Tampa, they've already said they're going to add a receiver who can actually catch the ball, and just seeing what Bruce Arians was able to do here, not just David Johnson. I mean, it's ancient memory now, but Andre Ellington was awesome for fantasy purposes. The carcass of Chris Johnson was actually pretty good for fantasy purposes before David Johnson took over and was awesome for that year. So if they spend any kind of draft capital on a running back with who has the pass catching chops, I mean, it'll be hard not to overreact to them. Like Swift, if Swift goes to Tampa Bay,
oof, yikes!
How is he
That's
not
good?
How is he not the 101 in rookie picks?
So, and going back to my running back talk, Tampa Bay doesn't have many needs except for probably on the line. Their defense is pretty good. I could see them maybe dipping in like maybe trading back out of 14. I think that's where they are, trading back and then taking a running back at 18 or even in the 20s, taking a running back early, because that is one of their main needs. As much as I did like Rojo, I mean, he is a running back. He is a body. I mean, the explosiveness wasn't there that I saw at USC, so I don't know what happened. But yeah, I mean, if they take a running back in the first, like Mike said, it's going to be tough. Like, imagine them taking Swift in the first and then Edwards-Helaire going to Kansas City in the first. People are going to have...
No, don't do that to me. Don't say those things.
You think Edwards-Helaire going in the first round?
No,
not the first, the second.
Okay, gotcha.
But what's nice for Bruce Arians is we had the documentary. I think it was the Amazon one, where it showed them in the draft war room, and he was there with Keim, with General Manager Keim, and they were talking about they were getting ready to draft Abdullah in the second round. Like, so Bruce Arians is perfectly happy spending up for his running back, so I completely expect Tampa Bay to at least in the second round grab one of these stud running backs.
Yeah.
Mike, we're coming to the close of the hour. I mean, these hours have been zooming by. It's been a great job by everybody today. And I'd be remiss as the guy who loves tight ends to not bring up tight ends. I know the world loves tight ends. And a guy who has landed, a guy who I've been the leader of the fan club, and with just cause, I'm the only person probably in the fan club. Eric Ebron has landed with Pittsburgh.
Oh.
And the
all right, the hour's done. All right, see you guys later.
I'm not a big fan.
I was really hoping you were going to talk about Blake Jarwin, because I'm all in on that, man.
I was thinking you were going to talk Hayden Hurst. I mean, come on.
Talked Hurst last hour. It's the only reason I didn't bring him up. But listen, Roethlisberger has done well with tight ends at other points in his career, and the one thing Eric Ebron's been able to do is catch touchdowns. But I don't expect him to be,
or drop them.
Yeah, listen, if he would have caught half the ones that he dropped, the guy would have probably caught 30 in a season a couple of seasons ago. But you're right. He's a good athlete. He's a big guy. Do you see him being a top 10? I mean, he should be a top 10, but let's get even higher than that. Could he be, can't get higher than that?
No, because like he already has to split time with, like, Vance McDonald is there. He restructured his contract. He's going to be on the team. And so he already has to split. And if, like, back when I was excited for Vance McDonald, because last year,
we know.
Yes. I mean, I thought Roethlisberger was going to be their quarterback, number one, and number two, they didn't have established pass catching weapons. Back when Heath Miller was awesome, I mean, the Steelers for a long time they had like one alpha wide receiver, and so it was him and Heath Miller. But the Steelers are loaded, man. They are absolutely loaded. Juju, people freaking out about Juju Smith-Schuster. The dude is still awesome. The dude is still a star. And then I think we saw the breakout of James Washington and Deontay Johnson. So you have a very, very well-rounded pass-catching wide receiver core and a splitting time tight end. Sure, you could end up with a freak Indianapolis Colts season where Jack Doyle is the one who's on the field all the time, and then Eric Ebron just comes in to steal the touchdowns, and I'm just ripping my hair out because you keep saying over and over, it can't possibly happen again. And then it kept happening. So, yes, there's weird statistical anomalies that happen. I'm not putting any of my draft stock into that happening.
As my co-host Kevin pointed out in the questions up on the thing, remember how high on Vance McDonald?
Oh, you were in on that too? Yeah.
Oh, I have Vance McDonald in every dynasty league. I own Vance McDonald everywhere. I'm like the king of promoting every tight end. There is somebody just wrote he's waiting for the Michael Roberts drop. I was the Michael Roberts guy for a while. I love the tight end in more ways than one, and I know Mike likes to keep it clean. But listen, Mike, I really do appreciate you coming on again and always being gracious with your time and your efforts. One more time, tell people about the Spitballers podcast. If they don't know about FF Ballers already, they're crazy. But tell them about the Spitballers and say goodbye.
Yeah, man. So the Spitballers, we release every Monday. It's just a show that's really, really fun, and it's absolute nonsense. We answer fun would you rather questions. We bring up what would you do in these situations. The show coming out this Monday is really funny. We highlight some just absurd articles. I will give you a little teaser here. The article that I highlighted for everybody involves a man trying to beat a DUI test by eating underpants. So if that
Sounds like it could work.
If that sounds like it's up your alley, it's the Spitballers podcast. It releases every Monday, and it's something you can listen to with your kids in the room and not worry about the content that we're going to get into not being for their ears. So right now you're spending a lot of time with your kids. You want to have fun, laugh at some poop jokes. Check out Spitballers.
Very cool. And Tyler, thank you also. Tyler's going to be leaving us now. I'm going to have the guys from the FF Face Off up next. Thank you guys both. Stay positive, spread the love as you both do all the time, and speak to you both soon.
Appreciate it.
All right. Hey, guys, look, it's me alone for 5 seconds.
Hey.
There's Mike Hoff. There's Anthony. Mike, do I say your name correctly? Do I say it correctly?
Hoff.
Hoff, yes. Okay. Hoff.
Right. There's some people who always seem to put the L in there, but there's no L. But
I got to move over a little bit.
I might have done a Hoff every once in a while. I don't recognize this bald guy that's with you. Who's this bald guy that's with you? When did this happen?
This morning.
Did it really?
It did. True story. We're both going with different looks during this quarantine. I started this nice mustache,
a little porn mustache, right?
Yeah, to me, it's almost like a coping mechanism for my wife, because every time she sees me, she gets disgusted. So I'm helping her forget about this whole quarantine thing.
I thought that meant you were trying to get her to get interested in you again by changing up your look.
Well, I'm always trying that every day. Crash
I'm happy to have you guys on. As we say, it's Anthony Servino and Mike Hoff from the FF Face Off. I do the FF Funhouse.
Yes.
I say 3 F's and an unhouse. So I'll say 3 F's and an ace off. For you guys, I don't know. It's a stupid thing I came up with, but I say it. But I got your guys' tags, your Twitter handles up there, and you guys are both New York area guys. Anthony, you're in New Jersey. And Mike, you live the next town over from me here on Long Island. So we are guys who are right in the epicenter of what's going on in the world right now. It's pretty crazy. I don't know if either one of you have anybody in your family that's been directly affected yet from a health standpoint, and I hope not.
Yeah.
But Mike, you work for the Long Island Railroad, is that correct?
That's right.
Yeah. How have things changed for you? How was work changed for you? And you said something about hoping to be working from home.
Yeah.
Where are you at?
They're working on that. I am about a 25-minute train ride away from the city where I work. So going in every day, doing customer service. And it's weird because you get these people who call up and they don't know when they're going back to work. They get these monthly tickets that they can use for a whole month. They say, I don't know, I guess, do I pause it for May too? Like, what am I doing? So you really get a sense of the urgency that's out there. That's for sure. You come home, I'm mentally gassed from, just dealing with all these people, which, because again, they're all worried. So hopefully you'll be working from home soon. They've been trying to secure some laptops for us. Obviously, everybody's working from home at this point, or at least they're trying. So hopefully by Tuesday I will be working from home. So rough stuff. Cool. And I noticed, speaking of like people that get affected by this, I go on Facebook. And, you're always friends with a bunch of people from high school and stuff that you don't talk to much anymore. A girl I went to high school with, I graduated with, I just saw her father passed away from it. So it's like you see that, and it's pretty sobering. Yeah,
I'm sure as the weeks go on, because as I mentioned earlier, we haven't hit the peak yet in this country, let alone in this New York, New Jersey area, tri-state area. We're going to start to hear more and more about friends, family, and extended friends and family. And my sister has 2 friends who, 51 and 53, not old guys at all, not guys that had real, one had diabetes, but the other guy was perfectly healthy. And it's a serious thing. Anthony, where do you let me spit that out. Full time, what you do for work, is it something that's affected you where you're home now, or do you normally work from home? Or
I normally work remotely, but my wife actually works for UPS, and she still has to go to work. She's considered essential.
Yeah.
Yeah, my brother worked. My brother delivers for UPS here on Long Island. Same thing. I got him a good quality mask. You know, I work in engineering for a hospital here in New York, offsite engineering. Luckily, I'm not at the main hospital. And about a month ago, I was able to get these really good quality masks that have a double layer carbon filter in there, and I'm properly protected daily, luckily, and I don't go into the main hospital literally ever, and definitely not at this time. So, but you know, best of luck to your wife and being careful and all that stuff. But so you have kids, Anthony?
Yeah, I have a 5-year-old who is home, and that's the biggest adjustment and the biggest change to all this.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that's what a lot of people have had the younger kids on today, and just dealing with how you entertain them, how kids at that age, how they understand, you know, exactly what's going on and why they can't see their friends or can't go to school or preschool or you know, daycare or whatever they're going. It's really difficult this time to explain that to them.
He's in preschool, but I know like the kindergartners, and he has some friends in kindergarten and the above grades. They're actually doing like Zoom rooms for their class so they can still interact with their classmates.
Yeah, and I mean, on the flip side of that, of like people saying that they have to find ways to occupy their time with their kids at home, I actually have kids with an ex of mine. She lives a couple towns over, but so I'm afraid to pass the kids back and forth. So I haven't seen my 7 and my 9-year-old in about 2 weeks. So there is that aspect. You know, I'm FaceTiming them. I play some games on Roblox with them, but yeah, it's there's also that side of it too. So
yeah, it's definitely rough. My kids are a little bit older. My youngest is 15. Then I have an 18 and a 20-year-old, and my 2 oldest are in college. My 20-year-old, my 2 college age kids were away on spring break. One was in Aruba and one was in Puerto Rico. So they're both quarantining somewhere other than home, and it's making their mom kind of nuts.
Yeah,
they're not home with her. She's home with just a 15-year-old, and it's stressing her out. Regardless of how old your kids are, it's still very stressful to not have them home with you. And I just trying to get her to stay calm and realize to let the kids do their 2-week quarantine. And my daughter will be up on Tuesday, but she's in Buffalo. She had to fly back into Buffalo, so it might be difficult to travel come Tuesday with the restrictions that are going to be put in place. And my son is in the same town, which makes it even harder for her. But he's staying at a friend's house, the friend that he went to Aruba with.
Right.
It makes more sense. And so it's been just basically her and a 15-year-old. And sorry, Anthony, go ahead.
No, I'm just listening.
Oh, okay. So I meant to point this out earlier, and John N. Williams on he's a Cowboy guy. Anthony, I don't know if you know John.
Yes, I do.
So he put a thing out about his daughter, Ileana, who's going to be 4 today. And she was planning this huge Frozen party, and they had this whole elaborate castle thing set up for her, and she had to cancel her birthday party. And so if you go to John's Twitter, he's asking for people to send videos wishing his daughter a happy birthday. And I thought that would be a nice thing to shout out a happy birthday to Ileana today.
Absolutely.
Here on this broadcast. And I told John we'd be doing that. And so to Ileana, who doesn't grasp why they can't have that party, it's going to be really difficult. So
that stinks. Yeah.
Happy birthday, Ileana.
Happy birthday. Yes, indeed.
Yes, Mike is toasting the Ileana.
Right.
Well, yeah. Here's the thing with that. I was talking with my brother on FaceTime earlier, and by the way, I see the comments. Josh here says I look like a pizzeria owner here in Chicago, which is great. But I love that. That's what I'm going for. But my brother said, if you're going to wear this hat, and if you're going to have that mustache, and if you're going to have a drink, you got to do it without a koozie. It's got to be a silver bullet. So I'm complying. So
that's awesome, man. I've been drinking my Modelo's over here. I like Land Shark. I like Modelo's. I've had a couple of Coronas at the time, but I'm trying to support the cause. And
it's a marathon.
But guys, moving on from all this talk and getting into some football talk, and even we're going to talk some wrestling talk. But let's do the wrestling talk now because we've been talking so much football. You guys do a second podcast that's wrestling related, correct? What's the name of that show?
That's currently called. Anthony hates the title. It's currently, which was his idea. It's called the.
I don't hate the title.
You hate it. It's the Botched Jackhammer. Which, if folks watch wrestling today,
inspired by Goldberg's Botched Jackhammer. What was it, Saudi?
Yeah, where he almost murdered the Undertaker. Yes.
No, that was Bray.
Oh yeah, okay. It was both of them, really.
It's a good time to talk wrestling because my friend Kareem, Mr. Showtime 2144, he's a huge wrestling fan. I see he's in the chat right now. So
yeah,
So what I said to you guys, let's talk about wrestling. And I was a big wrestling fan growing up. I haven't followed it as much as I've gotten older, but I do work with some friends that are big wrestling fans. And WrestleMania has decided the show will go on. I mean, WWE rather has decided the show will go on. And from what I understand, WrestleMania was already recorded this past week. So it's already been done, but it's going to air next weekend, 2 days. A 2-day deal, and in front of no audience, which they have done a couple of Raws, I believe, and SmackDown, at least one.
Yeah. Yep.
So, I mean, how could you not support the fact that the show must go on? But how do you guys think it's going to be different with no audience?
Mike?
Oh, well, yeah,
You go first.
I always say whenever we do the wrestling podcast, John Cena, who I'm sure everybody knows, he said that the biggest superstar in WWE is the fans, which is true. And without the fans, you're really missing that element. It's just like, I know people like to mock wrestling, make fun of it, but it's like any other sport. If the fans are not there, if the reaction is not there, it loses its element. And WrestleMania, for folks like the Poach Fun at Wrestling, it's our Super Bowl. That's really what it is. So you're essentially doing the Super Bowl pre-taped with nobody there. I despise it with every fiber of my being. I think it takes away completely from the, whole element of it. So yeah, it's, but Vince wants to do it because Vince is Vince, and here we are. So, because God forbid he doesn't try and make money. So there you go. Anthony, what do you think?
I don't hate that the business aspect of it by Vince McMahon. I'm a Vince McMahon apologist. I'm an original. Like, if I can go back in time and just in any era of wrestling, I'd be stuck in the late 80s, early 90s. Back when Vince could do no wrong. But I completely disagree here. The first couple of SmackDowns and Raws without the audience, I think I appreciated the fact that, hey, the best actors of the locker room, they're going to be emerge. And they did, but when you think about a WrestleMania and what that's about, it's not about the wrestling. It's about what celebrities are going to show up. It's about what band are they going to get to do entrance music. It's about the spectacle and the reactions, and we're not going to get any of that. And then on top of that, you have 6 or 8 top wrestlers no longer on the card.
Right.
So it's very watered down. I know they're trying to sell Gronk as the host, but what are we going to do? It's just they got to cancel it at this point.
Well, it's already filmed. Do you think it's worth canceling it?
They cannot. I'm hearing that because of public backlash, they could elect to just scrap it all.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing too. Even though it was recorded already.
Mike, when you say Vince has got to make money, and I'm definitely not a person to defend Vince McMahon. I know he is who he is.
Right.
I did see that it's going to be free, right? You don't have to pay. And obviously most of the diehard WWE fans have the network and pay the $10 a month and get it at a rate anyway. Yeah. And they probably weren't going to pull in that many more people that were going to spend the extra $60 to $70 for it. But in a time like this where there's not a lot on, you might have gotten some guys who went back. So he did put it out there for free.
Right.
So I got to at least give him credit for that.
Yeah, no, you give him some credit there. But I think it's ultimately going to be at his own peril. I think it's going to take away from the product. I mean, I get what Anthony's saying about, it's really some of the better actors behind the scenes there gives them a time to shine where they're not in front of a camera. Like if you can cut a promo without any crowd reaction, then you really are that damn good. But like Anthony said, Roman Reigns is not even going to be participating. He was billed as the top guy, fighting for the belt.
Right.
When they're doing their entrances, like there's a crowd there, what do you like? Just walk. I guess I just want them to walk out, but then that looks boring. But like Daniel Bryan's coming out doing the pointing up for the yes. Who's going to say yes? The Bugs? Really? I don't know.
It's up to the.
It looks dumb.
It's up to the people at home to get their families in.
Which, by the way, I was going to say, Tyler was on earlier with Mike Wright, did a fantastic job. He looks just like Dash Wilder. He looks like he could be Dash Wilder's brother. I'm going to put a tweet out there. Anthony's shaking his head. I'm going to tag both Dash and Tyler. I'm telling you, they look alike. I'll put it out there.
All right, guys, moving over to full. Hey, Anthony, let me ask you. I know you like to get to the gym and work out. You've been a guy who's done you've done shows in the past and stuff like this.
I don't compete, but I train like a bodybuilder. I try to eat like a bodybuilder, but I've never stepped on stage.
Do you have equipment at home that you could use at this time? Or is it
I actually went out and bought on Facebook Marketplace because I didn't want to spend any money for a new one. I went and bought a Bowflex.
Oh, I did see your post about the Bowflex. That's right. I saw your post.
And it gets the job done. It's not the same, but there's enough, resistance there for me to do my whole body. Not enough weight for legs, but you get the job done. And it's a little Band-Aid until the gyms open back up.
I want to show you. I don't think let me see if I get this in the camera. I don't know if you've ever seen this piece of equipment here. This is what I use. It's called the rack. Have you ever seen the advertisement for the rack?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
And this is what I use in my apartment, and I broke the damn handle on the push-up thing over here. It's killing me now. So I had to find new ways to do push-ups on it. But yeah, I think it's important for people to the people who work out and do it all the time, they're going to find ways to get it done. But it's important for those people. Don't use it as an excuse to stop working out. But I have a Bowflex, but it's at the house with the ex-wife that I don't live in. But listen. It is what it is. If anybody else
it's very therapeutic for me. So if I don't train, I'll eventually go crazy.
Yeah, no,
it's very it's a stress release. It's more than just vanity. It's a lot of that. Almost like a therapy.
Yeah, when I knew you guys were coming on, I said, well, that was a question I need to ask Anthony because I know I got a friend out here, Chris, who's if he doesn't get his couple of pounds of chicken breast and work out every day, so he went right out and bought tons of workout equipment. Wife said this is the only thing he cares about at this time, so I thought it was pretty funny. So all right, moving over to football and some football talk. We'll get the show back on course.
Sure.
Anthony, you are a Dallas Cowboys fan, and we've talked a little bit today that they have a couple of players in the news during free agency, and one of them is Amari Cooper. We just spoke about him getting a 5-year, $100 million contract. As a Cowboy fan, obviously you wanted them to resign because you traded the number 1 pick for him just a little over a year and a half ago. But do you think 5 for 20 it's going to hurt your team long run, or how do you feel about it?
I do, and I wanted Amari Cooper back. But when you look at the contract he has, and if you look at the wide receiver market, if it wasn't Dallas, somebody else was going to overpay for Amari Cooper unless Dallas was willing to let him walk and give up that big return for Stephon Diggs. I didn't even know Hopkins was in the mix to be traded for. He's obviously probably the best get of any trade we're going to see this offseason. But if not Cooper, Dallas are going to let him walk. AJ Green is going to get the tag, or he already has the tag. You're going to go sign Robbie Anderson. They went down that road before Amari Cooper trying to throw Tavon Austin and Allen Hurns on the field. That didn't work. But in the long run, take a look at the Los Angeles Rams right now. They had a lot of money tied up in about 5 to 7 players, and it's going to kill them in the long run. 2 years or a year removed from a Super Bowl, they're staring at last place in the NFC West. And that's a very realistic thing to say because the Cardinals are for real.
Yeah. And I mean, the Cowboys knew when they gave up, Sal, you mentioned that first round pick. I mean, the Cowboys knew that when they did trade that first round pick, that this was going to come at some point. They were going to have to pay. Giving away that draft pick, they knew they had to invest the money. So, yeah, I think it's probably overpaying. But it's like Anthony said, looking at what the other options would be, knowing other teams would be involved, kind of a necessary sacrifice.
Especially Philly. There's a last thing you want if you're a Cowboys fan or the Cowboys organization, knowing Philly needs a receiver. They already jumped in front of you to get Dallas Goedert a couple of years ago, and they would definitely be in the play for an Amari Cooper.
Right in your own building, Anthony. They snuck Dallas Goedert right out from under you. I remind Anthony all the time of all the Cowboys' shortcomings.
That was one of the best announced picks in the NFL draft. The NFL draft is going to be interesting. You guys think that it's going to go off as scheduled as far as the same day? Do you think we see a scenario where things get worse in the next couple of weeks and it's pushed off?
I mean, with the way things have been getting postponed, I mean, even the Indy 500 that got pushed back to I think July. I mean, the Masters, all these things. So if it gets worse, then maybe. But it seems like Roger Goodell is kind of hell bent on doing this draft, and I get it. I mean, at least from a fan perspective, because listen, it's just like the NFL free agency. It gave us something to hold on to here in these times where we're sitting at home, we're looking for something to do. Free agency grabbed our attention for a couple of days. We need something else, unfortunately. So I kind of selfishly, I guess, I kind of hope the draft goes off. I hope they're able to do it without getting anybody sick and everybody's okay. It's all going to be studio and whatnot. So yeah, I think they'll do it.
I don't think there's much risk because you're not going to invite the players there. There's no fans. And this is how the draft was done, I believe, leading up to what, 80, 84, 83?
And I think they said there'll be like 2 guys per war room, to kind of limit the amount of people in one room, social distancing that whole bit.
I mean, with the way technology is, does it really matter?
Yeah, well, if you look back, like you said, Anthony, if you look back at the old video clips of how the draft used to be done, it was they were sitting in the rooms at tables. There was no players. It was a very, ESPN created something that never existed what the draft is now. And I know it's all over NFL Network now, but it was an ESPN created thing. So I hope it goes off as planned. Anybody who gets mad that the NFL is trying to continue to carry on their schedule, it's just crazy, because if they could do it at no risk or reduced risk, why not entertain people? I mean, there's only so much Tiger King you can watch.
Yeah, that's the key. Yeah.
With the season so far away, I don't think anybody is assuming that the NFL is going to miss any regular season games.
Right.
Because we are roughly 6 months, give or take, away from kickoff.
Mm-hmm.
So why postpone anything when there's no risk to players, teams, or fans?
Yeah, I agree with you guys.
Outside, they canceled off-season activities. You would hope that these players, they're professionals and they're training on their own. Outside of Le'Veon Bell, who's probably doing rap albums at this point, right?
If the rap album is recorded, did it ever really exist? So getting back to the Cowboys, Anthony. Obviously, the other thing is Dak Prescott, and they gave him the franchise tag of guaranteeing him $33 million a year. And the rumor the last few days is he's going to come out of this as the highest paid player in the NFL. And much like I said with Mike Wright, and then earlier today with Mark Schofield, obviously these are salaries going to go up every year because it's just the way it happens. But should he be getting paid as the highest paid player in the NFL? And do you, as a Cowboy fan, feel like he is a franchise quarterback?
I like Dak. I believe he is a franchise quarterback. And no, I don't think he should be the highest paid player in the league or the highest paid player of all time, whatever it's going to be. But this has been in the making for close to, I feel like 5-10 years. When you look at some of these quarterbacks who get paid, who are the top in the league, the Matt Staffords, and I know Flacco came off of the Super Bowl, but he got a big contract. Matt Ryan before he made his run. If you could start in the NFL and not throw 30 interceptions like Jameis Winston, and you're the next man to get paid, you're going to get paid. I mean, Mike Glennon got $17-18 million a year from the Bears. Brock Osweiler. I mean, look at the guys who are getting paid. Ryan Tannehill off of 3 months of a nice run is getting $29 million. So if you're Dak and you're seeing Ryan Tannehill get that, what do you want?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, by all means. We said this earlier.
Dak don't get hurt.
And Dak's a gamer. I like Dak as well.
Yeah.
I do. I don't know that I'm a big Russell Wilson fan. I can't imagine him getting more money than Russell Wilson, which is what he's going to end up getting. But it's just the way it goes, and I don't begrudge it. We said this earlier. Get every penny you can.
Yeah.
Your expectancy in this league, or how long you last in this league, is not very high at quarterback and running back. So
ideally, I would let Dak play on the tag, because you need to see if he works with Mike McCarthy, because there's no Jason Garrett. He was the scapegoat. Now there's no excuses. If Dak doesn't work in Mike McCarthy's system and you lock him up to this big deal, you're stuck.
Yeah, very true.
And I mean, I know it's easy for me to say this sitting here recording a podcast, but I mean, I get it that players should go for every penny that they can because it's basically your way of life, and then once you're done, that's it. So I get it, but isn't there something to be said for also kind of maybe leaving some money on the table to maybe help your team with some flexibility? I understand you want to get paid. Absolutely, you want to get paid, but you also want to win. You also want to win some Super Bowls. You want to bring a 6th Super Bowl back to Dallas. I mean, wouldn't a little bit of money left on the table help out in some other areas of need? I mean, I get it,
Especially on your defense, right? I mean, you're going to have to spend some money on that defense, and that's probably where they're going to end up having to hold back.
Well, they've done a pretty good job. They lost a lot of key defensive pieces, but if you look at the players that they're getting, they're running like the same model as they did last year with Randall Cobb when he was a second wave addition. You didn't have to pay a lot. Robert Quinn led the team in sacks, and he was on a trade from Miami. He had a big year last year. He went and got paid. Same thing with Randall Cobb. He went and got paid. And this year, you see them bring in a Clinton Dix at safety, who to me is an upgrade over Jeff Heath, who is now in Oakland. You signed on Terry Poe. Yes, he's an aging veteran, but they lost Malik Collins, who never really got going himself. And you bring in Gerald McCoy. I don't hate these veteran additions that they're adding to the team. Compared to what you're losing, the biggest loss has been Robert Quinn so far.
True.
So moving over to your fandom, the 49ers.
Yeah.
And as we know, the 49ers played and unfortunately didn't hold on in that Super Bowl at the end. I haven't really gotten your take on that, but it's old news now. We can move on to next season. And speaking of quarterbacks, you feel like Garoppolo is the guy to get you over that hump for the Super Bowl? Do you feel like he's a detriment to that team right now? The team is pretty much surrounded by guys capable of winning the Super Bowl. Maybe he's not quite ready.
You see, here's the thing. I think he is ready. And I think when Jimmy Garoppolo got signed to that contract, I think he put himself in the crosshairs with what we talked about earlier, quarterbacks making a lot of money, quarterbacks breaking records as far as making money. When you make that kind of money, you immediately put yourself in the crosshairs of public scrutiny if you don't get the job done. Listen, Jimmy Garoppolo, is he the greatest quarterback of all time? Absolutely not. Is he going to win you a fantasy football title? Definitely not. But he's a good NFL quarterback. I think he's got 5 career losses so far as a starter, 21-5. It's not too bad, guys. I think if any other team, any other guy making fun of Jimmy Garoppolo looked at his franchise, if say you're a Jets fan, I think you'd take a quarterback who was 21-5 and you'd be happy with it. So, and I also don't think, I know everybody was all hot to trot and, couldn't get enough of Tom Brady to San Fran. I said it 1,000 times. It wasn't going to happen. It didn't happen. Jimmy Garoppolo will be their guy. Now, what's going to be interesting, because San Francisco is known for making team-friendly contracts. They just make them out of nowhere. So if they don't do well this year, or I shouldn't say don't do well, but if they don't get it done as they should be in the mix. If they don't, that's when Jimmy Garoppolo is really going to be put into question. This is a very big year for Jimmy Garoppolo, 1,000%.
Are you worried? You lose Emmanuel Sanders, and you saw that offense passing-wise, it really started to pick up when Emmanuel Sanders got there. Not much left on the open market. What do they do at receiver?
Well, I think the answer for what they do at wide receiver is the fact that, they acquired the 13th overall pick from the Indianapolis Colts. I think that puts them right in that sweet spot of I personally love Jerry Jeudy. I love the way he runs routes. I think that would be a great addition to this team. I think that's the way you're going to go because we've talked about it. The wide receiver market is not anything good. So, yeah, I think that answer's got to come via the draft. Also, keep in mind, they drafted Jalen Hurd last year, who was out all year with a back injury. Trent Taylor was absolutely lighting it up in camp. I understand he's more of a slot guy, third down possession, but he was absolutely torching it in camp, which, by the way, I should mention, he said I'm his official hype man. He did approve that on Twitter. Yeah. So shout out to Trent Taylor. But I think with those guys coming back, Trent Taylor, by the way, is well versed with this offense. I think you'd love to have a DeAndre Hopkins. It hurt to see him go to Arizona, being an NFC West guy. Congrats to Mike Wright and the footballers dancing in the street. But yeah, I think it's going to be the 13th overall pick. I think that's going to be a wide receiver. They finally will not go D-line with their first pick.
What the hell happened to Dante Pettis? Was he just a mirage that first year?
I told
Mike
folks
called that because I was heavy. I have Pettis in a lot of places, and I was waiting for this big breakout. And Mike was on this before anybody else, warning me, warning people on the show that Pettis wasn't going to work.
Yeah, I told folks they didn't want to listen. I said, this is not going to work out with Pettis in this offense. He just seemed lackadaisical with some of the routes. I never got the right vibe from him, knowing what I know of a Shanahan offense, of what he expects from his players. So yeah, I don't know. I tried to warn everybody that not only was the ADP too high, he was literally going to do nothing. And here we are. He did nothing. So and I don't think you notice how when Anthony asked me about wide receivers in San Francisco, his name never even came up because I don't think he's anything there. I'll put it to you this way. I bet you that if they could probably package him up in some sort of trade, I bet they would.
Oh, I would absolutely agree with that. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, Debo is what Debo is. He started to break out. He was huge for you in the
I
playoff.
love me some Debo.
What about Kendrick Bourne? Kendrick Bourne's a guy who I have on a lot of dynasty rosters because he was just so easy to I was literally picking him up. But he his last year on the contract, I believe. Do you think that he comes back after this year?
Well, they put a second round tender on him, so I don't think anybody's gonna. That was basically San Francisco saying this is our guy, because I don't think anybody's gonna go ahead and go do that. We'll find out, but yeah, I think he's great in deep dynasty leagues. And for San Francisco, you watched it in the playoffs with Minnesota. It was the first touchdown of the game. When they're inside that 20, Jimmy Garoppolo always needed help in the red zone. And I think that Kendrick Bourne is that help inside the red zone. So, yeah.
That's why they brought in Jordan Matthews.
Oh, for frick's sake. Anthony, you're lucky I can't curse on this thing. I tell you what. This guy with the Jordan Matthews. Okay. All right. Well, just no, Anthony. Enough with the Jordan Matthews. Anthony likes to bust my balls.
You can't say balls. No.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Well, let's break down your running game for me.
Yeah, the running game, of course. I mean, they also put a second round tender on, I think they put it on Matt Breida, if I'm not mistaken. Don't quote me on that. I'm pretty sure they did. So Raheem Mostert, we'll see. Another year in this offense. If I had to pick a guy that I really liked in this offense, as far as running, it would be Raheem Mostert. But I think folks need to remember, don't get too caught up on one running back who does good in the Shanahan offense from year to year, because they are eventually going to give it to another back. And there's going to be a game where there's always a different hero there in San Francisco. It happens 1,000 times. I'm seeing a comment there on YouTube saying the six-headed monster led by Juszczyk. It's true. You have, there's so many different games in which a different running back's a hero. So if I had to put my money on it, I would say Raheem Mostert would be the main guy, but on a game-to-game basis, you're probably going to have a couple of headaches for fantasy.
Yeah. Did you see Juszczyk working out in the snow? He's getting his workouts in.
I love that guy. Love that guy.
Yeah, obviously I don't see a scenario where this happens, but as soon as Devonta Freeman was released, the word was, how can we get Devonta Freeman to say everybody's got to go back to the coach that they played with and had success with?
Yeah, Anthony was teasing me about that.
Oh, Anthony, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. As soon as it happened.
Yeah, he got me right away. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I haven't heard much talk about Devonta at all, and this is the first time I brought him up today because there's been no scenario where he even, and it worries me because in the original Falafel League, I have at such a good keeper value. He's been great all these years at the value I had him.
Yeah.
Might be somebody I let go back into the.
I was going to say, you take it back a couple of years ago, and yeah, I know a couple of years sounds like an eternity for fantasy, but you go back to that last year with Shanahan, he was lighting it up. He earned himself a nice contract, and now it's weird. He's just fallen off the face of the fantasy earth, or really the NFL earth. It's strange.
He'll land somewhere. A guy like Devonta Freeman, and even Lamar Miller, who I feel like people are just forgetting about. It's not a secret Tampa Bay is going to add a pass-catching running back. I think the Bills have a need at running back. And for each of those teams that could compete and contend for a championship this year, how much do you want to rely on the rookie who might not be able to pick up pass protection? Either one of those backs fits on both of those teams in a role player or in a minimized role. I mean, look at Freeman and Miller with Buffalo and Tampa.
Yeah.
We have somebody bringing up McKinnon. Eric Flynn is bringing. I'm here for McKinnon.
At the time they were in a bidding war with Tampa Bay, actually, when they ended up paying him a lot of money, Jerick McKinnon, and he's done a lot of nothing, with some unfortunate injuries. But if he could finally get healthy, get on that field, he's going to be a guy who's probably going to frustrate the Raheem Mostert owner. If he's actually physically able to get on the field, hopefully that knee holds up. He tried last summer and the knee didn't hold up. So.
George Reed, who plays with me in the old school falafel league, the original falafel league, he tells me he's got Geis, Connor, and Mack. It's a 3-keeper league. It's a 3-keeper redraft, and I will not trade for any of those guys, George, because they'll all be out of jobs in a year. Every one of them is going to be, the contracts are all up.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm not trading for any of those guys, and your prices are always too damn high. Guys, with all the flurry of activity, as we were talking about earlier, the NFL managed to hold, still show that it's the most dominant sport in this country. And even when all that coronavirus news was breaking, that first day, and specifically those first 2 days of news breaking, was amazing. What was it? What was the one big deal you didn't see happening? None of us saw D-Hop getting traded. Obviously, no NFL team knew that. But aside from that one, and we can touch on that one if you want, but aside from that one, what was the one where you're like, wow, great landing spot. I'm happy that guy's there. I want to get him. If it's dynasty, I want to add him to my team. If it's redraft, I'm going to try to get him at a value.
Well, if we're not going to talk about DeAndre Hopkins, well, I'll just say this: as an NFC West guy, of being a 49er fan, at first it flashed on the screen that that David Johnson was getting shipped to the Texans, and I was like, all right, that's cool, that's cool. And all of a sudden, it shows up. Wait a minute, DeAndre Hopkins, and I tried to get up from my chair and I'm cursing and yelling because I did. Great get by Arizona. I love it for Kyler Murray. I love it for Cardinals fans, but as a Niner fan, not thrilled. But to me, the thing I liked was the other side of that trade was not what Bill O'Brien did. He showed his true dumbness there. But we always talked about all last offseason. We talked about if there was an available running back, or back when Melvin Gordon was holding out, it was, well, he should go to the Houston Texans. It was like they're like it was them and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Oh, they should go there. They need a running back. So to me, I'm a believer in David Johnson. Now we'll see what his ADP is. That'll really test my love for David Johnson. But he had the wrist injury. Then he ran into a horrific offensive coordinator, and then he ran into an offense where I guess he just didn't fit. So I think this is new beginnings here for him in Houston. So that, to me, for fantasy, depending on ADP, is a move I would like.
Anthony, was the one that stuck out to you?
One that I really like. I love Brady to Tampa. I didn't expect it. I had Brady pegged to the Chargers for over a year. Yes, but, now that it's settling in, Brady to Tampa, it actually works. And I'm one of those who believe Tom Brady, his ceiling is Peyton Manning's first year with Denver. When you look at the set of receivers, the set of tight ends, you, of course, have to bring a blocking running back and a pass-catching back that will fit Brady. But when Carson Palmer had the success that he had under Bruce Arians, why can't Tom Brady, especially a Tom Brady with a chip on his shoulder? I love the move for both Brady and the Buccaneers, fantasy and outside of fantasy. This has so many storylines when you talk about Brady Breeze twice. When you're talking about, Brady, Matt Ryan, and I'm sure that he has a couple of other good matchups. I don't have the schedule in front of me, but it's just different. And it's also going to be nice to see Tom Brady in NFC games with Troy Aikman and Joe Buck. I'm actually excited.
Yeah, when you get down to it, we all play fantasy, but we all were football fans before we were fantasy players. And when you get down to that Brady Breeze matchup twice a year for the next 2 years, these two guys, the longevity and the level that they've stayed at for all that time, but you don't see that. I don't think you're going to see that much more in the future. Not multiple guys playing
Right. Yeah.
careers. We're looking at guys like Winston, who already can't find a job. Cam Newton, an NFL MVP, a guy who I still think can play, but it might be just not able to find a job this particular offseason.
Don't get me started on these people on Twitter who want to just wish Cam Newton out of the NFL.
You're right. He's one of my favorite guys, and I don't feel. I think there's a misnomer that he has a bad attitude and all that stuff. I've never really gotten that. He's a little cocky, he's a little brash, but no more than I've seen a lot of other players be. And it's kind of given him what his edge has been as a player. Yeah. And you cannot deny what he's done. And a lot of people say, well, it's what he's done. You're living in the past. He's only going to be 31 when the season starts. He turns 31 in May. And I think wherever he lands up, he's going to be a steal for whatever that team is.
Yeah, I mean, as far as his attitude is concerned, he's basically a diva wide receiver playing quarterback with that type of attitude that he has. But people want to talk about, oh, well, his rushing game fell off. Well, did it? Because it didn't. In 2019, last year, obviously he was injured. We all knew that injury was worse than it was when he was in that preseason game. I think it was against the Browns, if I'm not mistaken. We all knew that there was more wrong with him. And I mean, for fantasy purposes, you go into the last 3 years. I mean, he was a QB1 in 2018, 57.1% of the time. And I know some folks will go, well, 57.1, that sucks. Well, no, it doesn't. When you look at the numbers, for quarterbacks that played in 2019, his 2018 to 2019 numbers for other quarterbacks, he had more QB1 games than Tom Brady and Jameis Winston and Carson Wentz and all these big top quarterbacks. Also, by the way, he had more QB1 games than Tyrod Taylor out there with the Chargers now, who apparently they've committed to him, which I don't believe for a second.
No chance, right? No chance. He's the starting quarterback. What does he think so?
I think this is why, and I'll we'll kick it to Anthony. I think this is why Anthony always liked Brady to the Chargers was if you get a good veteran quarterback in there. Now that Phillip Rivers is gone. I mean, the Chargers can potentially go without skipping a beat, and this AFC West is only going to get better. I've been watching this all day, Sal, and I know there's been a lot of Drew Lock talk, and I'm a big fan of the Broncos this year. And I think if the Chargers can go ahead, stop fooling themselves or trying to fool us with this Tyrod Taylor talk, go ahead and go get Cam Newton, I think they'll be a lot better off. And by the way, if Tyrod Taylor was so good that he could win you NFL games, then why hasn't he been starting for so much longer? Anthony, don't shake your head at me. It's the truth, man. What's the matter, Anthony? What do you got?
I like Tyrod.
Nah.
Tyrod has brought the Buffalo Bills to the playoffs. I think Tyrod's a capable quarterback. And if you look at him, he knows the system with Anthony Lynn, with the Chargers. And there's so much talent on that team. Your quarterback doesn't have to do a lot. Just don't lose the game. He's essentially Teddy Bridgewater to me. Maybe a little bit more talented than Teddy Bridgewater.
Wow.
But on Cam Newton, there's a lot of risk right now with Cam Newton because with this coronavirus, he can't go get a physical. Sure. And I think that's keeping Cam from getting a job. And another thing, Cam is such a big star. He's a distraction for any team that brings him in with a quarterback already in place. Cam's probably going to wait because this happens every year in a preseason or in a week 1 or 2. A starter goes down, and I know that teams weren't knocking down the door to sign Colin Kaepernick, but Cam Newton will be the first phone call that these general managers call if they lose their starting quarterback.
And by the way, to people saying that there was no big the fact that nobody wanted to trade for him, it speaks volumes. No, it doesn't speak volumes, actually, because a lot of these NFL GMs, besides Bill O'Brien, they're fairly intelligent, and they knew that Cam Newton was likely destined to be released. And so why give up any assets? Why not deal with your own contract with this guy? Let him get released. Let him be hungry. Let him be pissed that he got released. And then you bring him on. So, no, it doesn't speak volumes.
Did you take a shot at Bill O'Brien? I cannot believe it. The NFL genius, Bill O'Brien, took a shot.
Yeah, really.
I couldn't believe he absorbed David Johnson's contract in its entirety.
He is our Matt Millen. He is our new Matt Millen. That's it.
when you move talent like DeAndre Hopkins and Clowney in back-to-back off seasons, and I don't even think if you add up everything they have, it doesn't total a first-round pick.
No,
mind-blowing.
Yeah. It's terrible. It's I'm actually sick and sad for Texas fans. Like, I don't know how many Texans fans out there, but I would love to just talk to one and find out what they're thinking.
Oh, and then he gives Randall Cobb a lot of guaranteed money.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah, rest easy, Texans fans. You guys got Cobb.
Randall Cobb is nothing like Aaron Hernandez, and that's the reason why.
Yeah. Yeah.
What a stupid comment that was. Hey,
Yeah,
guys,
yeah, really. That was
to veer off for a second to remind everybody, we're coming up on the end of hour 6, and there are 6 more hours. It's going to be on a separate feed, and that's just unfortunately the technology. I can only do 6 hours at a time. Really, I could do 8 hours at a time, but I split into 2 6-hour shows that I could so I can record it on YouTube and put it out there for anybody that wasn't able to see it today and can watch it later tonight or tomorrow. So the links to watch it both on Twitter and YouTube are already up on the DFPN net or the DFP Network's Twitter page. And you see the stream going at the bottom of the ticker at DFPN Network. So if you go there, you'll get the link. We are coming back when this ends in 20 minutes. Don't disappear on us. I need you guys to help me get through the next 6 hours. But guys, what else did you see? I talked about Melvin Gordon last hour with Mike Wright. You like the Broncos this year, Mike. Where does Royce Freeman end up? How does this affect Philip Lindsay?
Yeah, I don't. Obviously, Royce is going to be the odd man out. I think this affects Lindsay pretty bad, especially folks that have him in Dynasty. This one's going to hurt because I think Melvin Gordon is going to be, 3-down back is kind of a dying breed in the NFL, but I think he's going to be one of the closest things to a 3-down back. Lindsay will still get work. Royce Freeman, I mean, Anthony kind of talked about these other teams that need a second running back. I think that they kind of opened their eyes a little bit when they saw Melvin Gordon going to Denver because that opens up the path for them to maybe get a Royce Freeman. I think he's got something left in the tank. Obviously, he's a very young guy. But, yeah, I love Melvin Gordon going to the Broncos. I think they're going to utilize him. I think they're going to utilize him a lot. I think if anybody thinks that Melvin Gordon is going to have any problems dealing with Philip Lindsay, I think they're a little bit off on that one. So I think Lindsay still gets work, not what you're used to. And Melvin Gordon continues to be Melvin Gordon as long as he can stay healthy.
Yeah, obviously with running backs, healthy is the key. And, we've seen him be very remorseful about the holdout last year. He's been very happy to still be in L.A. with the Chargers. We haven't spoken about this since the second hour. So I saw somebody complain that the Bears went with Nick Foles over Cam Newton.
That's perfect for Anthony.
Anthony, what do we think goes on in Chicago?
It was one of the biggest head scratchers for me, the Chicago Bears, because Nick Foles outside of Philadelphia doesn't get the job done. I don't know what it is. I don't know why. I mean, if there's a connection there with Foles and the Andy Reid coaching tree, I guess. But if you're trying to push Mitchell Trubisky, Nick Foles is going to push him? Why not an Andy Dalton? Why not? I mean, I can see Cam, whether anybody likes to hear it or not, because Cam will serve as a distraction. But why not Andy Dalton, who has won, he's won division titles. He's taken teams into the playoffs, whether it's his fault that those Bengals team, they win or lose. I mean,
it's not his fault, Anthony. You know whose fault it is.
Marvin Lewis. We know.
There you go.
But I think Andy Dalton was probably the better get for Chicago than Nick Foles. To me, this is Ryan Pace saying, we're going to address the quarterback situation, but they don't want to move off of Mitchell Trubisky. I don't think they brought Foles in there fully believing that he's going to overtake a Mitchell Trubisky the way an Andy Dalton can.
Yeah, has anybody screwed up more than Pace? I mean, the moves that they made to move up to get the guy, and then he hasn't panned out at all. And now you bring in Foles, who's getting paid money. I mean,
how about Jimmy Graham? No trade clause, $8 million a year.
I commented
Did he
on
not
that
watch
earlier.
the Packers
Sal.
games in 2 years?
That is as hilarious as it is criminal that Jimmy Graham is going to make that kind of money.
Yeah, well,
for playing football.
when you sent it in, I put it up on the
Yeah.
on the board because it's a guy nobody was going after, and they spent $8 million a year.
They backed up the Brinks truck, you know.
He's getting the same money a year that Melvin Gordon is getting. Melvin Gordon got 2 years, $16 million.
That's amazing. Shameful in Chicago. Shameful. Yeah. And by the way, and to Anthony's point, I mean, they were saying, "Oh, well, we're going to bring in a quarterback to push Mitch Trubisky." No disrespect to Nick Foles, and I understand Eagles fans will get upset because Nick Foles got, he won them a Super Bowl, but that's probably the softest push I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
That's more like, accidentally bumping into somebody at the checkout line, even though you can't do that now. You need 6 feet, but that's the softest push. And that's what I think is kind of interesting here, which I don't think has been discussed that much. I know we discussed it on our podcast is, we talk about the number of starting jobs that are just kind of dwindling here. But what about an Andy Dalton? I mean, we know Joe Burrow is going to Cincinnati. We know that's the way. So what about an Andy Dalton? Where does Andy Dalton wind up?
The latest I'm hearing out of Cincinnati is that they wouldn't mind holding Andy Dalton. He has a team-friendly number.
No, you wouldn't mind.
He's almost like another Cam Newton situation where if you're Cincinnati, it doesn't cost you much to keep him, and you can move him now and get peanuts for him, or you can wait till a team's desperate and get the most out of Andy Dalton. I'm also one who believes it doesn't hurt for a rookie to sit. I know it's taboo now.
It is, yeah.
But is it really that bad to have Joe Burrow sit behind an Andy Dalton for a couple of games?
No, I agree with you. We've brought that up a couple of times today. You guys are closer to my age range than some of the younger guys that are getting into the business now and stuff.
Yeah.
When we were younger, guys sat for 2-3 years. They sat for a contract. They sat for a contract right at the time. They learned how to play position. They watched. They got educated, and that never happens anymore. Somebody brought up Mahomes sat 1 year. Okay, 1 year. And
look at Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. That was really the last guy, right? That
it was, yeah.
And McCarthy had to force Favre out. It's what broke down,
Even Josh Allen sat for a couple of games, no?
Yeah, but Sal's right. It's that's the new thing now. It's it's a couple of games. It's I think if any of these rookies sat for a whole season, I don't know how this younger generation would mentally handle that. I think they'd burst into flames. Which, by the way, just really quick to go back to my Cam Newton point, because people kill me on Twitter for this. Yes, I understand he will not be the franchise quarterback if he goes to the Chargers. I still fully expect the Chargers to draft a quarterback who, guess what? He may sit for more than a couple games. So, I don't know. We'll see.
Definitely hard to draft a quarterback and probably one that's not going to play this year. You're right about that. Does he become, is it Herbert? Does he become, a long-term franchise quarterback or not? That's to be seen as we fall over these quarterbacks every year. And, like Josh Rosen, who would have thought Josh Rosen is going to most likely be on his third team in 3 years?
Yeah.
He's back in Miami, right? I mean, there's no scenario where he stays in Miami.
No. I read something. I don't remember what the source was, so I can't speak to its legitimacy. But I did see something talking about Jameis Winston potentially being eyed by Miami. That would be another interesting one for Devontae Parker owners.
I mean, listen, for fantasy purposes, it would probably even give an uptick, right, to Devontae Parker. But I can't see Miami going that direction.
I like Devontae Parker a lot. He was always somebody I wanted to see finally break out. But after the first 3 or 4 years of his career, he's going to get severely overdrafted this season. Anybody pumping the brakes a little bit if that ADP goes a little out of control?
Yeah, no, I think you're right. He's one of those guys like Kenyon Drake who's going to be drafted entirely too high this year. Mike Wright, who's an Arizona guy, loves Drake and feels like you can't draft him too high. I don't know that I'm in love with Kenyon Drake. I don't know that he's really done anything before last year's breakout to say he could sustain that level of play in the NFL. So I think
he also had to deal with Adam Gase. That wasn't easy.
We pointed out
with the Adam Gase stuff, Mike.
We pointed that out. All the guys, Jaceki and Tannehill, and Drake and DeParker, who all flourished without Gase last year, it's kind of damning and hard to ignore. But
outside of fantasy football, though, Adam Gase somehow won 7 games last season with the New York Jets.
He did.
Isn't anybody else not optimistic? I used to want to run Gase out of the NFL. He wins 7 games, the quarterback coming off of mono. Even in the season opener, when Darnold was still healthy because he had the mono, I guess, in week 2, they lost to Buffalo by a point. C.J. Mosley didn't see the field. They had a lot of injuries. That offensive line was in shambles. If this team can stay healthy, I kind of want to see what Adam Gase can do, because with a healthy Darnold and Tannehill in his career, I believe Gase is above 500, which is better than a lot of coaches.
Listen, if you want to see what he can do with an NFL team, I get that with the whole 7-9 bit.
You know, I'm an NFL guy. I got to do both. I can't just stick to fantasy.
I understand. But a lot of folks look at this through the lens of fantasy football. Right or wrong. I think that's just a public perception sort of thing. Everybody looks at it from a fantasy perspective, and then they say, well, that means that this guy's no good here. So I get it, Anthony. I get you're defending Adam Gase going 7-9, and it's admirable. But
never mind Adam Gase. I love Joe Douglas as the general manager of that team.
No, I like
think
that
he could really turn things around.
They've done
coming
great work
from
with that.
Philadelphia and Baltimore and those front offices he's bred from.
Yeah, they've done a lot of work with that offensive line for sure. But just I think people are always going to hate Adam Gase for fantasy football. He goes 7-9, but Le'Veon Bell, for the first time in his career, finishes as an RB2 in only 70% of his games after being above 90 the past 2 years that he played and wasn't on a Jets team.
Well, Gase has proven one thing, that if you're not his guy, he's not going to play you, and that was evident by what he did with Bell last year, and that's why I've said it's a make or break year for Darnold, because that the group of guys that are in the Jets organization now did not draft him.
That's right.
They have no allegiance to him, so it's going to be interesting, guys. We're coming close to the end of the hour. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break between you guys and the next thing that's up. So why don't you just give a quick rundown of your show, what you guys are doing, where they can find your content, and how much you guys are pumping out now with all the stuff that's going on.
We are trying to pump out as much as we can because we know, much like this popped on today, we know a lot of folks are sitting at home. They're looking for something to do to occupy their time, get their minds off of potential anxieties and stuff. We're trying to be here for those folks. So, yeah, it's at FF Faceoff. You can find everything there. We've got a website, fantasyfootballfaceoff.com. We make it pretty hard for you to ignore us. We're on pretty much everything that you could find. So, yeah, and Anthony does a fantastic work in the background, does much more than I do. I'm more just a personality with a silly hat and a mustache. So, Anthony, you got anything else?
No, we're going to be hitting it hard, just like you said. What do we got this week? I think we should probably do a post-free agency mock draft.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, we tried a fantasy mock draft last week.
How'd that work?
And it was a disaster.
Here he goes. Let him go.
I don't want to say the platform we did it on because I think I
rolled
them enough.
The show.
But some of these platforms, they need to update their ADPs. Antonio Brown Lamar Jackson went in like the 11th round.
Yeah.
Andrew Luck, like, come on. We're thinking we're gonna give people a serious mock, and it was just, it
was good fun.
It upset me a little bit. I had to say it again right now.
Well, definitely go check these guys out. They're always great. Your show is very well produced, as Mike said. I always get a very professional vibe off your show and the stuff that you guys, your graphics and the way you run it is actually something that the people breaking into the industry should take a peek at what these guys do, because they do it on a very professional level. So
appreciate that.
Honored that you guys are on with me today. Be safe. Best to you guys and your family, and definitely be speaking to you both soon.
Yeah, keep washing those hands, folks. Cheers.
Yep. So, have a good day, guys.
Okay, everybody, quick 5-minute break. Please go check out DFPN Network on Twitter. All the feeds up are there. The links for the second half of this show, which will be 6 more hours with more amazing guests. So I will see you guys all shortly.